those who haven't picked up the receivers, please have them because I think there were few people who understand all the languages, English, Armenian, and Georgian. And we have translation from English into Armenian, from English into Georgian, and vice versa, as well as from Armenian into Georgian and vice versa. You can see the channels. Channel 1, 2, and 3. That means Armenian English, Armenian Georgian. Please find your preferred language. Let us check. We can hear Armenian Georgian or Armenian English. Okay. Good morning. A lot of this. My name is Isabella. I represent Eurasia Partnership Foundation. First of all, I want to say that our organization, on behalf of our organization and myself, I want to welcome our participants who write from Georgia. I think this is a very important initiative, and it's very important that there are people from Georgia to participate in this event. I would to say that this event is organized in Armenia and Georgia at the support of the Dutch Embassy in Georgia. Is the third occasion we're organizing this event. The first two, once in 2014 and 2015, they took place in Georgia. Similar conference participated by Armenian and Georgian participants. In 2014 and 2015, there were also participants from Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, this time there are no participants from Azerbaijan, but probably this will be possible in the future. We're very happy that this time it's held in Armenia, and I want to say that this is unique in its nature. At least myself, I don't recall a similar format conference in Armenia, both in scale and participation, and the choice of topics. So I think we will be able to use this day in a most efficient and productive way and discuss issues of freedom of religion and consciousness in Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. I want to say that there are very interesting participants from Germany, Switzerland, Norway, Russia, experts who would present this issue from different angles, and I'm very happy that there are representatives from OSCE ODIHR, Senior Advisor on F4IB, Dr. Kishan Manocha is with us, and there will be a moderator. He will be a moderator of one of these issues. Also, Vladimir Shkolnikov, who is the UN Human Rights UNOHCHR Senior Human Rights Advisor. We're very happy to have Dutch ambassador, German ambassador, Bulgarian ambassador with us. It's very important for us, and I think that this participation underlines the importance of this issue for our countries. And finally, I want to mention at the end that it's also very important interconfessional participation is very important. There are representatives from Armenian, Georgian churches, NGOs, civil activists. I think that will be very interesting discussions throughout the day. Now I want to move the floor for welcome remarks to Mr. Vigen Kocharyan, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice of Armenia. Our organization for many years effectively works with the Ministry of Justice Mr. Kocharyan, thank you very much for finding the time and joining us today. Please, thank you. I also want to welcome our today's conference's participants and thank the organizers, Eurasia Foundation and the Dutch Embassy, for their pushing the agenda on freedom of religion and belief. The issues we're going to discuss today have an ongoing urgency. The relationship and the issues of church and the state and are always on the top of agenda, which is requiring search for solutions. And these terms, raising this issue is quite correct, given the situation created in this field in terms of legal framework. As you know, the law regulating this sector was adopted in the beginning of 1990s, and given this fact that it's obvious that there is a need to do something in this area for some legislative regulations. Apart from that, we have constitutional changes of 2016, which require some legislative changes. And proceeding from this, I can inform you that the Ministry of Justice is working on making changes in the law on freedom of conscience and religion. And in the context of this work, any gap and multilateral discussion may benefit only this activity. So I welcome this international and regional format of this discussion, and we must take into account the existing international standards, and why not the experience of our neighbors, because Armenia, Georgia are very close states to each other, not only geographically. Probably we have similar problems which could be solved in similar manners. I want to wish structural and open and productive discussion. Thank you, Mr. Kochan. I want to move the floor to Mr. Yoduma, who is the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Armenia and Georgia, a very good colleague and friend and partner. Շատ շնորհակալություն Իզաբելա, տիկնակ եւ պարոնայք։ Շատ հաճելի է այստեղ գտնվելը եւ ես արդեն
the earlier opportunities of discussing this. But at last you gave me the opportunity to join in the third one. I'd like to address paradigms in my welcoming speech. It sounds too serious and too difficult, but it is not. It has simply to do with the way we look at things. Yesterday morning, on my usual breakfast exercise, so to speak, I listened to the cantata, the Bach cantata, Jauchzet Gott in allen Landen. For me, music and words by Bach are heavenly. And for many other people. But for, I fear, most of the Dutch these days, it's simply the music, or it is the intriguing words and poetry, but not the message. And for many others still, it is heavenly indeed, the word of God expressed in the most beautiful way. Many young believers, however, do like the meaning of those words, but not the words themselves. It's too serious. Or they don't like the music, or they don't like both, and they prefer praise and what have you, modern varieties of music. So we are all made by the way by where we come from, by our taste and by our upbringing. I'm a Protestant, and Protestants call themselves quite often confessing. If I would be a Catholic, I would call myself practicing, and within those words there are already differences. But we are still Western European. But this is how we look at the world, at the wider world, as Western Europeans, defined by our past, by Christianity, Greek Hellenic, Roman culture, by Reformation, Enlightenment, and so on. And Orthodoxy and Western Christianity divided ages ago, centuries ago. So, paradigm. The cantata, the title, referred to singing God's glory in all countries. Being a confessing Christian means that you feel the need to express. You call yourself, in a way, missionary. Jehovah's Witnesses are tasked, it's not only a calling, they are tasked to spread the gospel in order to fill the numbers, the famous 144,000. In my first conversation with the Catholicos here in Armenia, we discussed proselytism, whereas for many Western Europeans, he meant, in fact, missionary activities. But proselytism had a meaning, and proselytism is embedded in your society, that is to say, anti-proselytism. The Catholics know how to deal with it, but evangelicals don't know. So here we have issues, rubbing, so to speak. We have irritation. In a way, at least Christianity, but no other religions as well, are a bit totalitarian, because it's not only for the Sunday, not only for going to church, it defines your entire life. It also defines the way you look at other issues, at other people, and the way you look at issues. We, from the West, we try to deny that it is totalitarian, and we have good grounds to do that. But it is understandable if people understand us, Christians, or understand them, for instance Muslims, as totalitarian. And we should take that into account when we look at issues. In my first year here in the region, I was confronted with some interesting discussions. One I had with a Yazidi, and it turned out from his way of looking at the Yazidi that you're only a Yazidi if you believe it and if you practice it. If you're not, then you are merely, quote unquote, a Kurd. Sometimes an Armenian Christian gives the impression that religion and nationality is inseparable, two sides of one coin. In one case, I was confronted with a bishop on a former posting who told me that you should know Armenia is older than Christ. I looked at him, and then he later on realized what he had said. But it was his way of looking at reality. And we should never forget that when we are discussing issues, the issues of today. In Western Europe, individualism is gaining ground since the Reformation. First, the believer was individually responsible to God. But after secularization, only to himself and to fellow citizens. That might be inconceivable for those who religiously are more collectively inclined, the religions in the East mainly. What does that mean for tolerance and respect for individual choices and for characteristics that cannot count on respect from the majority. For Western Europeans, division between state and church or religion is obvious. But where every American president refers to God at least once in official speeches, that is uncommon in most of Europe. Officially, the United States is also a secular state. So even in Western civilization, we practice what we preach differently. Europe believes in a secular state, and the Armenian and Georgia officially are secular states, but both with a preferential position for the church. How to reconcile that quasi-constitutional position with both being secular and the recognition of religious minorities? If tensions arise, we all know we should tolerate each other. But can we really? Do we understand the drivers, motives of the other, and do we try to understand and respect them? What is the effect of losing your religion for the respect for those who still believe, and the other way around? And this question is entailed in the discussion freedom of religion or belief or and belief. I lost the track, but it is important apparently. Ladies and gentlemen, those were just some questions that at least keep me busy, and not only for today's seminar, but that have intrigued me over years and on postings that I had in particular. I trust that they will also keep us busy today and hopefully force us to open our minds and understanding, to formulate opinions that bring us forward in this minefield of loyalties, strong convictions, and emotions. Preparing for today, I visited the website of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and in particular the International Standards on Freedom of Religion or Belief, including the digest, mind you, the digest on freedom of religion or belief. Let us respect all the standards, and that's quite a list, and the entire digest. But even more important, let us listen to each other today, even when interventions clash with what you perceive, what I perceive, we perceive as common wisdom, a no-brainer, or contrary to tradition. I wish us a very good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Շնորհակալություն դեսպան. I think it was very good that from the very beginning, from the morning, we immediately join into the difficult issues. If you look through the agenda, it's composed of these complicated issues, and I think it's very important to speak about difficult issues. It's important to speak not only in the context of Georgia and Armenia, but in the global context, because these all issues as education, as well as conflict between secularism and religion, and women's rights and freedom of religion, topics which we selected are very complicated ones and subject to discussion. They're related to not only to our countries, but also these are globally discussed issues. I want to move the floor to Mr. Georg Tergaprelian, Chief Executive Officer of Eurasia Partnership Foundation. And I think that he will bring another difficult part to our table. Thank you, Isabella. It won't be too difficult because Mr. Ambassador has already set the direction on which I had a concern whether it would be raised or not by knowing whom I'm dealing with. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. What I thought about this morning, another conference, another taxpayer-paid money, not Armenian, of course, taxpayers, Dutch taxpayers. Thank you very much. Once again, people are going to gather, nice people in a nice conference room. They're going to speak, and the world is moving in a different direction. What to do with this? Of course, one could say merely speaking is justified in the light of best Russian speaking, the human luxury of communication. Of course, this circumstance is there, and just only for that we can thank. But unfortunately, myself and many of us attend numerous conferences which have no impact on the world. The world is heading one direction, and the conferences follow the other one. I don't want to have this today, and Mr. Ambassador's words set some direction already, and we hope that this won't be the case this time. I want that we express opinions. Opinion has linkage to stereotype and the word of solid. We keep saying that this is the way I think. The world is flat. This is the way I think. Let us try to say, not to say the first level opinion, but let us try not to say the stereotypes. Let's don't break the ceremony of conference. Let's don't be traditional to say whatever is required by the tradition, but let us say what is helpful for the objective, what is let us try to speak in the way how it was said by Narikatse, if we could. I already said that the world is heading one direction and the conferences are following the other one. What is the direction of the world's movement? For me, who was born in a country who was called atheistic, up until now, it's striking the cases which are happening in our part of the world, and not only here. For example, that kid, the young person, 22, 23 years old, who is waiting for the 4.5 years of imprisonment because of the belief. It's striking to me because when I go to European church, very many, Saint Eustache, for example, Saint Eustache church in the center of Paris, one of the oldest medieval churches, which you probably know. And apart from being there, you probably recall from the book by Alexandre Dumas, 20 years later. They play games there. They hold events there constantly. Another case related to church, to lovely and close city to me, St. Petersburg, Sweet Isaac, known temple, one of the main temples in St. Petersburg, has become the object of a huge dispute because they want to give it to the church, and the people and the society and the specialists, historians doesn't want to do it, do not want to do it. And another conflict, look at the scale. There is a motorcyclist, and he's the leader of bikers, and he's close to Putin. And he, as far as I know, he wanted to come to Georgia on May the 9th, and he wasn't allowed to come to Georgia, but he went to St. Petersburg.
To that company, they entered the premise, organized a prayer, prayed together in order to demonstrate to those present that this is a church, a place for prayer rather than a museum. This is reflecting a type of movements that we have in place today, a style of sorts. You all very well may remember that there was a few years ago a group of young teenage girls tried to organize a concert with a political slant within a church, for which they spent 2 years in prison.
let's not always reflect on the bad things. They became global stars as a result. Let's put that aside for a while. We have even more baffling eventualities. Representatives of various nations, in order to get exposure on YouTube or on TV airwaves, may even behead a person, then hold a severed head by the hair and flash it on YouTube for the sake of religion, quoting religion, referring to religion. For me, this is baffling that people may refer to religion and blow up ages-old cultural heritage sites and then sell off surreptitiously the artifacts, the fragments resulting from those explosions. We're living in a very weird world, I have to tell you. And it seems to me it would be nice if we would keep all of this in mind. Let's get back to our region. At this point in time, as I speak, right on our border of the country, there is a kid aiming to put a head of another kid across the board in the crosshair, waiting to pull the trigger. My own experience with some of these kids, their parents, talking to their fathers and mothers, has led me to the conclusion that most of these kids, on the level of this superficial stereotype, are convinced that the whole fight and the animosity and the bad blood is because of religion, because some are Christian, the others are Muslim, that's why they're shooting at each other. It's not only these kids who think like this. So-called reputable international experts to this day may make such statements or hold such opinions. And in conclusion, let me make a call not to lose sight of our responsibility. I have a small wish, a one-day length wish. My wishful thinking is, let me wish that no kid dies along our borders, at least today. And we'll do our best in order to change things for the better on the longer term. Thank you. Thank you, Georg. That was somewhat a grim cue set to this conference. But as they say it in Russian, who promised it is gonna be easy? We are going to talk serious stuff today, and by the end of the conference, in the wake of the conference, we'll publish all communications in a compilation. Let me also tell you that the entire conference is being streamed live on A1+. Whatever you see on those screens is broadcast in Armenian and English live and is accessible, so that adds a dimension of responsibility. These discussions must be up to the point, so people use it later, make references to this conference. So this is adding a drop of relevance. Thank you very much for insightful opening statements, and I will now give the floor, with your permission, to conclude the session to Mr. Yesha Malucha, who will moderate, who will just swap seats with Kishan Manucha. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed my honor to be a moderator of this first session of the conference on international standards on freedom of religion or belief and the situation in Armenia in Georgia. As the program says, I'm Vladimir Shkolnikov. I work for the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. I'd like to thank the organizers for bringing this together, and I would also, the organizers obviously being the Eurasia Partnership Foundation and the Embassy of the Netherlands. It's always good to be here in Yerevan. I am based in Tbilisi, and even though we're a 25-minute flight apart, somehow I feel I don't come here often enough. And I would like to thank especially those for whose regular jobs it's not a working day, but who decided to spend this time with us nevertheless, because it is an important topic. As a moderator following the welcoming remarks, the last thing I want to do is to give another welcoming speech. I'd rather for us to get to work. And I see the agenda of the conference. I think Isabella Sarkisyan has already mentioned it. Looking more at global issues, and in this session, I'd like us to kind of start from local but expand to global. Mr. Ambassador has already mentioned the digest of international standards. It's on the website of my organization, and I would not like to recite all these international standards. Many of you know them. I can only mention that, well, all these international standards are fine, and states, Armenia and Georgia, that are here today have reported on their obligations. For example, if you look at the reports to the United Nations Human Rights Committee, the state reports are there, and then the committees give what are called concluding observations or recommendations. And sometimes you think, well, it's actually kind of easy and narrow. It's about more or less minority religions being able to practice, and you think, okay, it's fine, it's like this in every country. But then you look a little deeper, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because it goes into freedom of assembly. It's not under the freedom of religion rubric, but it has something to do with also religion in terms of certain groups' ability to peacefully assemble. Then you look at other issues, and there are issues like conscientious objection, and then you realize that it's not only the matter of faith as such, but of course how the states interact with different aspects of religious beliefs. And as Mr. Ambassador said so correctly, we all, even in the West, deal with these issues quite differently. I think the newly elected President of the United States, as a holder of an American passport, I think I can say that, well, set kind of a new standard when he ended one of his recent speeches with blessing the whole world. Used to be that the blessing was confined to the country that he was a president of. So I'm not sure what that means, but maybe that means actually something. So in the spirit of setting kind of local stage, but also keeping in mind that actually we do want to talk about global issues in later discussions, that I invite my colleagues and panelists at this session to speak about both local context, but also about international standards, and sort of try to look at it more widely, as sometimes difficult as it may be. We in especially these two countries, we all think that we are really important. Then I come to different global meetings, and it turns out that many other countries also think that they're really important. So that's why I'm saying this. It's my pleasure to give the floor to the first speaker, Dr. Kishan Manocha, who is a senior advisor on freedom of religion or belief at the office where I happily spent 13 years in the earlier stage of my life, from Warsaw-based office for democratic institutions and human rights of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Dr. Manocha, you have the floor. I'd like to ask the speakers to kind of keep it to 15, maybe a little bit over, but try to keep it on not the long side of it. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be with all of you, and my appreciation, gratitude to the organizers, to the Eurasia Partnership Foundation, the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to Armenia and Georgia for organizing and inviting my participation. Armenia for the first time, never been to Georgia, so I claim therefore no local expertise in this area, in this region. So of necessity then, by necessity, my comments will be more general, and I hope will be helpful to you as we consider some very important issues in the current discourse on freedom of religion or belief, not just in this region, but worldwide, I would say. And I guess the point I would make at the outset is that we're dealing with a human right, and we're dealing with a human right that is challenging and is at the same time under challenge itself. And until we recognize the challenges that freedom of original belief, or FORB, and in the interest of time I'll use that acronym, that shorthand, until we understand, recognize, and address the fact there are these very potent challenges, we will not be able to advance it in any meaningful way for everyone. And it is a human right for everyone, without distinction. Each and every human being is the subject of this multifaceted, complex, and challenging human right. And I'll just say, by way of, if you like, headlines, rather than a discussion on the various ways in which FORB is a challenging human right. Well, it challenges religious hegemony. It challenges established and official religions. It opens up, by definition of what it stands for, societies to religious or belief pluralism. It challenges the role of the state as the custodian of truth claims, of purity claims, of identity claims. It challenges control claims and control authoritarian mindsets. It also challenges religious communities. When we think about questions of apostasy, blasphemy, conversion, defamation of religions, it challenges so-called liberal democratic societies to think about the question of deep diversity and not superficial tolerance and inclusion. And FORB also challenges, complicates the non-discrimination and equality agenda. Now I'll leave that to you to think through, and we'll deal with a lot of these issues today because time is of the essence, and I really now want to talk about why, or some of the challenges that FORB as a human right is under in the wider OSCE region, which covers North America, all of Europe, into this region, Eurasia, the post-Soviet space, Central Asia, and including Mongolia. Now, this is a very deep subject. I can't do it justice in the minutes that I have. I will just cite two, if you like, main challenges, as I see it, that FORB is facing. One is control. Some governments find FORB problematic, so they put certain very fundamental restrictions in place. And the other is identity, collective identity protection, the whole interlinkage between identity, coexistence, social, national identity, homogeneity, etc., etc. Now, there are other challenges, but I just want to talk about these two this morning and say that while they are separate, they also are interlinked and they move together. And they somehow come together in this whole question of the maintenance of stability in society, which sounds very good, actually. We need a stable society. But it's how you understand that concept, what lies behind that concept. If it is a stable order that actually is about and is supported and is the expression of a flourishing community with different convictions being expressed in the public space, identities, beliefs, religions, interacting with each other, communicating with each other, enriching each other, learning from each other, it's wonderful. But if it's a stability that seeks to control, that seeks to put in place certain restrictions in the light of the challenges that states may feel, that such a flourishing life of human beings poses in terms of security, in terms of morality, in terms of order, then it is not so good. So I just want to leave you with those thoughts, and we'll return to them in a few minutes. But I want to take a further step back and talk about the current context. What is shaping the current context? Two particular processes. There are a number of processes. I'm going to focus on two. One is that the human rights framework itself is under strain, under attack, perhaps. I think we're all very clear that human rights, there's a global pushback on human rights in the world today, and this is having significant pressure on freedom of religion or belief. Within the work of the OSCE and in the OSCE region, while no participating state has revoked the current consensus, the current normative value base, there is a clear normative divergence between and even within states. And we can look at this in different ways, and we can somehow accept that, well, it's holding together, but the challenge and the issue is that that divergence is not going to go away anytime soon. It's going to be with us for years to come. So we need to understand it and address it as best we can. And when it comes to freedom of religion or belief, there's a significant challenge because, as I said just very briefly earlier, it's a complex, challenging and multifaceted right at the best of times. But it is a human right. promoting freedom of religion or belief is not the same, although it is assisted by and reinforced by promoting tolerance and non-discrimination and mutual respect and understanding in society. All those things create the environment, ultimately, in which freedom of religion or belief can thrive. Equally, freedom of religion or belief, if advanced in all its elements, can create the structures of mutual understanding and respect in society. But sometimes we do see states, governments, speak of tolerance, speak of non-discrimination, speak of equality, and leave it there. And while speaking about these things, freedom of religion or belief is put to one side for various reasons, for the various reasons that we will discuss today. So that is something we need to be very clear about. What FORB as a human right entails in all its dimensions, and to ensure that that work, that vital work, does not get camouflaged by very nice words, very easy words about tolerance and non-discrimination and equality, interreligious and interfaith dialogue. Because FORB engages the state as a primary stakeholder. It's not just one of a number of stakeholders. Yes, it is one of a number of stakeholders, but let's not lose sight of the fact it is the primary guarantor of human rights for all within its jurisdiction. And that responsibility should not be shifted to that of religious communities or civil society, which of course have a vital role to play, but they're not the formal guarantors of human rights under international standards and obligations. The second process that is shaping the current context is that of the pluralization of religion and belief in the OSCE region, particularly in Europe. We know this. Globalization, migration, has changed the religious belief and cultural landscape of this region irreversibly. It's not going to go away. If anything, it's going to increase. And the intensity of that process in the last 20, 30 years has been marked. What does that mean? It means religions and beliefs in their diversity are more apparent. They are more visible. It also means people are confronted with the manifestations of religion and belief in ways they had not experienced before. And it does make some people uncomfortable. We need to address that and acknowledge it. Many things in life make us feel uncomfortable. Fine, from that experience we can go in one of a number of directions. We can become phobic about it. We become so unsettled about it. We can become bigoted about it. We can become nasty about it. Or we can learn about it. We can learn about what it means for ourselves as well as for others. But the fact is that is not going to go away, so we need to address it. We also need to understand then that the cohesion, the well-being, the prosperity, the advancement of our societies, which are now changing, and changing in historical terms rather rapidly, cannot now be grounded in the norm of homogeneity, of uniformity of religion or belief. They need to be grounded in a wider, if you like, value, and that is cultural religious belief diversity. And then the third implication of this profound change in pluralization and the more public, if you like, face of religion or belief is the very understanding of the nature and scope of religion or belief itself. That there is a, particularly in parts of Europe, a traditional paradigm way of understanding it, shaped very much by the Protestant Lutheran tradition, which, generally speaking, I'm doing this a great disservice by speaking in very general terms, which understands religion primarily in individual terms, a matter of conscience, individual choice, in a disposition, but there is also the wider collective communitarian dimension, which in some traditions even precedes individual choice. It precedes the individual expression. And we need to get our heads around that and come to an understanding then of religion in its wider experience, religion as a lived reality, religion as an evolving reality. Religion is something that doesn't stay static but is dynamic, and that does more than just appeal to the individual and his or her sense of belief and feeling, but actually has an impact on communities, on societies, on the world itself. We need to come to terms with those processes, that phenomenon, and the very simple fact then that religion will be visible, religion will be tangible. For some it will be about attire and symbols. It will be about dietary preferences and choices. So that has to be something which policy makers, decision makers, judges, etc. will need to address and come to terms with. So that is some of the context. And now the issues I raised earlier, the issues of control, the issues of identity. Well, some regimes are obsessed with control. They exist to control. Anything that is independent of their control worries them. Freedom of religion or belief is one such thing. It's not the religion or belief as such that may worry such people in power. It's the fact that what it speaks to is freedom, of an independence, of a flourishing of an independent religious community life, which troubles those with that particular controlled mindset. FORB has been described as a gateway to other human rights: freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly. So you can see why those with a particular controlled mindset should be suitably worried, because it allows for the empowerment of individuals and communities in various areas and various spheres of life. So, what we sometimes see, what we do see rather in certain parts of the region, is then a restriction on the exercise of an inherent human right, what the former Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief calls the driver's license approach. To drive a car, you need a license, quite correctly. But to believe and to act on your belief, to come together and worship with one other person or two other people as an inherent part of who you are, does that require a license, the state permission, the administrative approval to do so? But that indeed is the attitude and approach taken by some in the region. Then the question of identity. It would seem that the fetish of national identity, national sovereignty, has returned with a vengeance in many parts of the region. Legitimate worries about violent extremism and terrorism have supplied fertile ground for an illiberal identity politics, the politics of us versus them, the view that some religions, some beliefs are not part of the historical makeup of a nation, of a country, and therefore do not fit in, not part of that identity, but worse, pose a threat to the identity and cohesion of the nation. And that view, we know, is on the rise in many parts of the OSCE region. And there are many, or some, OSCE participating states where governments, political parties, and other programs seek to define the identity, the religious identity of the state in very narrow terms, as one traditional dominant religious tradition, or a mosaic of a few, and therefore excluding what are called the immigrant religious communities, the more newly established religious communities in historical terms, or the new religious movements, which are seen by some, demonized by some, as being a threat, as being the fifth column, as being subversive. So whatever they say, whatever they do, is potentially dangerous. It unsettles. And therefore, controls need to be established on them. Now, in this situation, the prevalent issue is identity, and conservative-leaning people would like to preserve the religious and cultural identity of a country to ensure social homogeneity. And this would involve, in their view, putting certain quite, wide-ranging restrictions on freedom of religion or belief on the members of certain religious communities. And this, of course, is compounded by the security threats that, in their view, some religions, or particularly one religion, poses through the association between religion and violence, religion and terrorism. This is, again, not a topic for discussion in this particular contribution, because it is hugely wide-ranging, and we would need many hours, if not many days, to get to the bottom of this question of religion and violence. But let us say that we know that concerns in this regard have shifted and continue to shift policymakers to view religion through a security lens. And this has led them in a number of places to make more demands on particular religious communities in ways that are not, shall we say, equal to the concerns that they have about other communities. So the question of identity, the question of coexistence, the question of cohesion, the question of religion and violence, religion and security, all of these things are challenges, factors playing into this increasing discourse on the need to put certain restrictions, certain controls in place in the sphere of religion or belief to preserve the coexistence, the cohesion of societies in the region. So much so that there's a view that is emerging in certain quarters that the primacy of the human right to freedom of religion or belief now is under serious assault, and that it is trumped by a security agenda which needs to be addressed, and it needs to be ensured and established, and therefore, as a result, this trade-off with the right to freedom of religion or belief is something which is becoming more prevalent in the region, and that is because we have shifted in terms of our the context in which we live in this current time. We're not dealing now with a homogeneous continent or region. The very diversity, the very prevalence of different religions or beliefs has brought us to the stage where freedom of religion or belief, rather than being a right that we understand in all its complexity and dimensions, is one to be celebrated and to be advanced, but rather is potentially a very real threat to the stability and to the security of our societies. I wanted to, at this point, offer some reflections in relation and in response to these challenges, but I see the 20 minutes is up. So I will pause here, and maybe there'll be a chance at some point in the question and answer sessions or at some other point during the course of the day to look at some of the ways in which we can address these very real challenges to FORB at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manocha, for this very interesting and I thought to some extent provocative presentation. I don't know if that was your intention, and also for being your own, at least, time censor and sparing me from trying to sort of pause and laying out really the challenges that are confronted. Well, OSCE is a big region. It's 57 states. It's essentially 3 continents. So we can talk about this in global context to some extent, I think to a great extent, and what you have described probably extends to globally to should I use the UN region, to really the entire planet that right now looks at these issues. To bring it a little bit closer home, I'd like to ask Ms. Lucine Sargsyan, who is the head of the legal department of the Human Rights Defender or Ombudsman of Armenia, to talk about how these challenges are seen in the Armenian context. So please, you have the floor, and you have 20 minutes.
Հրավերի համար եւ նման միջոցառում կազմակերպելու համար կարծում եմ ինչպես արդեն նշվեց բացման խոսքերի ընթացքում սա բացառիկ մի հարթակ է քննարկել են հարցերը որոնք շատ դեպքերում առանց քննարկման են
which remain to be left without discussion, and it's very important to consider the issue from the point of view of human rights and FIORB in line with other rights conjunction and the context of other rights. Firstly, I wanted, if you allow me, to present our international colleagues, the human rights office's activity in Armenia. The human rights defender was provided with the constitutional status, and the mandate as a human rights defender is very broad, and it includes the protection of rights of religion and conscience. It's acts against. He proceeds with the complaints against the public officials and other officials. It's in an official, according to the new law, the human rights defender has the right to consider the complaints about public offices. Why I'm for these functions? Because as a result of these complaints, the human rights, the ombudsman is able to identify the systematic problems which can be an origin for bigger problems, rather than looking at the general overall legal framework. The Ombudsman is cooperating with the NGOs. I want to refer to some examples which were identified by the Ombudsman with respect to freedom of religion and conscience and opinion. In some cases, in applying to Constitutional Court as a result with the cooperation with the public offices, they were solved or they're in the course of consideration. Firstly, I want to mention the one of the complaints sent to Ombudsman in 2014, which was about limitation of human rights as a result of identity cards issuance. In 2014, we turned to a system, and they consider a chip and some personal information. Some people deny obtaining these cards, ID cards. We had a problem with these people. They couldn't be paid with their pensions, wages, because they haven't had any identity documents. This wasn't mandatory, but if you don't have an ID, you cannot fulfill your other rights. When the former passports terms expired, they were deprived from any right exercise. In this case, Ombudsman decided to apply to the Constitutional Court because this wasn't regulated in the legal framework. It wasn't possible to cooperate with the public offices and solve the issue, and the Constitutional Court made a very important decision, which once again presented the important warranties of limitation of freedom of religion, which could be taken into account when defining the legal framework. In 2015, which was also the basis for the Constitutional Court's decision of 2016, when the people couldn't obtain the social cards, which were mandatory to be paid with pensions or be paid with wages. I'm referring to this example in particular because this demonstrates that when defining the legal regulations in many instances in Armenia, we forget about taking into account all the standing of all the legal of religious beliefs, and we have to maintain the equality, proportionality principle. So this was a case of limitation of legal proportionality. We all know that the Human Rights Convention and Human Rights Court consider a basis for limitation of right. They consider the proportionality principle, proportionality for the pursued objective. What happened to our ID cards? ID cards provision had one objective, to identify a person, but providing ID card to everyone and having no alternative option for those people who don't want to get it based on religious grounds, they follow the proportionality principle because this didn't maintain the proportionality principle by depriving the other people. And this was the basis for the court to decide that they have to have an alternative document, and they imposed the decision to the service to provide that type of documents as a result of cooperation with the public authorities. The law allowed the other type of documents for those who get biometric passport ID up to 2015. That was an interim decision before the state to make a permanent decision to define another type of ID document, which would be appropriate for everyone's requirements and freedom of religion and belief, and it won't be a problem for limiting the rights of a person. And it was very important decision made by the Constitutional Court, which would be put into legislative activity in Armenia, which finds that a person should face a dilemma for exercising the right and having the right to freedom of religion. So this shouldn't be in conflict, the of religion with the right to work or other type of right. Another example of one case which resulted in that some services like rescue service for employment there is a limitation like membership of a particular religious group. The Constitutional Court is in the course of considering this case. Since the issue is that firstly it's not known the legal objective of persecution, which is a limitation for a person. A rescue team, for example, what is the objective? If the objective is to prohibit these persons to make propaganda in any way, because a different issue, but prohibiting in general to join this service because of membership in a particular religious organization, this speaks about breaking this proportionality principle and setting a limitation. This is in conflict with the international standards, the context of our constitution, because the proportionality principle is the basis of our constitution. As I mentioned, the case is under consideration now, and I hope that next time when we get together, and I will be able to speak about the successful resolution of this issue. There is another issue here, membership in religious organization. It's not known what is considered as religious organization and membership in it, and this could be differently interpreted in practice. membership, and in other case, this couldn't be considered as membership to religious organizations. So, and this could be resulted in issues. And in one case, there will be a problem to join the service and for the person, and not for in the other case. I also want to speak about an issue which was raised by many NGOs and ombudsman for many years. It's teaching Armenian church history at schools, which ceremonial activities like praise. Some organizations mention that some people who members of different religious organizations, they want to participate in these ceremonial activities. This is issue which was raised by NGOs. The children UNHCR also raised this issue. I think this should be focus of our attention, to be able to settle the issue, given different beliefs and opinion of different people. This is speaking about some discrimination based on freedom of religion and belief. I would probably repeat some words said that it's because of we don't have any unified tolerance legislation. These are obviously cases of discrimination because we don't have legal framework and regulation and responsibility or protection means which can be used to provide solutions in courts or public authorities. I hope that there will be anti-discriminatory law passed in the country to change the bylaws as well to prevent raising this kind of issues in the country. That was a general presentation what kind of issues were identified by the Ombudsman. These are systematic on freedom of religion and belief, on the exercise of this right. I would like also to mention that individual claims are different, and we're trying to solve those individual because they're not a matter of law, but it's a matter of application, enforcement. I don't present this kind of because it's. I think that we can solve this individual claim only by means of solving the systematic law-related issues. The Constitutional Court is the only place where ombudsman can go and have legally binding decision because the court decisions are legally, but the court decisions and the standing could be used for a particular case, and they could be used for lawmaking practice. For that particular reason, I signify these two decisions back in 2015 and 2016, which could be used in legal in lawmaking practice to prevent this kind of issues in the future. I will finish sooner and will answer your questions with pleasure. Thank you. Շատ շնորհակալություն, Սարգսյան, շնորհակալություն նաև
sort of ongoing climb to get anti-discrimination law in Armenia. This, of course, was a recommendation by a number of UN treaty bodies in consideration of situation in Armenia. I'd like to, for a second, acknowledge the role that your institution plays in this, and also our organizers, the Eurasia Partnership Foundation, in maybe trying to move Armenia to getting this law adopted. Also mentioning anti-discrimination law is a good segue to the next presentation, because recently in Georgia 3 years have passed since anti-discrimination law was adopted, which was hoped would address many of the challenges. and I hope that we will hear about how this has worked out in the next presentation, which is, I take it, is a tandem presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Mariam Gaftadze, who is a legal expert at the Office of the Public Defender, at the precisely Tolerance Center at the Office of the Public Defender, which is the Ombudsman of Georgia, and Ms. Eka Chetanava, who is the director of TDI, Tolerance and Diversity Institute. Please, ladies, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, uniting here experts, religious representatives from Armenia and Georgia. These two countries' dialogue and sharing experience is very important, and thanks to the organizers and to the Dutch Embassy for supporting human rights, tolerance, promotion of tolerance, religious freedom in both of these countries, which is very important for Georgia and I say for Armenia too. I will speak about the experience of the Ombudsman's Office in terms of the freedom of religion or belief, what the Tolerance Center does in this regard, and I want also to speak about the Council of Religions, which functions under the auspices of the Public Defender, and its work is coordinated by the Tolerance Center, and to briefly overview the warp situation in the country. And I have to divide this time with Eka, so I have much to say and will try to do it briefly. Constitution of Georgia guarantees freedom of religion or belief for everyone, and stipulates the separation of church and state, guarantees secularism in the country. I will speak about this in the third session, how it's in practice, how secularism is implemented in Georgia. The Tolerance Center coordinates the Council of Religions, and 4 members of the council are represented here. Nowadays, the council unites 32 religious organizations, and its number is growing each year. The council was established in 2005, and it's already 12 years the council is functioning, and no religious council has functioned in Georgia so long like the council under the Ombudsman's Office. And what is so important in this council and why it lasts so long, because it's based on democratic principles. Everybody is equal in the council, everybody has equal rights, and the decisions are made on the majority of the votes. I think that the members of the council will speak about their experience during the discussion. And the council has achieved many important progress in Georgia and contributed to the legislative changes in the country. For example, before 2011, the religious minority communities, non-Orthodox religious communities, were deprived the right to register as legal entities of public law. The only opportunity was to register as a legal entity of private law. This kind of registration was very important for some religious organizations because to achieve some kind of equality with the majority religious organization. And the Council of Religions advocated for this very actively, and despite some problems and resistance, the Parliament of Georgia in 2011 passed this legislative amendment to the Civil Code of Georgia. One of the most big challenges in the country remains the state's response to the violation of religious freedom, minority rights, persecution of religious minorities, and to the creation of obstacles to certain religious groups to pray freely and to express their religion freely. State's response is not adequate. Sometimes the investigation is not launched at all, or if it's launched, it's procrastinated, or the criminal cases are not given the adequate criminal qualification of the criminal code. The public defender underlines these problems in each human rights report that he presents to the Parliament of Georgia each year, but unfortunately the investigation problem is not solved. Mostly the Jehovah's Witnesses, like in many countries, in many neighboring countries, are victims of human rights violation, of persecution, and so on. The number of their rights violation has risen during the last years, and in 2014, for example, and 15, it reached up to 50 cases each year. That is very high. And in 2016, there were 25 cases, and it's good that the number is becoming lower, but still 25 is quite much. And also, there is a new problem, persecution of Muslims in Georgia and violation of Muslims' rights in Georgia. This is not an old tradition in Georgia. It started since 2012. We witnessed this kind of Islamophobia and the rights violation first in 2012. And very soon, as the case in Nigziani, in one of the villages where Muslims are located, was not responded adequately by the state, very soon, in 1 month, we witnessed another case in another village. Then the third one, fourth one, and so on and so on. And none of these cases are investigated. The investigations are still underway. We do not have a single victim officially granted a victim status in a single case. And there were cases where, unfortunately, the state allegedly itself participated in violation of Muslims' rights, where police used excessive force. For example, in Chela village, where the minaret was cut from the mosque, and in Mohe village, where 14 Muslims were arrested by the police, and in this case, for this use of alleged power by the police, now ECHR is discussing the case, and it's very important. And the public defender speaks about these statistics and gives a recommendation. If you compare the public defender's recommendations of the recent years, you will see like copy-paste recommendations in the reports, because they are not implemented, they are not addressed. Even the parliament, after hearing the public defender's reports, they do not take into consideration those reports regarding to the freedom of religion, and we repeat these recommendations every year. Another problem is school, and as Armenia also mentioned, they also have this kind of problem, proselytism and indoctrination at schools. Despite the fact that we have very good law on general education, it prohibits proselytism, indoctrination, and distribution of religious symbols at public schools. In practice, it's not implemented quite well because of the big influence of the dominant church, the Georgian Orthodox Church. And in the next session there will be a panel, the topic education, and my colleague will speak about this in details. Also, I would like to review the legislative framework and where we have discrimination in legislation. I would underline two discriminatory provisions in Georgian legislation. One is tax law of Georgia. And the public defender, if you see the last 10 years reports of the public defender, you will see that we underline this problem, discrimination, unequal treatment towards religious organizations in terms of taxation. So the tax law provides certain benefits only for the Georgian Orthodox Church. This is VAT and VAT income tax and property tax, while other religious organizations cannot use this kind of tax benefits. And now this these provisions are discussed by the Constitutional Court of Georgia, and we hope that because of the discrimination, and we hope the court will find discrimination in tax law. Another one is the law on state property. Only the Georgian Orthodox Church has the right to obtain, to buy, or get free of charge the state land, the state property. Other religious organizations cannot. For example, like we are in Armenia, and I will take Armenian example. Armenian Apostolic Church in Georgia has churches, but none of these churches are their own property. They have this property with the right of usage. And if they wish this property to become their ownership, to own this property, then this law is discriminatory and they cannot get it. And this article is also taken at the Constitutional Court by TDI and another organization, and we hope that we will eradicate this discrimination in the legislation. And anti-discrimination law, it was a very big step forward that Georgia in 2014 adopted this law, and it's good that the public defender, the Ombudsman of Georgia, is in charge of its implementation and monitoring. But the law itself was not adopted in a way that it was intended in the beginning, and there's some gaps and for its full implementation, and the public defender calls the state and to the parliament presented legislative initiative to adopt certain amendments to the anti-discrimination legislation. But still, it's a step forward to advocate discrimination. There were big struggles to have certain terms, to include certain terms in the anti-discrimination legislation. But it's good that the law covers almost all kind of discrimination, like religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity, and so on. So the public defender speaks about the forthcomings of the law. Certain changes were done to the legislation, but still for its full implementation there is need for amendments in the legislation, like for example, if the public defender is reviewing the case, and if the court also starts the review of this case, then the public defender has to stop review of the case, and that's not good, because exchange of information between two institutions will be more fruitful. That is one example. I think my colleague Ega will speak about state practice in this direction. I didn't want to mention those topics that I intend to speak in the third topic. Those are relations between religious organizations, between the dominant church and other organizations in the state, and to give certain examples. And now I will give floor to my colleague Ega, who represents Tolerance and Diversity Institute, to speak in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity of exchange our viewpoints and experiences. As Mariam overviewed the general situation regarding freedom of religion in Georgia, I will go through several topics. First, what kind of policy does the state have regarding freedom of religion in Georgia? I would start with State Agency for Religious Affairs. It's a state structure which was established in 2014. Representatives of this agency had to be presented today in this conference, but unfortunately they're not here, so they can't not respond to some concerns that I'm going to raise. So officially, this agency is a consultative body of the government under the Prime Minister. in respect of religion, but in fact the mandate of the agency is not transparent, and its recommendations, which are not legally binding, do not solve the problems which religious minorities are facing in Georgia, but vice versa, they create additional like challenges. And I want to underline four basic concerns. These are, as I mentioned, mandate and authority of the agency. So hierarchy and the favoritism of the dominant religious institution versus the standard of equality, pluralism, lack of procedures for allocating funds and property to religious organizations, and one of the most important, intrusion into the autonomy of religious organizations and their control. So first of all, this state body was established without having consultations with religious minorities, and as Maria mentioned, there is a Council of Religions under the auspices of Public Defender. So majority of the members of this council, they were against. They didn't approve establishment of such kind of agency because it somehow invoked the historical memory of the Council of Religious Affairs, which was functioning during the Soviet times. So this step of the government hinted the shift of the policy towards the control of religious organizations, and I will explain what I mean in the control. So in 2015, after 1 year of establishment of this agency, the state structure presented the document, Religious Policy of the State, which focused on security rather than rights, on control rather than granting freedom and rights to religious minorities. So it was stated that during the last years, the scope of the problem narrowed, and it only envisaged the protection of the rights of religious minorities. So now we are going somehow to focus on internal and external security. And this document envisaged creation of the law of religion, and this initiative was discussed for the recent years quite long, and the main aim of creating such kind of unified law, unified legal framework, is intention to impose additional regulations on religious minorities, additional restrictions for them, because as it was mentioned, one of the main problems is not the lack of such kind of unified legal framework, but implementation of those laws, which we have. For instance, responding to hate crimes, and we have the norms in our legislation, which, according to which such kind of crimes should be responded adequately. But the problem is that the law is not implemented. And the problem is the state's response to such hate crimes. So the aim of of such kind of law would be imposing additional regulations and restriction. It also envisaged granting different statuses to religious organizations, like to create some kind of hierarchy between traditional religious, so-called traditional organizations and non-traditional, like newly established religious groups. Also, what was concerning, it was mentioned that some religious groups, groups, communities, which are living in the neighboring countries like Azerbaijan and Armenia, which are living close to neighboring countries, represent some kind of threat And that's why the scope should focus in the view of the discourse of internal and external security that was set by the agency. And this document was highly criticized by local and international organizations, including European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. And what we saw during the last years, also, it was not only declared policy of the agency, but certain problems were created in practice for religious minorities. They have problems regarding construction of houses of worship in different regions of Georgia, and the state agency somehow interferes in these issues. It requires mandatory recommendations to be given to the religious communities, while local governmental organizations are entitled, local governmental bodies are entitled to grant such kind of permits, but they can't do it without the consent of the agency. That's why the mandate and authority of the agency is not transparent. Well, according to statute, it has a recommendatory function, but in practice we see that it's legally not binding. Recommendations have some kind of mandatory status. And there are a lot of problems also in practice, which will be overviewed in the next sessions. And one of the problems is, as I mentioned, the lack of procedures of allocating funds and property to religious organizations. For years, since 2002, only one religious organization, dominant religious group, Georgian Orthodox Church, was given state subsidy from the state budget. So it's funded. It was the only organization which was funded by the state, and it receives annually 25 million Georgian lari from the state budget, also additional funds from local governmental bodies, from reserve funds, and so on. And apart from it, a lot of property which is used according to our reports and analysis and researches is used for for religious purposes, non-secular purposes, and expenditure of some of the part of these funds unfortunately are not known and are not transparent. So instead of deconstructing this policy and discriminatory approach, the state started funding additional for religious organizations, but it also revealed discriminatory approach of the state, because officially this policy, the system of funding, is called compensation of the damages which were inflicted during the Soviet times. As we know, religious organizations during Soviet Union experienced repressions, and they lost their properties. But the state in Georgia decided to compensate these damages only for the Georgian Orthodox Church. And according to 2002, the constitutional agreement signed in 2002, they started, church started regaining these properties. But the same kind of document or agreement was not signed with other religious groups, and officially the state funding is called the compensation, but the problem is that this compensation exceeds the legal framework, because in order to compensate damages, first of all, it should be calculated, the framework somehow should be created, and the period during which this compensation should be reimbursed. But these criteria were not developed, so we don't know how much we pay and when the compensation will be ended. And referring to compensation damages for religious organizations which were selected arbitrarily, so-called traditional, religious communities were not selected according to some criterias, and other religious groups which were also experiencing damages during the Soviet totalitarian regime, they were omitted from this list. And it created impression that the state continued to use the state funding as a leverage to control religious organizations by giving them state funding. For instance, one of religious organizations, Muslim organization, AMAG, yes, of all Muslims of Georgia. According to contracts signed with this religious organization, they had to spend, like Muslim organization closely affiliated with the state, they had to spend 75% of their funding on religious activities and on salaries. So the scope of the funding was already defined in the contracts signed in 2014. So it created the impression that the aim is, it indicated a direct intervention of the state into internal affairs and autonomy of religious organization. And it's also important the state controls how this money, so-called compensation for religious organization, is spent. The audit, they can audit those religious organizations and control their funding. And also, as Maria mentioned, the transfer of property for religious organizations, it's also one of the concerns. If the state wanted to compensate the damages for religious organizations, they would return those properties which were confiscated, and the state nowadays, the agency returns this property only with the right of usage and not into ownership. And several religious communities in Georgia, Catholics, Muslims, Armenian Apostolic Church, Evangelical Lutheran Church, they cannot regain the property which were confiscated during the Soviet times, and some of them are now the property of the state, and some of them belong to the Orthodox Church. And I would just want to add that the policy was criticized not only by the public defender, local organizations, non-governmental organizations, and international organizations. Norwegian Center for Human Rights, the Oslo Coalition of Freedom of Religion and Belief in 2015 also mentioned this policy of the state. So it appears the agency of the Georgian government sees its principal mission not as promoting of freedom of religion and belief on behalf of all Georgians, but as promoting particularly the financial and material interests of the Georgian Orthodox Church. Thank you, and maybe we continue during the discussion.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to underline the importance what Ega mentioned, the restitution of property confiscated during the Soviet times. This is a very painful topic for some religious organizations, including the Armenian Apostolic Church, for Lutheran Church, Catholic Church, for Jewish community, and unfortunately, most of those buildings that are monuments of cultural heritage, for example, perfect Armenian churches, very beautiful ones, are in deplorable positions, and the state does nothing to maintain those buildings. Those steps are not enough, and the public defenders calls every year to the state to do something about the restitution of the property. And another one is about the building permits, about new buildings of houses of worship, and it's very important that in Batumi, for example, there is only one mosque, and there are many Muslims in the city, and this one mosque is not enough to pray there, and people are praying outside in the streets, on the streets, and they are not given permission for the last several years to build a new mosque. And I will conclude with the Council of Religions, ECRI, the European Commission for Racism, Against Racism and Intolerance, during in its last report about Georgia, gave recommendation to the state. Please cooperate with the Council of Religions, because this council is the most trustworthy platform in Georgia in terms of freedom of religion. And we hope that the government will take into consideration this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for interesting tandem presentation. It somehow, well, I think it's to me at least, spoke to the two issues that Dr. Manocha outlined in his opening, sort of overall regional trends, which are sort of manifestations of these issues of control and identity, but using the example of one country, which we can sort of continue exploring. There are also consequences to situations when freedom of religion or belief is not respected, and sometimes that actually means that those whose rights are violated have to flee their own countries, and who have to essentially try to find refuge, asylum somewhere else. This is also becoming a growing, I think, growing trend. At least the numbers show that. It's a pity that the next speaker will have to talk about this subject, because my colleague and friend Christoph Birwirth can speak about a lot of topics. This one I think is a very critical one. I don't want to make light of it, on issues of refugees, and especially consequences of religious persecution, if I understand what you're intending to speak, Christoph. So also as someone who has worked for a long time in Georgia and is now UNHCR representative in Armenia, you know the local context. We've known each other for a long time, essentially working in a sort of post-Soviet region or the neighborhood. So I think you're a best suited person to speak about this, and it's with pleasure that I give you the floor.
Thank you, Vladimir, Barry-Louis, Gamajobat. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for giving UNHCR the opportunity to contribute to your debate and to familiarize you with the possible displacement dimension of freedom of religion or violation of that right. I will focus on the basics, but for those interested more in the issue, I have put excerpts of our related protection guidelines in extra copies at the table near the entrance. On substance, the history of the concept of asylum is very closely linked to religion. Maybe the oldest examples of the idea of asylum relate to religion, as reflected in the tradition of temple asylum or church asylum. Also in earlier New Times history, it were situations of pogroms against religious minorities, which led to the massive admission of refugees fleeing such pogroms. And one of the old examples most known is the flight of the Huguenots who fled from France after Bartholomeo's night and found protection in Holland, in the Netherlands, in some cantons of Switzerland, and in Prussia. And very interesting, in all of these three destination areas, these religious refugees played a crucial role in the economic development of these countries and of the further development of the societies. And I refer to this example quite frequently when I look at the displacement of people from Syria to Armenia, often with good entrepreneurial background, with good education. They can be for Armenia what the Huguenots were for the three countries mentioned. Modern refugee law is primarily codified in the 1951 Convention, and its definition entailed therein in Article 1A, Subpara 2, explicitly reflects and addresses the international protection needs of persons who suffer persecution for reasons of religion. The definition of a refugee in the 51 Convention established cumulative requirements. So several requirements must be met. Namely, the person must have a fear of persecution. Second, such fear must be well-founded, so not just paranoia, well-founded fear of persecution. And the persecution and the fear of persecution must be linked to one of the five reasons, namely race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion. So religious persecution is one of the key elements of the refugee definition of the 1951 Convention. Persecution, one of the requirements, while not explicitly defined in the Convention, is understood by way of systematic interpretation and linked to some other provisions as a threat to life, a threat to freedom, or of any other serious human rights violation, irrespective whether the threat comes directly from the state and its agent, or it comes from non-state actors, but the state is unable or unwilling to offer effective protection against such violations. Thus, it is very clear in situations where members of a particular religious group are subject to arbitrary killings, to arbitrary arrest, systematic rape, enslavement due to belonging to a particular religious group, this would amount to persecution. And unfortunately, today's world is full of such situations. Think of what happened to religious minority suffering from Boko Haram in Nigeria. Think of what happened in the Sinjar mountains of Iraq and the suffering of Yazidi and many Yazidi women. I take that example because we have some Yazidi refugees who made it to Georgia and to Armenia. Not every instance of discrimination amounts to persecution. So not any interference with religious practices, some of the issues flagged here, infringement of property rights, brings it to the level of persecution. But we, as UNHCR, always warn, don't make a too easy a contrario conclusion, say, oh, it's just discrimination. One has to look at the cumulative effect of all the elements of discrimination and whether this, in effect, puts the member of a particular religious group outside of the solidarity of the union of citizens of a country. So is the state still protecting these individuals, or is discrimination taking them out of the state protection regime? A historic example to not wait too long until opening refugee protection is definitely the persecution of the Jews by Nazi Germany. You would not have to wait until the massive killing started. The moment any Jew was required to wear a yellow star, indicating he's not one of us, he's one of the others, taking these persons out of state protection, showing to everyone they are someone different, is an example to keep in mind when looking when steps are reached which fulfill the threshold of persecution. When it comes to interference to religious life, state practice varies. The German Constitutional Court used the terminology of the religious existence minimum. So not small interferences with practicing a religion, but if that comes to the point that the basic elements of practicing a religion, coming together in a church or in a temple or in a mosque, if that is interfered, then the threshold of persecution may be reached. Important to look always at the entire situation and not to split only small elements, but look how it all works together. Persecution for reasons of religion includes persecution for reasons of conversion, prohibited in some religions, but part of the freedom of religion, and for not having any religions, thus atheists or followers of Gnostic or other philosophies would be covered as well by the refugee protection for reasons of religion. Not uncommon is actually a combination of religious and other grounds, in particular ethnic grounds. So if one would look at the situation of the genocide in 1915, their ethnic grounds and the religious ground come together, and the latter is well reflected by the fact that other religious minority living in Ottoman Empire of that time, like Assyrians, also suffered quite a bit. They are very complicated issues. Flag them without being able to deep dig into them. That's the question of verification of alleged conversions. It's something deep inside the opening contribution made it very clear. It's an individual right. So it's very difficult in the asylum context to analyze the soul, the deepest insight of an individual. So there are several schools. Some test then the religious knowledge of the convert, arguing that if you are serious about conversion, you should learn more. Others try to dig into the motives. Many, and that school I would belong to, make a combination of the two. The second is the challenge of differentiation between persecution and prosecution. Many states have norms which protect religious institutions or dignitaries, for example, against insult. And such penal provisions serve the peace within society, including interreligious peace. So if someone insults a dignity and is put to court for this, the question is, where is the line between dignity, including of the church and its representatives, or other religious beliefs and its representatives, and the freedom of expression. What is crucial in analyzing such cases is whether these provisions are used in the same way, no matter who would be the victim of the insult or the assault. So, if in a given state with a mixed religion, the insult of the Pope would have the same legal consequences as the insult of the Chief Mufti or the Chief Patriarch of the country, then it would be not discriminatory approach. Likely, if the sentence is proportionate, it would be not persecution. If you have discriminatory approaches or you have extremely drastic sentences, death penalty for insult of the religion, then you would reach the threshold of persecution. The last complication, relevant, actually in both countries here, so to slightly different extent, is conscientious objection to military service based on religious belief. And if there are no alternative services offered, could this be a reason for granting refugee status? Again, practice doesn't take an automatism. It also looks at the seriousness of the sentence. Please allow me a concluding remark on the role of faith-based organizations in addressing humanitarian needs and in helping in the challenging integration process. Faith-based organizations and their caritative arms, structures, need to be given the space to operate. We know that different churches have different approaches in organizing the caritative work. Maybe some of the more Western churches are more structured. You have the Caritas, you have the Diaconie for the Protestant church, but you have maybe more locally organized. Also a very important humanitarian and diaconic work in the Apostolic and in the Georgian Orthodox Church. And this important role in helping addressing refugee challenges should not be forgotten. I remember during my service in Georgia in 2008, we were allowed to cross the front lines together with the colleagues from ICRC, and I went on the third day of the conflict to the Ateni Valley, south of Goris. And we found hundreds and hundreds of displaced persons there, many with nothing with them but the clothes they had, some barefoot, running from the fields further south to escape the Russian troops. And many were hosted in the Ateni church and in other small churches in that really mountainous, very remote area, completely cut off from the rest of Georgia. And the role the priests played in giving shelter, we then added some tents and food and soap and non-food items, but the first reception was done by the priests. And that was not only addressing the primary needs, this was also addressing something I would call the spiritual well-being. And for people freshly displaced, where the world they know, the family, the house they have just collapses, it was extremely crucial that from the church, their church, this moral support, this spiritual support was offered. And I saw similar efforts in the Armenian Apostolic Church and in the Armenian Caritas Church with regard to persons displaced from Syria and to persons in small numbers but still existing displaced last April after the re-escalation of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. So in short, caritative work is one way of expressing belief. It is covered under the freedom of religion, and when we discuss freedom of religion and its scope, we should also keep in mind not only the delicate debate on where are the limits, where are the infringement, what could be done better, but also the very human and humanistic important role religious actors can play. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christoph, for this presentation. It's time now to use the next some 20-25 minutes for questions and answers. I actually wanted to ask Dr. Manosha one question, because I thought this was something that we can also carry to the next sessions and not to forget it. Basically, this was, let's say, not the most happy session. We talked about a lot of problems. I was recently at a meeting where we discussed sort of the global state of human rights and limitations and problems that we were seeing in presenting our case. The question also that human rights are under attack, including the right for freedom of religion or belief, because of compelling negative narratives. Those who want to stress the point about the control, about the identity, have actually negative narratives and negative examples to kind of strengthen their case. The question is the following, without sort of going into many details. Is there actually a positive narrative? Or have we, because I listened to this, and I'm not sure if this was clear to all the presenters, there was quite a lot of sort of jargon in what everybody has said. Sort of human rights jargon, legalistic jargon. Has the human rights community actually lost the way of talking to ordinary people, including ordinary believers and or in many cases majority churches? So without going into details, can you maybe provide your view on this and something that we can take to the rest of the conference?
Well, thank you. No, I think that's a very relevant question, and my very short answer would be, it was the first point in the second half of my presentation, actually. That is, we need to go back to the vision of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, from which the modern Human Rights Day movement springs. And for me, the book that I gained tremendous inspiration from was Mary Ann Glendon's historical account of the process that led to the drafting of the Universal Declaration, which is entitled A World Made New, Eleanor Roosevelt and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the central point that is made there, that this document, this charter, is not about going around and, or it's not essentially about the naming and the shaming and the dwelling on the violations and all of that stuff, which is vital and important. But we must not lose sight of the fact that the Human Rights Project is about building up better human beings and better societies. And that is captured in the preamble, it is captured in Article 1 of the Declaration, and we need to go back to that vision and understand how and why human rights and fundamental freedoms and the rule of law are the essential foundations for democracy, peace in the world. We need to remember that, we need to remind ourselves of that, we need to think it through and apply it to today's circumstances. And unless we do that, talk about freedom of religion or belief, talk about interrelated human rights, talk about the whole menu that is enlarging and expanding and more complex and intricate and sophisticated today than at any point in history, will be meaningless, will sound very legalistic, will sound very technical when it's devoid of the spirit. And to me, the spirit, and again Article 1 sums this up perfectly, is that the whole human rights project is to be carried out in the spirit of brotherhood. What does brotherhood mean? What do we understand that term to mean? and its implications. So we're not talking about claims to narrow sets of entitlements, which is often what we hear when we talk about FORB, but it's actually using this as a resource to promote brotherhood, to promote human and societal flourishing, and that, I think, is essential to for this and for all succeeding generations to grasp. And until we do that, yes, we will lose sight of the bigger picture, and we won't make human rights the inspiring and exciting and the ennobling cause that it is.
Thank you. I saw a few hands. Can I also ask that microphone over there, is that a sign of a question or it just sort of stands? Okay. I think first there was a question from this side. Can I ask you to introduce yourselves before you speak? And remember, we have to put on and sometimes off the headphones, so give a few seconds before you start speaking, okay?
Yeah, I will speak in Armenian. Հայաստանում ասուրական եկեղեցու հոգևոր հայր Տեր Նիկա
Assyrian church spiritual leader in Armenia. By attending this kind of conferences, we hear about intolerance or discrimination with respect to religious minorities. But I should say the opposite. In this particular case about Assyrian community in Armenia, we, the Assyrians in Armenia, are not subject to any discrimination, and both from the state or the public or the Armenian Apostolic Church. We have very many privileges. If we compare with the region or other countries where Assyrians live, we have many privileges and advantages which are not enjoyed by other Assyrian communities in other countries. For example, Assyrian language is taught at the state level at schools from 1 to 11, 3 times per week. This is a big achievement for the Republic of Armenia government, because by that we can maintain our identity, our language, our culture. We have all the prerequisites to maintain our language, religion, and culture, and develop it. And I'm sure that Assyrian community of Armenia is not part of this framework as not being subject to discrimination, as a victim of discrimination. As to the subject of Armenian church's history, because it's not in conflict with our belief. We never complained about this subject, about this course. More than that, we have a possibility to teach the history of Assyrian church at schools, and we work on this program now, and I'm sure that we won't face any obstacle. And as to our ethnic identity, maintaining our ethnic identity, and damaging it, I can say that there are many sectarian groups which create unfavorable conditions for maintaining our ethnic identity, because many sectarians propagate getting rid of values, and it's a problem for Assyrian community, because we don't have statehood. It's very important to maintain our language, culture, to maintain and develop it, because we deal with these obstacles raised by sectarians. It's not persecution from them, but it's a little remark, because it's always spoken about state and Armenian Apostolic Church, about intolerance, with respect to other religious. Can refer to the other example, for example, Yazid's community. They have their place of worship because since they are not Christians, and no one hassles to their religious rights. I can speak a lot about this, but I just wanted to let our Georgian colleagues know and other religious organizations, representatives from Armenia, and also ombudsman about the status of Assyrian.
Thank you, friends and colleagues. I've already been reminded that we are running terribly out of time, so I want to basically recognize only a couple of other questions and then let the panelists answer. I saw the archpriest, and I saw Ketava, and I saw you, and I think I know that there are some other hands with big apologies. We are really behind the agenda, and I'm going to exercise my sort of totalitarian approach to being moderator here. So please, archpriest, you have the floor. No Georgian Orthodox Church.
ჩვენ წარმოვადგენთ საქართველოს სამოციქულო მართლმადიდებელ ეკლესიას. მოხარული ვართ, რომ ამ ღონისძიებაზე ვიმყოფებით და მონაწილეობთ. ჩვენ ამდენიმე შეკითხვა გვაქვს ქალბატონ მარიამ ღავთაძესთან და ეკავეთ ჭიტან
Am Kavtadzei հանդեպ ունենք հարցեր, մենք ուրախ ենք եւ հաճելի է մեզ համար, որ դուք աշխատում եք այն թեմաների վերաբերյալ, որը շատ ակտուալ է այս տվյալ դեպքում եւ հարկավոր է այս մեր պետության կողմից, որպեսզի պետությունը ժողովրդավարական վերաբերվի բոլոր կրոնի
და მოხარული ვარ მართლაც
protection of the human rights. This can be said even from the Christian standpoint. This is a really very big thing, a big contribution. Although I have a small request to you, modest request, that when you are preparing these reports in your institution, when you are preparing assessments, it is necessary for every word, every phrase, so you shall define very correctly, properly each phrase, each word, because these phrases might cause some misunderstanding. For instance, Miss Mariam has said about the persecution of the Muslim community. She says persecution, and when she says, you have mentioned two cases in Xuyani, and yes, no problem. But when in Georgia, we have over 400 mosques, and when they have in the neighboring Azerbaijan, they have less than 100. When Muslim community representatives of Azerbaijan or some others, they have opportunity to receive 12-year secondary education, when they have quotas in the higher education institutions, you cannot say that these two cases are persecution. So here the speaker said about the evaluation criteria, so in which case it is persecution and whether it should be called this as persecution as such. So this report might, you might say in this report that there were some some violation of the religious rights or attempts to facts of the religious violation of the religious, but not persecution, because we can say that Holocaust is a persecution. This persecution was what they did in the Huguenots in France, or some genocide by Shah Abbas in Georgia, or the Christians. But this, that's a different thing. Therefore, I would like to ask you and to call upon you that when we are making such assessments, you shall use more clear and accurate definitions. This is my modest request, and if you take it into consideration, I would be very grateful to you. Now, as for Ms. Eka, you had a very good presentation, although here also I see some problems of the definitions, and I want for clarification, ask one question. You have touched upon the funding and positioning of the Georgian patriarchate. This compensation, and you know that the models of the compensation exist in different European countries. You are correct that this should be calculated somehow, and this is prerogative of the state when we agree upon this. But you two times stressed that only one denomination is Orthodox Church that is getting financed. Yes, I have written this down. That's why I wanted to clarify this. At the same time, you have indirectly touched. You have said only this phrase that. So, what criteria were used to select this denomination? But this funding that four historic denominations that exist in Georgia, they are also funded by the state. You have touched upon only the fact that this is the leverage for the manipulation from the side of the state for this denomination. But the funding as such, that is only Orthodox Church who is receiving funding. You have mentioned this twice. You said this. I'm sorry. I was listening to you very attentively. So I would like to ask you to, when you are using such formulas, maybe it was the reason of the translation, but at least I have heard this twice. And also school and education system. We will have discussion on this later. But what you have said in this context, I would like, and I finish then. Of course, the secular state. We are living in the secular state, and Georgia is recognized as a secular state, of course. But secular state does not exclude religious. Not only the religious, it doesn't exclude religious education in schools, but it is also mandatory. If we take, for instance, example of the EU countries, religious education in the EU countries, we can see this, and that's clear. So therefore, despite the fact that during the previous governments, public school was made sterile, was discharged of any religious attributes or religious. That the situation was absolutely different in case of Eduard Shevardnadze and then in case of Mikhail Saakashvili, but still, the general principle, maybe in some schools there are some violations with this regard, but we shall agree upon principle. Is it possible to have religious education, religious studies in the secondary schools? And this principle has been resolved quite a long ago in EU countries. It is possible. Therefore, secular state doesn't exclude the fact that there can be some religious education in the public space. So therefore, thank you very much. And that's my modest request once again, that we shall clarify and make more accurate our definitions. And thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you. დიდი მადლობა და კეთილმა გვირდებით რომ სიტყვას მოგცემთ.
I do my best. Thank you very much.
You're taking coffee hostage.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be between you and coffee for sure. But, well, first of all, thank you very much. I'm Keta Mantichava. I'm representing the Center for Development and Democracy, CDD, from Georgia Civil Society Organization. Well, first of all, of course, thank you very much. And I truly think that dialogue and communication is truly very, very important. And when it comes to today's world and challenges that we face, when it comes to propaganda, when it comes to disinformation, I think in many times religion and the international standards on religion is very much used in a not very nice manner. So in that context, I really think that it is really important to have direct communication and dialogue. And I truly hope that taking a look at the diversity of the table of the conference, I really would appreciate more time for, I think, the discussions. And as it was mentioned in the forward, that it would not stay only conference for conference, but actually really opportunity for sharing. I'll try to be very, very short because I think from the session, as international standards were mentioned, I would fully agree with Dr. Kishan that you mentioned. I think when we talk about society, the role of different actors, it is really crucial to underline the role of the government, role of the religious organizations and CSOs, because sometimes I think that what we face is that we are expecting something from religious organizations which is not their mandate, and then, for example, or the government or governmental agencies are not aware of their responsibilities or their role. So I think in that context, it is really very important and crucial to have this dialogue between different agencies, different organizations, in order to be able to have more clear understanding about the expectations, about the role, and about the needs, because the challenges were mentioned, and I truly agree with the globalization, with existing the reality with, as I mentioned, with propaganda, because, for example, we've faced in Georgia that when it comes to the European or Atlantic integration, or when it comes to the international standards or human rights, actually the religion is very much used as a tool by the Western, by the Russian propaganda as something which is not really relevant for our culture, or there is some threats in existing standards. So I really hope and think that education is the key to solve many problems. You mentioned the ways that we can take as a societies, but I truly hope, and I really would follow up what my predecessor has mentioned, that education, I think, is really something that is really, really important when it comes to society, but also I think it's crucial that you mentioned the role of judiciary, the police, different agencies, because they also need to be more aware and more sensitive, because I think that religious diversity is becoming much more tangible and much more visible in today's reality, and people need to know more how to address what is normal, what is not normal. And that just last small information that I think is really important concerning the Georgia. I don't know about the translation issue was or not, but it's true. I would agree with Father Levin that I think when we talk about the Georgian reality, just a fact is that in Georgia, the Orthodox Church has the constitutional concordat, which I think from international standards would be also interesting to hear. If you think if it's not in line with any international standard, as I know it's not, because we have a diversity of different methodologies and different existing models between religious organizations and governments, how the relationships are managed. But at the same time, in Georgia, we have 84% Orthodox, which is receiving 25 million. But apart from it, the 3.5 million has been also allocated for the other religions. And for example, the Muslim community is receiving 2.2 million, which is somewhere 10% of the general population. And then also Armenian churches are receiving somewhere 600,000 lari, which is also like 4%. So what I'm trying to mention is that if we see problems and challenges, and of course there are challenges, I think it's important for us to identify, I think, the beneficiaries or who we should be targeting. And in this context, I think more work with the government is truly very important. Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry I took too much time.
Thank you. We all like to talk. Dear friends and colleagues, I know that there are several hands, and I know that you'll never forgive me, but we have to unfortunately finish this session, and I wanted to give the panelists just a very short time to respond, really 30 seconds each, if you want to. Otherwise, I have a gun pointed at me from that end.
I want to respond to the representatives of the Georgian Orthodox Church. First of all, it's a pleasure to see you here, and it's very important, your attendance here. Just to clarify, when I mention the word persecution, there is an article in the Criminal Code of Georgia, 156, persecution on religious ground. When I use word persecution, I used it in regards with Jehovah's Witnesses and Muslims cases, and many of them are qualified this way by the state. And I also mentioned creating obstacles to the prayers. That is also an article in the Criminal Code of Georgia. So when I use this term persecution, I mean the provision from the Criminal Code of Georgia. And as for the schools situation, when I started speaking about the schools, I mentioned that we have law on general education that prohibits display of icons, proselytism, and indoctrination. And what I mentioned that was everything was based on the legislation of Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. I will respond in Georgian. Now, time to be more clear and precise. დიდი მადლობა შეკითხვისთვის. შეიძლება ჩემი, ვთქვათ, ინგლისურის ბრალი არის, იმიტომ რომ ზუსტად ვერ გამოვთქვი, რასაც ვამბობდი, მაგრამ მე გარკვევით აღვნიშნე, რომ წლების განმავლობაში 2002
Since 2002, after this constitutional agreement has been signed, only Orthodox Church, only Patriarchate has been funded by the state. And when I mentioned agency, I have said that instead of the construction of this model and instead of developing more democratic model, they have selected these 4 religious organizations in addition to this. So this is also not justified by any legislation. It has no ground. This is not compensation because they have not developed some criteria. They have not measured. They have not assessed any damage or loss, and therefore they are not compensating these damages. So this was the same model as it was in case of Orthodox Church. So that's why I have said. I have mentioned this, that additional 4 religious organizations are funded by the state, but we don't like this model. And the state by this funding model is using churches and religious unions for their legitimization, and specifically this in case of these 4 religious unions, with the means of this funding, they are intervening in their autonomy and using it as a leverage for the control. And this, of course, damages the sovereignty of the state, and separation of the state and church is very important for the religious unions themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I know from the number of raised hands that I'd like to compliment the organizers, our long-standing partner, the Eurasia Partnership Foundation, including those who stand behind my back and have a gun pointed to my head, that all the right people are here. We all have a lot to say, but I am forced to call for a 10-minute coffee break because we ran severely over, and with apologies to all of those who I did not let exercise your freedom of expression, I'd like to again thank the panelists and the organizers, and to be back here in 10 minutes, which will be 10 minutes to 1 according to my watch. So thank you for this interesting session, and see you back here in 10 minutes.
Hovjan, սկսի։
Welcome, dear participants, to our next session. So, first of all, I would like to mention about the time. We are behind of the schedule a little bit, so we should be very precise in the 15 minutes for the panelists, and also we will cut a little bit from our lunch time in order to discuss the issues which the panelists will raise. At the same time, I want to say this is the biggest panel, so we have 5 participants of the panel. So, taking into consideration the time, I will not talk too long. And the panel is about religion, religious freedom, and education. And directly we will go to our first speaker of this panel, Eka Chitanava, the head of the Institute of Tolerance and Diversity, Georgia.
Thank you very much. During the previous session, we mentioned several times the importance of education, including in reference to freedom of religion. So I will try to overview the situation in Georgia in this regard, the legal framework, and how it's implemented in practice. So the first question, why education? Why do we care about it? Why it is so important? In Georgia, somehow during the last years, religious nationalism is a prevalent discourse, and religious identity became equated with ethnic identity. On the other hand, we have a rich culture and tradition of tolerance. And in 19th, 20th centuries, prominent religious figures, as well as public figures, they strived to accept different identities, representatives of different religious and ethnic identities, and they also strived somehow to foster the tolerance. So, what kind of education system do we have now in Georgia? Discrimination and differential treatment of non-Orthodox and or non-believer students at public educational institutions in Georgia is one of the manifestations of the violation of separation of church and state. So let's look briefly at the legislative framework, and how the law is observed. Georgian law on general education, which was amended in 2005, it stipulates that the principle of religious neutrality should be protected, and indoctrination, proselytism, and display of religious symbols for non-academic purposes are forbidden at public schools. Also, law on general education of Georgia determines that any discrimination at school is prohibited. According to the law, the school shall protect and support students, parents, and teachers to establish the mutual respect and tolerance despite of their social, ethnic, religious, linguistic, and political belonging. However, in practice, the law is systematically violated, and public defender, local non-governmental and international organizations frequently refer to this problem. So in Georgian public schools, resemble somehow the shrines where icons, candles, and crosses are put out in classrooms for religious purposes, non-academic purposes. The Orthodox clergy are preaching during academic hours. Some non-Orthodox students are forbidden to wear religious attire or symbols, and administrative and academic staff often favor representatives of the dominant religious group. There are also some privileges determined for the Georgian Orthodox Church by the constitutional agreement signed between the state and church in 2002, and I already mentioned that. And according to constitutional agreement, the Patriarchate of the Georgian Orthodox Church was granted significant privileges in the sphere of public education. This is voluntary teaching of Orthodox Christianity in educational institutions, recognition of diplomas, degrees, and titles bestowed by the educational institutions of the Church, and implementation of the joint programs with the Church. These guarantees are also incorporated in the law of Georgia on general education and higher education. So as I mentioned, the law of Georgia on general education recognizes freedom of belief, including how these principles are observed in public educational institutions. As I mentioned before, one of the problems is display of religious items and symbols for non-academic purposes. And in the frame one of the studies implemented Tolerance and Diversity Institute, TDI, which I represent today, we observed this practice in 74 public schools in Georgia, and most of them are, and the practice revealed that in most of the schools those symbols are displayed for non-academic purposes, and this means that is the law orthodox symbols, and this means that the law is violated to promote exclusively one religion, and the Ministry of Education and Science, which is entitled to observe the implementation of the law, does not address this problem. Just to give an impression, I will give you a few prominent examples which were observed by the public defender and non-governmental organizations. The cases of violation of the rights of representatives of other religious groups. For instance, in 2012, in one of the regions of Georgia, the teacher baptized a 13-year-old school student, a public school student, after indoctrinating her for a long time without consent of her parent. It was known that parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, so they would be against of Orthodox baptism. And this fact led to grave psychological stress of the adult. However, teacher was not sanctioned for her for violation of the. She was sanctioned for violation of the internal rules only, for arbitrarily taking the student from the lessons. But the principal of the school decided not to impose any liability on the teacher for discrimination on the ground of religion or for religious indoctrination. There was another case also in 2014. Jehovah's Witnesses were building a house of worship in one of the regions of Georgia. So it's a common problem when religious minorities want to manifest their religion publicly, and it includes building houses of worship. They face a lot of obstacles from the dominant representatives of the dominant religious group, as well as local governmental bodies. They fight for years to build a single house of worship, and it was the case with Jehovah's Witnesses as well. But in reference to public education system, what was important that during this attempt to build a house of worship, there were demonstrations organized by local Orthodox priests and lay people in that region. And in one of the protests, students of public school, they were participating, wearing the placards and posters against Jehovah's Witnesses, and demonstrators used hate speech towards Jehovah's Witnesses, and the organizer, the priest, expressed public gratitude towards the principal of the school for organizing this important demonstration. And this demonstration was led during academic hours when students were supposed to attend classes. So the ministry studied the case after application of public defender and non-governmental organizations, including Jehovah's Witnesses, and finally they couldn't discover any fact of religious indoctrination, so no responsibilities were imposed, liabilities imposed on the principal of the school. And afterwards, the principal admitted with media that it was her, like she was very frequently inviting the priest to work with the children, and that it was her dream to have a prayer room. And she said she was proud to help a local priest to organize such an important demonstration against Jehovah's Witnesses. So, as you see, there was a clear violation of the law and protection of religious neutrality, but the ministry did not address this problem. There was another case in 2014 when the Tbilisi public school, at one of Tbilisi public schools, a student who called himself atheist, he said that he couldn't recognize religious miracles, so he was beaten by his fellow school students. The Minister of Education, when commented on the case with media, she said that religious bullying is a single case and it's not a systematic problem, so we should not worry much about this problem. And recently there was another case in 2016 when an 18-year-old student, she was enrolled in one of the public schools in the region, which is densely populated by Muslims, and she was instructed by the principal of the school that she could not wear a headscarf, hijab, unless she wanted attending the classes. And the student refused to comply with this demand, and later her fellow students also supported her. The ministry started studying this case, but again, they could not identify any discrimination and violation of the law, and vice versa. They said that somehow wearing a hijab there was no discrimination because it was prohibited not for a single student but for all Muslims. It's important to take into consideration that there are no legal limitations or there is no norm in the legislation that prohibits wearing religious attire or any kind of symbols by the students or the academic staff. Also, one of the examples in 2015, the ministry initiated a new subject, Me and Society, and the goal of the subject was to explain the principles of the civic awareness, democracy, tolerance, equality, and cultural diversity, but the Georgian Orthodox Church intervened in the discussion, and they severely criticized the subject because it cited liberal values, gender equality, and they said that it's a threat to Georgian traditions and religious mindset. And after a year of discussion of the subject in 2016, finally, the subject was amended, and important topics like what I believe and have faith in, and why violence on religious ground should not be allowed. So such kind of important topics were omitted from the subject. And another, and I will shortly finish. Another problem is the textbooks. We analyzed the textbooks of Georgian literature and history and civic education, and so mainly the narration is given from the standpoint of ethnic and religious majority. Especially striking is that a certain period of in the history of Georgia is mainly considered in a mono-religious and ethnocentric context, while Georgia is multi-national, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious. So very often religious minorities are presented in a negative context, or their contribution is concealed in the history of Georgia. And sometimes they're represented as some kind of threats, and there is kind of icon of enemy created in the image of those religious groups, and their contribution to the development of Georgian history and their contribution is concealed, as I mentioned before. So it is the problems, religious indoctrination and proselytes, violation of rights of religious minorities or non-believers, agnostic children, textbooks which do not promote tolerance and diversity creates the problems that later are revealed in sometimes hate crimes, in restriction of public space for religious minorities, in different kind of limitations. So as I'm limited in time, maybe I will develop
Thank
further.
Thank you very much. Really, we are limited in time. So slightly we'll go to our second speaker, and I would ask to be in the time framework.
Of how many minutes?
15 minutes, yeah. Satanik Makarchan, researcher at Culture and Civilizational Studies Center, Yerevan State University.
I will start my paper in Armenian, but then later for the question and answer section, I could also go into English. Իմ այսօրվա զեկուցումը ավելի շատ վերաբերվելու է մի քիչ ավելի լայն դիտելու եմ խոսել հայությունում հանրակրթություն
რაც არის განთლება წაიკითხო რაც შეიძლება მოისმინო გაკვეთილებზე სკოლებში
no translation So should I start? Okay. Yeah. So my presentation
to be more about religion-related content, which we know in the general education system in Armenia, in the entire discourse. Meaning that we're going to see whether the elements of religion, senses, expression, demonstration, knowledge about different religious groups, to what extent and the content and practices in general education. I'm sorry, it's going to be a very good material for the education policy, because as religions and NGOs, is a piece of information and knowledge or opinion. It's very important to see whether the following important issues to have a relation to religion or not, or to be atheist or agnostic. And the answer to all this, decide what they are able to give the answers to these questions, to teach this all to children, and to what extent the general education should intervene into so personal, individual knowledge and emotion containing issue. This is a question which is responded in different way in different countries. It's very important for the search to be visible for each and every country. In this particular case, for the Republic of Armenia. I will try to this point of view of human studies. Religion-related content, to what extent it exists in the Republic of Armenia. And it's also important to see whether being a follower of the Armenian Apostolic Church or being a Christian, to what extent in the entire narrative of our ethnic identity, it was written a lot in the academic field. That is a very important component in people's views, to what extent this angle is found or not. And we can see that the religion-related, the entire system is included in the teachers' and students' life outside of school. as well, and it's a daily practice which would be very difficult to take and separate by a ruler, and we can see it in the elementary school too. For example, when in different manifestations in their daily practices. The second question I mentioned is the Armenian Apostolic Church's exclusive role, which is included in the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. The realization of this role and imagination of this and multiplication of this role. We can know this too, and we can see these old narratives not only about the course of the history of the Armenian Apostolic Church, but we can also see in different years, in different textbooks, presented by different authors, starting from elementary textbooks, mother tongue, native language, Armenian history, etc. This all should be also taken into account in order to understand about what we're talking about, ethnic, national discourse, which is first in the people's lives. And there's also some religious biases, some religiously explained ceremonies like Turandes, Vartavar, which are very acceptable by the public. They're being celebrated in houses, in yards, in general education schools. Not to speak about Easter and Christmas, which could be found in the textbooks. I also studied textbooks from many other countries, including elementary school textbooks. We can see reflection of these two Christian holidays as a component of education, starting from Estonia, Central European countries, ending up with the former Soviet Union countries. We can see this general background where religion, irrespective to all of us, is present as ceremonial or knowledge, including Republic of Armenia. We can see in the ceremonies the classes could attend the churches and get the blessing from ministers. It's very accepted and not complained about practice, which is taking place. But still, next to this all, I want also to mention that there is a content related to religion which is not that publicly known in terms of as a result of output of educational policy, as a result of decision, a public decision. I want to speak about history of the Armenian Apostolic Church, which is part of the general education system in Armenia, starting from 2002, before it becomes a mandatory course for grades from 5 to 10. And it's about also a course which started recently from 2010. Similar course is being formed for grades 2 to 4. It's called History of the Armenian Church, or religious training, which is still in pilot stage, and it's still under piloting stage before it becomes mandatory course for all the schools. A little bit about this prehistory. In 2001 and 2002, work activity on about this course was initiated, which was initiated by the memorandum between government of Armenia and Armenian Apostolic Church. Before that, if we go back celebration of 1700th anniversary of adoption of Christianity in Armenia as state religion. Which was complementing the work of activities in the schools by the Armenian Apostolic Church involvement. And before even that, earlier than that, if we try to understand after the Soviet period when the church was outside of school, totally direct transition to national schools as another component of ethnic identity recovery. Religion was part of that process too. So, on the top of these religious groups, there were active involvement of chaotic involvement of Armenian Apostolic Church, and only after this memorandum they became more systematic and organized and regulated. We spoke about the introduction of the course, but we can talk about the content of the course in more details, because I can talk in general terms that the course has been prepared by the state representative, Ministry of Education and Science, adjunct authorities, and the Armenian Apostolic Church Christian Training Center jointly. The teaching of the course is done by the regular secular teachers, but we can also see cooperation and joint activity between state and the church. It's a mandatory course, and there is no special procedure envisaged to not to join the course as an optional one. The Ombudsman has mentioned that they see some problems in it, meaning that these issues are approaching formulation and becoming part of the procedure. Because in the public discourse, in the disputes we can see in the media and the interviews, in some public discussions, this all has been, of course, discussed earlier and alarmed about. On this, briefly, about the main structural components of the course. We see that the course takes several years, and in year 1 and 2 textbooks, they present the Bible, the holidays, the structure of the Armenian Apostolic Church. Then the second year textbook contains knowledge about Armenia and its neighbors, about religions, Christianity as a state religion in Armenia, and the events. For the previous 2 years, the textbooks present in consecutive way events which relate to history of Armenian Apostolic Church, and the textbook for grade 10 is morality, Christian morality, customs and traditions of the Armenian Church, values, basic values, Christian values. But in some years of the course, we can also find some info for the pre-Christian period about other religions, about ancient beliefs in Armenia, Buddhism, totemism, and some other world religion-related information in grade 6 textbook. And in a couple of words to present the public dispute and the elements of it. So what we see in this discourse as public concern. because whatever is taking place in the kitchens of people, it's a little bit difficult to formalize, but publicly expressed anti-facts, counterfacts, or the concerns, arguments to this is that first, whether it violates the secularism of the state or not, there are some opinions that it's violating secularism, and there's some counter-arguments, in particular in Constitution, Armenian Apostolic Church's exclusive role argument, and the memorandum between the state and the church. Another argument is that the content, essentially, of this course with prevailing majority is about Armenian Apostolic Church and the other religions. Those they are there, but they are covered briefly. In particular, Armenian national identity, they only focus on the religious component by having not seen non-religious level. Another argument we can note is that there are more in year 1 and 2 textbooks teaches and explains the Bible and theological realities rather than about history. The history is reflected at a later stage. The other argument, what I noted, is that essentially it's about knowledge about religion only, but also about exercising, if we can say so, religion. Also some practical actions, for example, praise. And it's more similar to propaganda. And I should also say that this new course, which is under pilot stage, it includes earlier stage of children, elementary classes, and I hope to see this reflected by the public and parents discourse. Thank you. I will try to answer the questions. Շնորհակալություն, Տիկին Սաթենիկ, անցնենք հաջորդ բանախոսին, Անսկար Յոդիկե, Ֆրայբուրգի համալսարանի ավագ դասախոս Շվեյցարիա։
Շնորհակալություն Հովհաննես, շնորհակալություն կազմակերպիչներին ինձ հրավիրելու համար։ Իմ կարճ ելույթում ես կանրադառնամ կրոնական կրթության դասավանդմանը։
Who could be a teacher in these classes? We heard a lot of things about content now, or public discussions, but who can teach this? Finally, I will argue that the selection of teachers depends very much on both the social power of the dominant religion and the state's religious policy. From a human rights perspective, religious education is strongly connected to fundamental questions of freedom of religion. A couple of things seem to be obvious. Talking about religion in public schools should not violate the principle of freedom of religion, and it should promote the approval of religious freedom and plural society. So, generally speaking, let's see if that works. Yes. I try to summarize very briefly. Religious education should support social pluralism and specifically religious pluralism. It should not contain hate speech against ethnic and religious groups. It should teach a variety of religions, and it should not force anybody to practice religion or to follow the belief of a specific religion, what is called proselytism. However, other things are still contested. Among them, the most important is the opt-out possibility of these courses. In 2007, the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights published the widely acknowledged Toledo Guiding Principles on Teaching about Religions and Beliefs in Public Schools. And there you can find a lot of advices for legislators, curriculum experts and schools. This brochure justifies religious education at public schools by two core principles. These principles I have here on the PowerPoint. First, that there is positive value in teaching that emphasizes respect for everybody's right to freedom of religion and belief. And second, that teaching about religions and beliefs can reduce harmful misunderstandings and stereotypes. Well, this is obviously a very positive and maybe optimistic evaluation of this kind of teaching. However, it is an expression of what happened within the last 20-25 years in many countries all over the world. Many reforms have taken place, and in many places you can find courses that correspond to what the Toledo principles have pointed out. My question here is, as I said, very limited. Who are the qualified persons to do this kind of teaching? Interestingly, the Toledo principles speak about teachers only briefly. The core passage is the following. An individual's personal, I cite from the principles, an individual's personal religious or non-religious beliefs cannot be sufficient reason to exclude that person from teaching about religions and beliefs. The most important, and now it's a positive thing, what has to be known about these teachers, the most important considerations in this regard relate to professional expertise as well as to basic attitudes towards or commitment to human rights in general and freedom of religion or belief in particular, rather than religious affiliation or conviction. So what do we learn from this? Well, it's about professional expertise. Okay, but we exactly want to know what professional expertise is the criterion to find these teachers. The second part is even more difficult. How could we find out if a person is committed to human rights if we don't want to make tests and things like that? I want to draw your attention to the social circumstances in which religious education reforms take place. In my view, we should consider religious policy and sociological analysis of the country where these reforms are. Most societies are dominated by one or sometimes two religious traditions which make claims on resources, political influence, and, for example, their contribution to national identity. Of course, the real influence of these religious groups is different in different countries. However, especially at school, the major religious groups do have an influence in many cases all over the world. To put it simply, and coming back to the reforms, in many countries, the dominant religious group still has some kind of influence after these reforms. When new school subjects are introduced to the curriculum, old subjects will be suspended. How can the implementation process succeed, in particular in terms of teacher formation and selection? More concrete, what will the state tell the old teachers? Or what will he tell teachers who are members of the dominant church? Are we talking about a completely new and different subject, or do we talk about a reform of religious education? To illustrate my argument, I would like to draw on a recent example from a Western European country. The small state of Luxembourg has a majority Catholic population, around 70%, and around 25% are not member of any of the recognized religious groups. So there is a small percentage of minor religious groups. And the Roman Catholic Church has a dominant position in the religious field, and it has a powerful institution in the country. In Luxembourg, a reform of religious classes took place between 2015 and 2016. So that's why I've chosen this case. It's the most recent reform. However, it's paradigmatic for all other or many other reforms in many countries. This reform has mostly been described as a move towards a separation between religion and the state. It comprises contracts between the state and the religious communities, several religious communities, with action plans for the next 20 years. Catholic religious education was a school subject for many years. Those who opted out had to follow a course called Formation morale et sociale, so moral and social formation. The reform, in short, replaced both school subjects, Catholic education and this moral education, with a new subject called life and society. The official curriculum tells us the following aims of this new subject. The school subject, life and society, contributes to the pupil's personal, social and political formation. This includes historical, philosophical, religious or even cultural and aesthetic aspects. The school subject will strengthen the living together and the cohesion in a multicultural society. Obviously, such a subject corresponds to the Toledo principles, and I will not go into detail if it's really sensible to construct a subject like this. The subject is under the auspices of the state. The subject is compulsory. The teaching is about a variety of religions, and it does not introduce to one single religion from an insider perspective. Let us now focus on the teachers of the new subject. The two subjects before were taught by two types of teachers. The majority were Catholic teachers with a formation in Catholic theology. They were not priests, but theologically educated professionals. A minority was responsible for Formation morale et sociale. These teachers mostly were graduated in philosophy, so they somehow resembled the secular version of teaching. During the process of the reform, both groups intervened in the public discussion with different arguments. We may simplify the public debate and distinguish two groups, two perspectives. The teachers of the former subject, Formation morale et sociale, argued that the new subject should be close to their subject, secular subject, moral education. They themselves offered to be the future teacher in this subject. However, when the new subject was introduced, they were strongly disappointed. The political logic of compromise had, in their view, produced a fuzzy school subject related to many academic disciplines without a clear profile. Second group, the Catholic teachers. They were the majority of the teachers, of course. I should add that they were mostly liberal in their religious and political views. They found themselves in the situation to be accused of being partisan, what did not meet their own understanding of their teaching. In a public communiqué, the Catholic teachers declared the following: "We are surprised that some representatives of Formation morale et sociale try to present themselves as the better teachers for the new subject. They pretend that only they are able to teach religion neutral and objectively." Well, both groups of teachers struggled in the public debates about their competencies. Both groups supported this new subject. However, they disagreed on the specific efficiencies for teachers. Obviously, this micro-debate is related to the bigger debate about the place of religion in schools and in society. As said earlier, the school reform took place within a general public debate about the relationship between state and religion. the teachers of Formation Morale et Sociale viewed their Catholic colleagues as a distinctive religious group with particular interests and maybe particular values. According to this perspective, the teachers of the dominant church are not neutral and should only be responsible for their own religious people, but not for a state-designed school subject. On the other side, the teachers of Catholic religious education understood themselves, firstly, as a majority religion with a right to at least participate in the public representation of religion, and secondly, as an important social institution rather than a specific religion. As public schools are in the public domain, a religious education policy is part of the religious policy of a state. Almost all examples in the world, in my view, prove that the state's religious policies do somehow include the most powerful religious group or groups. Consequently, it is, in my view, recommendable to imagine some contribution of these powerful churches and groups to the teachings. This brief analysis, which I presented here, does not answer the question which of the groups in Luxembourg would provide the best teachers. I keep beside this decision, and the state has made this decision, of course, and as always, finally, it was influenced by economic constraints. It is obviously very expensive to completely exchange a whole generation of teachers. So the state decided to offer continuing formation for all teachers. So, finally, I would argue in favor of a public debate on these questions. Following the Toledo principles, I think that a religious affiliation is not a reason to exclude a person. And in contrary, I would argue that from a point of view of religious policy, it's most sensible to include the powerful groups in a country into these discussions. Of course, there can be arguments of human rights, and of course, there can be arguments of national identity and contribution to society as a whole, and these negotiations form what we can call a democratic and pluralist society, and that's where I want to close. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor Jodike. So we will move to our next speaker. Yeah, we need some time to set up. Dr. Jeroen Temperman, Editor-in-Chief of the Religion and Human Rights International Journal, Associated Professor at the Erasmus School of Law, Erasmus University, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the organizers for their kind invitation. Yeah, so I will also speak about freedom of religion or belief in the educational area. And I will do that specifically from the perspective of international human rights standards. So I will illustrate the applicable international human rights standards, both in relation to religion and education. And I have a triple focus. I will ask three questions today and briefly try to answer these three questions. So the first issue is the question as to whether pupils have autonomous religious rights in the educational context. Second, with respect to parents and children's rights, what are exactly the state's human rights obligations in this area of education? And then thirdly, those international standards as interpreted by international monitoring bodies, are they subject to academic critique or not? So clearly I've got very little time for three questions, so I will be very brief on each of them. briefly then on the first, why is this even a relevant question? Because in the area of religion and education, something very unique happens in international human rights law, and that is that the right to exercise religion in the classroom has been provided both to children themselves and to their parents. So if you look up all the international standards, the right to freedom of religion or belief clearly is very very strongly supported by international standards at the universal UN level, at the regional level, and the same goes for the right to education, to access education, strongly supported. Children then have been granted autonomous religious and educational rights in the International Convention on the Rights of the Child. Then something very unique indeed happened in international human rights law, in the sense that when the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, was negotiated, at the 11th hour, the Greeks made one amendment, made one suggestion on the table, and it was tabled that in regards of the liberty of parents, parents must be in a position to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own religious or philosophical convictions. Well, this particular clause you find also in the regional conventions like the European Convention on Human Rights. And this then, of course, begs the question, what, in case of a conflict between parents and children, which right trumps? Is that the parents' rights or is that the children's rights? Well, the different ways of legally addressing that. But I think the most specific on this potential conflict of rights and conflict of interest is the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and using such notions as the best interest of the child, and especially the evolving capacities of the child, which are enshrined in this Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Committee on the Rights of the Child reasons that as the child matures, as the child's abilities evolve, these parental liberties recede. So when the child is very young, clearly parental liberties are dominant, and then as the child matures and as his or her capacities evolve, children's autonomous religious and educational rights should become more and more dominant, to the extent that at some point they should be fully autonomous. And this you may distill from the fact that the Committee on the Rights of the Child asks all 190 plus state parties to the Convention on the Rights of the Child to communicate, to report on the question as to when exactly the child becomes fully autonomous to exercise these rights. So the committee feels that it is competent in this area to ask these questions, but of course the committee has not dictated an exact age, an exact absolute number in this area, but suggests that this should be some time before reaching legal majority. Well, then if you look comparatively, if you look at state practice, there are actually only very, very few states that have decided to legally set this age before a majority, which are really sort of minorities of state practice. Now move on to the second question, and that is, under these combined international human rights standards in the area of religion and education, then what exactly is required in terms of human rights obligations by the state? And I've tried to sum this up in one sort of convoluted formula, which reads that which reads as follows: the state essentially fulfills its human rights obligations flowing from the right to education and the right to freedom of religion or belief if it either deliberately designs an educational system and a curriculum which transmits the knowledge in a critical, objective, and pluralistic manner, or if that is for historical reasons in terms of church prerogatives or other historical reasons not possible, the state must grant adequate opt-outs. So this sounds like a workable formula. This is up until today the dominant formula within pretty much all the international monitoring bodies that are looking at these rights. But what I will now illustrate is that in practice it might be very difficult to fulfill this, first. And second, this formula itself is increasingly subject to academic debate. And especially the last part about opt-outs, and that I will try to illustrate as well. So let's start with, which can only be an overview of forms of state practice that run counter to that formula of either designedly creating a neutral curriculum or providing for opt-outs. Obviously, I don't have time to illustrate all these 5 or 6 points. But I will illustrate a number of them. So bearing in mind that formula of creating a neutral curriculum or allowing for opt-outs, it is clear that if a state obliges pupils to take religious instruction in the traditional sense within the realm of public schools, that would run counter to both religious and educational rights. We do not have to think only in terms of, say, religious states as the usual suspects here, but there are a number of forms of European or Western Hemisphere state practice that would also run counter to this rule. Perhaps more subtly then is the question, is the situation when a state basically resigns to the fact that traditionally it is the church that organizes education, which was true for many states, of course, where education simply was a service provided by churches, if you will. In that regard, international human rights monitoring bodies have submitted that no, states cannot simply stand by and allow that, but must be more proactive in creating more truly public forms of education, so state education. So if education is monopolized by religion, the state cannot stand by and argue this is simply how our population wants this, seeing as there are always minorities, which could also be non-religious minorities that would really have problems in those circumstances enrolling to public school education. And there have been reports of forged baptism certificates in order to enroll to these schools, or there have been reports of forced conversions in order to enroll to these schools. Another question that I will glance very briefly over is the question of introducing the type of pluralistic education that my colleague just touched upon extensively before me. So I will be briefly here, but from state practice and from the jurisprudence, it transpires that even very well-meaning efforts still are accompanied sometimes by forms of teaching that are not pluralistic, or by forms of state practice where one can question how well the opt-out mechanism works. I understand also from my colleagues on this panel that these cases will be dealt with in more detail later on. So let me then perhaps finish off with the third question I wanted to raise, and that is that formula which is provided under international law of either designedly creating a neutral curriculum or allowing for opt-outs. How long can that system be maintained by reference to international human rights law? And here it is, I think, interesting to see that this system is criticized from especially social science, social legal science. So from the case law itself, which still retains this possibility of opt-outs as kind of saving the coercive elements of some forms of traditional religious instruction. From the case law, it shows that, well, yes, some forms of opt-outs, they are defective. They can be fixed by allocating really a one-off religion subject, like for instance 1 hour in the week, or as long as it's a well-rounded one-off subject, preferably at the very beginning or at the very end of the school day, so the opt-out is not so interfering as in other situations. Obviously, from the case law, it also transpires that whenever opt-outs are offered, they should be available to everybody. And in many states, these are not universally offered, and especially members to the dominant religion sometimes in some states cannot avail of the opt-outs, which still creates a situation where religious coercion is a reality. In many instances, in many forms of state practice, parents are simply not really informed about the fact that they can avail of these exemptions for their children. These more pragmatic, or these more pragmatic issues, they can be remedied by changing practice. But there are a number of concerns about opt-outs that are far more systemic. And I think the two most important ones are the privacy of parents and children, and the second point being the risk for marginalization of those who avail of the opt-out. So the first, I think, is obvious. Whenever states work with opt-outs instead of opt-ins, the onus, the burden is upon parents to kind of stand out, to go up to the authorities and say, we do not belong to what typically is the dominant religion, which affects which interferes with the privacy of their religious conviction. Secondly, and this comes from a number of recent social legal studies, which is very interesting, those pupils that avail of these opt-outs in public schools subject to bullying, but what came out of these studies even more clearly is that they themselves, these exempted pupils themselves, might suffer from identity issues, identity problems. They might not understand why they are treated differently from their peers, from their fellow pupils within the classroom, why they have to either stand in the corridor or why they are sent home. They might not necessarily understand that, and that might also cause frictions within the family spheres. If these systemic concerns hold true, let me then conclude controversially, if these systemic problems hold true and cannot be fixed within the exemption opt-out system, these, I think, are really reasons to reconsider that particular formula under international law, where the opt-out is considered the savior, where the opt-out is considered the solution to the problem, and we might have to start thinking about the opt-outs as the problem rather than the solution. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, and we are going to our last panelist, Ms. Lene Wetterland, Senior Advisor at the Norwegian Helsinki Committee. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here in this distinguished panel with the doctors and specialists. The Norwegian Helsinki Committee is a human rights organization, and of course we address freedom of religion or belief as a fundamental human right. In terms of saving time, I will skip my introduction that was more on why do we teach on religion. I will just refer to the Norwegian expert, Ingvild Thorsson Plesner. She's been very central in this discussion in Norway recently, and I really recommend her findings. because for Norway, well, the state generally feels that it has to help and assist and guide the citizens in very many ways. So, of course, religion is also one of these issues, and including in schools. And as Jeroen mentioned, there has been 2 rulings against Norway regarding our subjects on religion in schools. So I will just take you through the different courses that we had in order to illustrate how these different issues of who can teach and what is in the subjects and how can one opt out. So it kind of summarizes what we have been talking about so far, I think. So when I was in school, the subject was either Christianity or life stance. And since I come from a small place, there was only Christianity or nothing, because you could opt out from the Christianity subject, but there was no alternative in this place where I went to school. So either I would sit and do nothing, or I could attend the Christianity classes and learn about praying, psalms, and so on. So my mother, I will come back to my mother later also actually, she said that, well, there's a lot of Christian references in books, in literature, so it's better you just attend the classes and just learn these phrases and use them for later. But you don't have to sing or pray like the other ones are doing. So that's kind of how it was for me. And for other places where there was an option to do the life stance classes, they would be discussing other issues like human rights and ethics and moral and so on. So there was the option to do something else, but of course it's a bit stigmatizing, like was said. Why can't I be with the others, and who is that person sitting outside if it's just 1 or 2 pupils in a small place? It makes it a bit difficult. And also it kind of separated the children, so there was only the Christian children in the Christianity classes, whereas the others were separately. So in 1997, Norway decided to change this subject and make it a compulsory subject that everyone had to attend, and they called it Christianity, Religion, and Life Stance. So in theory, it should be 1/3 of each. Christianity, because it's the cultural and traditional and historical heritage of Norway, 1/3 other world religions, and 1/3 life stance, as in morals and ethics and human rights. So the good intention was to have all kids together learning about each other, but also learning about Norway. Why do we celebrate Easter and Christmas and so on? So of course there was the majoritarian focus on Christianity. But as was mentioned, who started teaching this class? It was more or less the same teachers who were teaching the Christianity classes. So coming back to my mother, she decided to become a teacher of this subject in order to contribute with something else and really teaching the new subject and not just continuing the Christianity subject as many of the others. So when she was going through the exams and the procedures to be a teacher of this class, she was faced with the same kind of pressure that she should be a believer in order to teach this subject. So she was the really problematic child or student in the class, asking all the difficult questions. And when it came to the exam, she realized that in order to answer this specifically, they presume that I am a believer, and I can't answer like that. So she just got a pass grade and underlined that she couldn't answer it as they wanted because she's not a Christian. But she's now a teacher of this subject, and a popular one at that. And so it was compulsory, but it was also possible to opt out from certain parts of it, which made it kind of difficult because how do you decide which part you can opt out from, where can you just observe and not participate, and these kind of issues. So parents were complaining. So in 2004, there was an application to the UN Human Rights Committee by several Norwegian parents, and in 2007 to the European Court of Human Rights. And Norway was found to violate human rights in both of these instances. And as was mentioned, it was mostly the difficulties around opting out from the classes that was the issue. And even though the intention was good from the Norwegian state, the result was not good enough, basically. And also opting out was a discriminative burden on the families. How do you say that we want to opt out? Do you have to say that we are not Christians, we are something else? How do you have to explain it, rationalize it, and so on? So, too complicated procedures. So, for Norway, this is very sad to hear because we consider ourselves masters of human rights and champions of human rights, and we were sentenced, found guilty of violating human rights in these two very important instances. And so there was a serious discussion after this. So how do we do it? So, in fact, the constitution was changed. Previously, the constitution read like the evangelical Lutheran religion remains the official religion of the state. This is my translation. And also that parents should raise their children in the same religion. This was in the constitution from 1814. So now the constitution has been changed, and it has added that like the state of Norway is based on Christian and humanist heritage. And also that it's based on democracy, rule of law, and human rights. So taking all this together, there is the People's Church of Norway. So the constitution was changed. And secondly, the law on general education was also changed. Previously, it said that education in Norway should also be Christian and moral upbringing. But now it has also been changed to include Christian and humanist heritage, sharing common values with other religions and life stances, and also human rights. So by changing the constitution and the law on education, in addition to the curriculum and textbooks, of course, they also, the process of, I was going to say demolishing, but removing the state church from Norway. There was parallel processes. So, in 2008, a new subject emerged from all these changes, which is called religion, life stance, and ethics. So, removing the K and adding an E, or the C, yeah. Again, it should be 1/3 about various religions, again with majority on Christianity, but as part of the 1/3, and life stances, another 1/3, and ethics, human rights, and so on, the last 1/3 of the subject. And it states in the curriculum that all those parts have the same pedagogical principles, and that they should be objective, critical, and pluralist. In 2013, there was also a white paper and research made on the combination of religion and state in Norway. So it's been a really big subject, has been quite popular and has been functioning quite well. But then we had elections 4 years ago. The new government consisted of the Conservative Party, the so-called Progress Party, the Populist Party. They are the main coalition, and the two supporting parties is the Liberal Party and the Christian Democrats. So the Christian Democrats felt a bit like they didn't get enough to say, so they demanded to return the K, the Christianity, to this subject. So from autumn 2015, the subject is now called Christianity, Religion, Life Stance, and Ethics. So there we go. So why would Norway return the K after having been found to violate human rights in the UN and in the European Court of Human Rights? Again, we are the champions and so on. Why return the Christianity? It hasn't really changed the subject. It's still not changed in the content, but the K is added to illustrate that it is Christianity which is the most important heritage of Norway. And so the discussion now is, why do that? And finally, we had settled it down with a compromise where basically everyone was happy. And it's not necessarily a legal or a juridical problem, because looking at all the other changes that were made in the constitution and the law on education and in the curriculum, the intent of the state has been more underlined there, that it is Christianity and humanist and rule of law and human rights that is the fundament. So it's easier to believe that the subject actually includes Christianity just as heritage and the rest as human rights and ethical discussions. But the legal aspect is not so important for people. Those who are not Christians in Norway, they are thinking, why is the K coming back now? What does it mean? Does it mean that it will be more Christianity as we go? Like, what does it really mean? And it creates unrest again after finally having decided on the subject that was working quite well. So this is now a big issue for the elections that we have in September. 11th of September. So this is one of the topics that is on the agenda for the various parties, to keep the subject as with a K or take it away again. So stay tuned for letters coming from Norway. So I just wanted to summarize that going through these processes, it's been very important all the way to listen to the parents and to listen to civil society organizations and to the various belief communities. So in 1996, when parents were not happy with the subject, they created an action group. And today this action group still exists, but it's turned into an organization, and it's called, in my translation, the Cooperation Council for Religious and Life Stance Communities. And it has a very prominent role, and it participates in discussions on curriculum and the role of religion in the community. At the moment, the head of the organization is a woman who is also previously was head of the Mosaic Society of Norway. Before her, it was a young Muslim. So it's a network of organizations that are discussing among themselves and then putting forward their recommendations to the state in various discussions. And after the terrorist attack in Norway in 2010, they were also very central in joining, so that it wasn't presumed that everybody wanted to grieve in the church, but that there were more neutral spaces for grievance after the terrorist attack. So the role of civil society and dialogue and including everyone, and not just saying that this is wanted, but also actually facilitating it and inviting these various groups to say their opinion, because good intentions are not always enough. For example, there was an example in a Norwegian church, like the graveyard outside the churchyard, where they buried the Muslims, and they thought it was correct because their head was in the direction of Mecca, but they didn't know that the face should be in the direction of Mecca. So they wanted to do it correctly, but it ended up wrong because they didn't ask those in question. So dialogue, I guess that's my keyword. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take into account the time. We are already exceeding the time, so we will take the questions. Please be very short and very precise, and the same for the speakers. So we will have just 15 minutes for the questions and answers, and then we are going to the lunch to La Cucina. So first, please.
Father Shai Anania, I am the Director of Interchurch Relationships Department. I will express myself in Armenian. Thank you.
A couple of brief comments. There were some terms which were presented which have no legal or secular, theological explanation. For example, public and national discourse. For the Armenian reality, these are clearly different. The public discourse for the Republic of Armenia citizens and the national discourse presumes double-size diaspora as well. When we speak in these terms, we change many things. We have to have a clear attention to this. Another observation about our dear Dr. Andres from Freiburg, doctoral teaching. Is it possible, this kind of concept, if we speak about teaching religion as pedagogical subject. Is there a possibility for violating or some disciplines which are not acceptable in terms of human rights violation? And about the case study, we list different cases, but global issue like human rights and teaching religion at school, is it enough to be based on the case studies only, to limit to that? I don't think it's correct. And given the fact that more than 15 years I cooperate with the International Council of Churches, at the end of 1990s, beginning of 2000s, case studies, there is a new document being developed, and the theologists, experts came to a conclusion that these case studies are subjective themselves. They contain very few objective elements, and therefore in the conference handouts there's some citation from different pupils. I cannot accept this as subjective ones. Of course, this could happen. But and the final observation, before I finish, as to the test text, why I'm talking about this, because one of the authors of these textbooks, the introductions of textbooks, it's written clearly why children study the Bible, why do they study this subject, and what can benefit this can have for the pupils. The preamble has been changed, so please pay attention, special attention to the introduction in particular. Thank you.
Which sect in Georgia is having some negative influences on the Assyrian church? It appears. I don't know. Whom are you trying to soothe by your speeches? But this is very. This is actually. But I want to respond to your speeches, and I am the representative of the Reforming Church, who played really very good political, social, cultural role, played a very important role in development. And when in such format we are coming together and want to speak about improving dialogue and showing more support to each other, I think that such a diminishing approach, I think we should refrain from them, at least. So thank you very much. And I have a question. I have some remarks to Mr. Levan. I'm sorry that I have to comment on the previous section, but I have to comment now because I didn't have this opportunity earlier. You, Mr. Levan, or Father Levan, I'm sorry, you have stressed that there is no persecution when there are only two cases, but if you are really, the Orthodox Church is really interested if there is a persecution against the religious minorities. You can see this. There are very many monitoring results by many international local NGOs, and there is a really huge list of the violations. These two cases were just very widely covered, broadly covered cases, but I, as a representative of the Protestant Church, I can tell you very specifically that we are experiencing this persecution against us. Of course, not with the weapons in the hands, but when they do not allocate any public space, when the ministries and
session, so please, I understand that there is a very little time for each session, but please let's ask questions to our panelists, and when because we have like 5 minutes left, so we should answer as well.
მოგესალმებით. თამთა მიქელაძე, ადამიანის უფლებების, სწავლების და მონიტორინგის ცენტრიდან, არასამთავრობო ორგანიზაციის
Ban եւ მონიტორինգի ներկայ
So on the religious freedom issues, I want to comment. I do not have question. A small comment, very brief comment. First of all, I think we should say that when we are speaking about education and religion, we shall take into consideration the political and cultural specificities that exist in Georgia and probably in Armenian society too, and the dominant churches have. And due to some Soviet experience, our church has two important features. The first is some kind of governmentalism, so some kind of association with the government. Then they exist and they are operating like some kind of institutional part of the state. And second, this is religious nationalism, which because in Soviet system, this religion and nationalism are merged, and unfortunately, this church does not have experience of existing in the secular society, and they are always associated with the government or something towards them. We see this total influence of the dominant churches in social, political, and other spheres. And education is just one of these fields. And in the previous speak, Father Levin said that since 2005, Georgian government started sterilization of the public schools from the religious influence, but due to the fact that some certain secular policies, the dominant church was unable to bear them, and also also the resistance of this community was very high. This reform has been stopped and failed actually very soon. And so on the one hand, we see from this weak political governments that they aren't courageous enough to conduct secular policies, and this is most clearly observed in the field of the education, because this is the field where we can see xenophobia and where we can see this 17th of May and this hierarchs of the church. They are organizing all this in order and therefore it is very important that the church shall see this importance which lies in the secularization of the education system. So thank you.
The time limit, sorry.
Շնորհակալություն Իշխանյան Ավետիք Հայաստանի Լիսկոմիտեի նախագահ
Avetik Ishkhanyan, Helsinki Committee Chairman in Armenia. I wanted to speak about some issues. Let me firstly refer to what Ms. Satenik Mukherjee mentioned about teaching religion in our schools. During the Soviet times, it used to be atheism. We were far from religion. Athens was a type of religion. And I remember that we were forced, baptisming then was becoming a pioneer. This was a mandatory thing, and many pupils were forced to do it because it's a state policy. Now it's replaced by something else. The history of Armenian Apostolic Church, it's not history, it's propaganda, it's religious uprising. So one religion is changed by another, so I cannot opt out as now and then. And case studies doesn't mean that these are separate individual cases. It's just because these people have the audacity to speak. I don't want to say that in this country this is the way indeed. I just want to share my opinion. Pupils should be outside of any kind of religion teaching. They can study at later age theory of religion and then decide which religion institution to join or not. But making it compulsory is not right thing to do. You didn't talk about there is some intolerance manifested in the textbooks. So what is the threat of Protestants for Armenia? This brings to segregation of the nation. and not the opposite. More than that, I think that children, when being part of any religious teaching, there is mysticism in any religion. This should be that the children should be away from any kind of religious teaching, and I think this is absolutely not allowable when there is religious teaching is part of school education. We're a secular country. That's it.
The time, this is so we should fit into the time. Sorry, Yulia. And we'll give the floor to our speakers to respond, and then we will finish this session.
Okay, thank you for questions. I will just answer to one direct question to me. The question was, is it possible to have this kind of religious education in schools, Toledo guiding principle, and so on? I would say yes, there is something possible. If we go into a discourse and we discuss it later, maybe, I will not use the word objective, because that's very difficult. You're right. It's not that those are objectives, others are not. That's completely wrong in my view. I also did not use, or very seldomly use, the word secular. So just for a brief answer, my starting for conversation with you would be, wouldn't you accept that there are very different ways to speak about it? I myself, I'm religion, psychology of religion, so I would say discipline is possible. We can talk about religion, and we do it in a different manner compared to theology. And both is necessary. It's not that we are better. Both is necessary, but it's different. So if we start with this, we could just agree on that there are in a society different ways how to talk about religion. And I think it's worth trying to find a way how to talk about religion in schools.
Thank you. Would you like to respond? Please.
Yeah, I also just select one question or one comment to respond to, which was the comments on the public-private divide. And if I understood it correctly from the question or comment, this divide might be blurry under the domestic practice and would not have any clear legal connotations. I must say, whenever I distinguish between public schooling and private denominational schooling, that's very much from an international human rights perspective again, right? And the international human rights document make this distinction very, very clearly. So again, the Convention on the Rights of the Child does speak in terms of the role of the state with respect to public teaching. Does allow then a fair degree of autonomy for any form of education outside that public school framework. So I would argue that it definitely has very profound legal connotations. And then, reasoning further along those lines, and also in light of my presentation, having expressed myself as skeptical about the possibilities of opt-outs to really function as a wholesale solution to the religious compulsion elements of that might be accompanied with religious instruction, traditional religious instruction. I would really argue that objective pluralist teaching in the sense of the Toledo guiding principles, or in the sense of the Council of Europe's signposts, or in the sense of REDCO as pronounced by the EU, it's not a possibility, but more and more will become the direction provided by international human rights standards is my expectation. More and more social legal studies show that opt-outs within the public school frameworks, I'm not saying anything again about denominational private schooling, but opt-outs within the public school framework are very problematic in that they foster discrimination rather than solve discrimination. Yeah, let's leave it at that.
Thank you very much. On this, we will finish this session, and we'll go for a lunch in La Cucina. So we are going back after like 35-40 minutes. Thank you. Around, yeah.
Probably we should start. Whoever is late, late.
Well, welcome back, everyone, and to this afternoon session 3 on form and secularity. In the interest of time, I will not make any introductory comments. I think I don't want to steal the thunder of our distinguished panelists who will be speaking to us for 15 minutes, and I'll be rather ruthless with that to allow time for discussion, for questions and answers, and I imagine in light of experience to date at this conference and given the nature of this particular theme, there'll be lots of points, no doubt, from the participants from the floor in response to what is being shared this afternoon. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce and to welcome Dr. Marianne Burkhardt, who is a research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Studies of Religious and Ethnic Diversity in Germany. So, Marianne, the floor is yours.
We'll wait for a second until the image arrives. Okay. There's a minor technical issue. It's going to be solved in a second. All right. There we go. Okay. It's a great honor for me to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers very much for inviting me to this hugely interesting conference, and especially I would like to congratulate them also to take on board the seemingly relatively vexed issue of secularity and secularism in relationship to questions of how to think about and adjudicate issues of freedom of religion. My presentation will be very brief. I might even stay under the envisaged 15 minutes, and it will pretty much be focused on 3 issues. First, I will contextualize, I will put the countries under consideration here into a broader global context in which I talk quickly about what is in the sociological tradition conceptualized as small states, small societies, small nations. So I think this is an important part. In the second point I will address is the issue of multiple secularities. What is that idea actually that we have developed in a research project at the University of Leipzig? And the third issue I will talk about is the question of how and why the issue of secularism or secularity figures in judicial dynamics around freedom of religion and how courts use these concepts in the world today. And there I will look specifically at European and North American dynamics. No. Oh. Yeah, but there it's the final. Okay, good. All right, let me start. So let me say a few words on what I see as the sociological particularities of small nations, small states, small societies in the context of pathways to modernities. And so these issues have been prominently addressed by the famous Israeli sociologist Shmuel Noah Eisenstadt, who is more famous for his work on great civilizations and the question of how great civilizations develop their own breakthroughs to modernity. But then he also has a less well-known work, which is on small states, small societies, and small nations. And there he looks at the question of why these small nations seem to be particularly prone to have their cultural identity or their religious identity as a central part of their national identity. So if you look at big nations, presumably big nations such as France, the United States, or Britain, so these famous examples when we study questions of modernity, he says, well, these great nations actually have not been pushed into developing religious identity as a major part of national identity because they have not been under threat in the same way as small nations and small states. So historically, nations and imperial settings have been that have been rather fragile. If you look at the entire list of national communities that have lived in the Habsburg Empire, in the Ottoman Empire, in the Russian Empire, or the British Empire, see that all these national communities developed around an ethno-religious core that was crucial for their own reproduction, for their survival in history. Currently, we can look at how these dynamics are being reproduced, especially with regard to what we call stateless nations, or also called sub-state nations. So here we can look at Quebec, Catalonia, Scotland, all specifically nations that live are part of broader nation states. But we can also look at other small nations under external threats, such as Greece, Armenia, or Georgia. And here the question is whether this threat is constructed or imagined or real. So I will remain agnostic on this issue, but what matters is sociological. As part of the outcome, the imagined or real external threat has as one of its major outcomes the reproduction of this ethno-religious core that becomes part of the national, a central part of the national identity. And I think, I mean, I'm just, I'm speaking sort of open truth to most of the people in the room here. Everybody will know what I'm saying. So these dynamics have been conceptualized by sociologists of religion under the title of, or under the header of theories of cultural defense. And here, sociologists such as David Martin, Steve Bruce, but also Daphne Halikapoulou, talking about the Greek case, they look at the question of how secularization processes have actually become delayed or sort of not very developed as a result of the fragile existence, the fragile state of these small nations or dependent or, stateless nations that have part of broader imperial settings in which the cultural identity of the dominating nation state was from the one under threat, such as Armenia and Turkey, for instance. So they developed this idea of cultural defense, that the religion actually remains very strong as an element of cultural defense. So this means that in modernity and in the contemporary period as well, we see especially close relationships between religion or the church and the nation state. However, small nations are not religiously homogeneous empirically, neither must citizens be forced into cultural and religious homogeneity. So that means we can explain this as an outcome of historical developments. However, there is a normative imperative as open and democratic societies, institutional arrangements of state, religion, and national identity must respect and be made compatible with human rights and freedom of religion. So this is kind of the broad scenario that we have. So we have this historical pathway whereby this ethno-religious core was also preserved into the democratic era, but at the same time, as we've already discussed this morning, so this creates a number of challenges with regard to freedom of religion. So what are the possibilities of creating a compatibility between freedom of religion and the recognition of that importance of the historical religious heritage? So a number of ways to institutionalize religious heritage. So I'm doing research on that. We could go into details. There's a lot of different traditions of making reference, theist in ceremonial society. There is a huge number of ways in which religious heritage is currently in Armenia and Georgia. The question is how to make it compatible with human rights. So this is how I get to my second point now, the varieties of secularism and the idea that there is a necessity of some kind of secularism, as Christian Jobke from the University of Bern actually put it in a number of his his publication. So regardless of how specifically you define secularism, some kind of secularism is necessary. I will get to this point at the end when I talk about judicial dynamics of religious judicial dynamics of religious freedom. Now, let me now introduce multiple secularities that we have developed in a research at the University of Leipzig a few years ago, and distinguish at the beginning secularism from secularity. Now, this might be a challenge for the teachers. I apologize if this now creates a bit of confusion, but it might be an interesting nuance to at least try and engage with, even though it's really going to be difficult. Now, secularism is a political or philosophical doctrine, actually, that has legal implications that then play out in court, whereas in our understanding, a sociological understanding, secularity is rather an aspect of societies. So an aspect of societies in the sense that it is a configuration of the boundaries between religious and non-religious spheres in society. So what do we mean by that? So first, of course, there's boundaries between the public and the private manifestations of religion, the collective and individual manifestations of religion, but then also secularity can be, in a broader sense, institutionalized differently in different societies, and with differently, I mean the idea of more or less secularism, which is, for example, expressed in this idea of there is a passive secularism that sort of allows for the religious community in the public sphere versus a radical or more assertive secularism, which is usually exemplified with reference to France. So France, that idea of an assertive or a republican secularism, which pushes back religion from the public sphere. So these are kind of, we're rather interested in the qualitative. So we're really attach to the notion of secularity and how these notions get differently institutionalized, forming different forms of secularity, including the kind of argument that is used to justify or refute the presence of religion in public discourse, the kind of sentiment or emotional response or assessment in public might have, and the kind of institutional arrangement in fields, such as law, for instance. So, 5 minutes left. What we call the religious secular configuration of personhood, secular configuration of the public sphere, and the religious secular configuration of social institutions. Here, why do I mention that? Just to say, people are rarely homogeneously religious all the time, but they do make space for secularity in society. Most people do that. The public sphere is rarely fully religious or fully non-religious, and social institutions are rarely totally religious or non-religious, but usually composed of different elements. So we have identified 4 different ends or historical functions that secularity was supposed to fulfill, and I only mention these now in a kind of passing manner. So one interesting here in that context, individual freedom, where we can really see very clearly the idea of secularity being institutionalized for the sake of promoting religious freedom or freedom of the person more general, was first started in France and then United States, but then, as we know now, both struggles for liberty actually developed a very, very, very different dynamic with regard to religion, and now we can look at the United States as the key exemplary case for the institutionalization of secularity, specifically the First Amendment, the wall of separation between religion and as a precondition for the individual freedom of religion. So this is almost the entire history is actually built on that premise. We have as a second model secularity for the sake of balancing religious diversity and achieving equal treatment. The third one, secularity for the sake of preserving or achieving national unity, especially also in countries or nations which are characterized by a number of different religious commitments or communities. And fourthly, secularity for the sake of the autonomy of specific institutional spheres, for example, the legal field, where you can say, well, the autonomy of the legal field implies that no religious arguments actually play a role in judicial in adjudication and so on. So let me stop this description here and now move towards the discussion or a quick look at the question of how secularism and secularity feature currently in adjudication before courts of law. So I have 4 minutes. Let me quickly go into the famous decision called Lautzi in the European Court of Human Rights. There were two decisions. The question at stake was whether the presence of crucifixes in the classrooms of public schools in Italy violated the right of freedom from religion of one atheist student at the school. And so the decision that was taken in 2009 was that they do actually violate the freedom of religion of the student, and the court argued that the principle of secularism required the separation of church and state, and that was changed upon in this setting, and therefore the judges asked the Italian state to remove the crucifixes. Now, in the meantime, following that decision, a storm of opposition, of protest flared up, and the court tackled the issue again in 2011 and now came to a completely different understanding. And the interesting thing is also not so much that they decided in the end that the Italian state had the right to keep the crucifixes in the classroom, chiefly because they are part of the Italian state had the right to preserve Italy's cultural tradition, also because the crucifix was now interpreted to represent the possibility of pluralism in Italian society. The interesting fact that I would like to mention here is actually a very different conceptualization of secularism now, namely that judges, or the majority judges, are the judges that authored the majority judgment, argued that secularism was actually itself an ideology. So it was not itself a ground that makes possible a neutral engagement with the religious community, but it was itself party to a competition. So this is a very, very different understanding of secularism, and now there's something interesting with that. So who is usually opposed to secularism in the public sphere or in court proceedings? Number one, it's big churches, because they feel secularism is used as an argument to push back majority religions from the public sphere. Who is also against secularism usually? It's multiculturalists, or the so-called pluralist lawyers, actually, because they think it is often used as a weapon against minorities. Now, let's look at what happened with regard to the judgments Lautzi 1 and Lautzi 2. Lautzi 1 was welcomed by multiculturalist lawyers, actually, because it was apparently a decision against the privileges of the majority community, the majority religious tradition in the public sphere. But it was based on a positive understanding of secularism. Lautzi 2, let's see what happened here. The issue, the idea, the concept of secularism was actually almost ridiculed by the judges, and the judgment itself was, of course, refuted or very negatively received by the same multiculturalist lawyers, who are usually very negatively, have negative understandings about the outcome of secularism. So, let me wrap up here to say the following things. First, freedom of religion is an underdetermined concept. Different things can be done in the name of freedom of religion. It is a concept that is open to contestation, and as would say in the American context, what is religious freedom for one is establishment for the other. So if one wants to have the freedom or sees it as part of his religious freedom to finance a public school, another one thinks that this is infringement upon the freedom of religion and an establishment of religion in the state. So we have competing claims being made in the name of the self-same principle. And then my sociological conclusion here, and I didn't have time to talk about state neutrality versus secularism, concepts that are very often used synonymously. Sociologically, there is no such thing as a neutral state or any other neutral actor, but neutrality is a necessary fiction without justice would be impossible. Let me also add here, with regard to the question of to what extent they should actually incorporate or recognize the communitarian dimension of religion in the pursuit of religious freedom, so to say, as empowering the community state and the community. And that difficult question of sort of what is actually the political agent that seems to be most neutral in such contestations. And I think I leave you with that also underdetermined conclusion.
Thank you very much, Marianne, in taking us through a number of, I think, very important concepts that are relevant to the discussion this afternoon. Secularism versus secularity, question of multiple secularities and in the domains in which they exist and operate. And then, of course, in light of that, we think about the exercise of one particular freedom of original belief, or one's particular right to a freedom, within that sort of more nuanced understanding of what is secularity and how it plays out in our very diverse societies, not just Georgia, Armenia, but of course beyond as well. So thank you very much for that. And now I'm delighted to hand over to Dr. Alexander Agagyan, sorry to mispronounce your surname, who is Professor of Religious Studies at the Russian State University for the Humanities. So over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So in my talk, I would like to pinpoint a gross contradiction between the established venerable concept of secularity that has been so much discussed in the previous presentation and those societal forces that constantly challenge this venerable concept since a few decades with a growing intensity. And one of the main sources of these challenges is national imagination, as Marianne was also emphasizing, actually. National imagination, both constructed by power holders and cultural entrepreneurs, and shared by larger populations. And in this paper, I will draw upon a special focus on Russia, because I happen to be the only person from Russia here, I guess, and also with some parallels with Georgia and Armenia, of course. But first, let me go to a kind of meta level with of discussion with a sort of provocative first thesis. If we see a broader picture using the current academic discourses, let us take two major thinkers of the turn of the century, Jürgen Habermas and Jacques Derrida. There was a kind of a huge theoretical argument between these two, not maybe direct, not so much direct that the argument of their approaches and writings. One, Jürgen Habermas, representing universality of communicative reason And the other one, Jacques Derrida, the insistence of absolute difference, or the idea of inclusion and integration on the one hand, or universality in this sense, and difference, absolute emphasis on difference on the other, promoted not just by Derrida, but many of other critics of universalism, globalization, like post-colonial scholars like Homi Bhabha and some others. It looks like the universalist values were dominating for a few decades, and even more so after the end of the Cold War. The ideology of universal human rights were based on this notion of universal common humanity. Accordingly, the idea of national citizenship, ethnic communities or ethnic identities, or any other forms of identitarian particularism had a tendency of weakening and being relativized, and the borders were becoming porous and fluid. It looked like this trend was dominating, although there were powerful critics like Derrida and others, as I said, who were suspicious to all forms of universalist narratives as being, first of all, kind of speculative constructions, maybe, and secondly, related to some hidden imperial or power claims, which is also true, of course. It looks like right now we see a big shift. Or do we? How we? I'm not sure about that, but it's kind of sort of first my provocative kind of thesis. Today, the critics of globalism define the debate. After the end of the Cold War, there was a kind of liberal global agenda seemed to be dominating, but there was a parallel, opposed paradigm of anti-globalism that has been gaining momentum. Precisely this celebration of nationality or all other forms of particularism was the break with universalism, either liberal or leftist, communist, internationalism, this kind of stuff. Maybe this is a main train, the main train now. Are we really witnessing deglobalization? That's the question that I would like to throw here. New nationalist agendas promote not so much an anticipation of the future, but rather the appropriation of the past. The past is more operational, more useful for the future, are more inclined toward organic, homogeneous, insulated social project rather than dynamic, open, future-oriented social project. This leads to a new obsession of creating borders. And this is becoming probably a new mainstream. We have seen this evolution in Russia over the last 15 years. We have seen similar developments in Armenia and Georgia in the aftermath of the Soviet Union. So the slogan of the moment is, make Russia great again. Make Georgia and Armenia great again. Make Britain great again. Make America great again, finally. So now the second, my second thesis is about religion. So what is the place of religion here in this big shifts? Religion becomes, in most cases, a symbolic form of fastening or binding, kind of binding resource for anti-global discourses and movements. Universal humanity has been associated with the advance of secularity in this previous dominating discourse, and the weakening of religions. Universal humanity thesis makes each particular religion kind of irrelevant, for each religion has been rooted, contextualized, or embedded in the way Charles Taylor, the Canadian philosopher, is putting this, embedded, sort of embedded particularism. The disembeddedness with the advance of secularity, makes religion a natural opponent of globalization. Religion fastens, re-embeds these particularistic narratives, national and ethnic ones, sacralizing them in a way. And that these things have been constructed and invented or reinvented in Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, and other places. Look how religion has become a part of a national narrative in Russia, a part of the Ruski Mir, a foundation of conservative or traditional values that now dominate the public debate in Russia and promote self-isolation and a sort of new conservative messianism worldwide. Religion is seen as a main kernel, the core of historical continuity that brings Russian history together. This trend is in contradiction with the principle of secularity fixed in the constitution of the Russian Federation. Secularity is necessary, or some kind of secularity, as Marian was saying, referring to Yopke. Some kind of secularity is necessary, at least for two things, for the inclusion of two categories of population. First, the other confessional groups, and second, the non-believers. But the trend of desecularization seems to be stronger now. The other confessional groups are, so to speak, tailored in a way to fit the standard of the de facto leading faith, Russian Orthodoxy in the Russian case, which works as an ideological support of the state policies. Those who resist this fitting are suppressed or pressed, at least, as an absolutely outrageous ban of Jehovah's Witnesses that a couple of weeks ago in Russia. This means that other confessions, other religious groups are tolerated in imperial terms as linked to ethnic minorities. Again, in the case of Jehovah's Witnesses, it doesn't work, of course. This is one thing. Now, what about the non-believers, which is another big, rather strong category of the population? I know that believers or non-believers, all this kind of nuns, that's a tricky sociological category. I'm not going into detail of defining this, but we need to know, first of all, that according to this national imagination, all the ethnic Russians, for example, are considered to be intrinsic and unescapably, almost unconsciously Orthodox, like similar things in a way in Georgia and Armenia. So what about these non-believers, those who are at odds with this mainstream, because they have to consciously resist against this imposition of such belonging, which is really imposed as a intrinsic and unescapable. So I don't want to dramatize for the separation principles in Russia, for example, still works. The mechanisms of separation are still working, but the principle of secularity as such is challenged in many ways. That is for sure. And I would say that Armenia and Georgia have seen some similar processes. This idea of oneness, one nation, one as an organic whole, supported by one ancient church and one sovereign state. So that's a very strong trend. And of course, the experience of Georgia, I would say, it's kind of different because of the Saakashvili's modernizing reforms that explicitly promoted a kind of a classic. They were trying to promote the classic European forms of secularity, but finally didn't work in the final analysis, to my view. So The third thing is another aspect of this contradiction, or we can frame this contradiction in a different way. It's an opposition of collective religious identities versus individual ones. It can be true that when we speak of post-secularity, and here I introduce another term, post-secularity, that was kind of introduced and shaped quite a bit by the same Jürgen Habermas. By post-secularity, we think of a loosening of this repressive, assertive, or hegemonic kind of secularity that Marianne was referring to. So in Habermasian terms, it gives more room for religious voices to be publicly heard and make part of the public deliberation within a reasonably communicative, or what is now called deliberative democracy. In this sense, post-secularity is not opposed to universalism or universal communicative space, but this only works, in my view, when the sentiments and sensibilities are framed in individualized, choice-driven terms. And I'm not at all sure about the collectivistic, communitarian, religious senses, whether they indeed can contribute to this universal deliberation. So, what we have seen in post-Soviet lands and many other places, indeed, the strong wave of collectively framed sentiments that are linked to the search of collective self-referencing and self-confirmation, especially when it is part of a national self-determination backed by the governments. So the collective forms sort of monopolize the religious resources. And this leads to deprivatization of religion, and then as a next step we can see the emergence of sort of public national orthodoxies, formulating the right ways of being religious. Distinguishing between right religion and false religion. Like in the Russian case, there is a repertoire of traditional conservative characteristics that are standardly expected from not just Russian Orthodoxy, but from other confessions as well, like Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, and others. Hence comes the new challenges to individual religiosity, now under press from tandem of national religion and national state. And the final, two more final reflections. Can we say that this reaction to globalization I started with, the celebration of the past and national uniqueness, is it a non-reversible trend? Is it all good for all the guys? And these kinds of reactions would be strange for the new digital generations as they quickly access to the global digital network culture, which irresistibly promotes connectedness and strong individualism. Are the heavy national narratives and heavy religious narratives foreign to these new future generations? It looks like they are. I believe that those who are called now millennials or centennials, people who were born in 1990s, 2000s, are naturally indifferent to making this country great again. Or are they? That's the question. So finally, I never coordinated my talk with Marian, but I will finish with something that he started with, this concept of the small nations who have some some special necessities, some special needs to create this kind of strong identitarian discourses. Because we should not forget this geopolitical, the precarious geopolitical urges, the strong sense of national survival, especially in the relatively small nations like Georgia and Armenia, who are always under the threat coming from both north and south. We need to keep this reality at least in mind, and this survival strategy that explains probably the strong public religious sentiments have such a symbolic appeal. So the fragility of small nations lead to fragility of secularity in terms of this cultural defense, what Marianne was talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for that very thought-provoking, very comprehensive presentation, which very neatly follows on from Marianne's reflections at the outset of this session. Many things one can comment on and leave that to all of you, but I think you framed this discussion in a number of ways, but one is this particularism versus universalism discourse, and it was interesting just hearing the speech of the defeated candidate in yesterday's presidential election in France talk about this era of the patriots against the globalists, which I think ties in with this. The only thing I would also comment is on this whole refrain we're hearing about "Make our nation great again, make our country great again." All I would say of those countries you mentioned, Britain is the only one with great in its title, so it is, in a sense, living up to its name from centuries ago. That's the only thing I would say about that. Not so much on the football or soccer field, but that's another matter altogether. Okay, so now we turn to Mariam Gaftadze, who is we've heard before, so we're very happy to hear again. Mariam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the previous presenters and for the general overview of the secularism. And now, thanks to you, I will speak preciously on Georgian situation and what we have in the constitution of Georgia. Georgian population, according to the latest state statistics, is 3.7 million, and approximately 83% of the population affiliate themselves with the Georgian Orthodox Church. More than 10% we have Muslims in the country, quite considerable number of the members of the Armenian Apostolic Church, Catholics, Yazidis, and Protestant churches. However, the number who actually practice religion out of those 83% is remarkably low. It's kind of connection between religious nationalism in Georgia, like Georgian is very much linked to Orthodoxy traditionally in the country. The Constitution of Georgia declares complete freedom of religion and belief and asserts separation of church and state. Namely, Article 9 of the Constitution of Georgia recognizes the special role of the Autokefalous Orthodox Church of Georgia in the history of Georgia and its independence from the state. The provision does not provide any privilege to the Orthodox Church, but acknowledges the historic role of the Church in the history of Georgia. The current constitution, the constitution in force, was adopted in 1995. However, the principle of secularity is not novelty for Georgia. We had another very good constitution of 1921 that was considered as one of the most progressive supreme laws of its time, and it demonstrated quite well Georgia's desire to be democratic and free country, independent state. And that text contained even more solid provisions about state and church separation. Namely, according to it, the state and church are separated and independent from each other. No confession enjoys special privileges, and it was forbidden for any religious group to receive state funding. These three provisions were written in 1921 Constitution of Georgia. But unfortunately, soon after its adoption, the constitution was suspended because of the Soviet occupation of Georgia, and therefore these constitutional values and ideas of independent Georgia had not been accomplished during the Soviet times. After gaining independence in 1991, Georgia officially declared its commitment to be a democratic state and ratified many of the international human rights treaties. However, in reality, the country did not meet right human rights standards. Political situation, social, economic being in Georgia by the time was quite poor. By the time the Georgian Orthodox Church became very popular and trustworthy institution in the country, and the president by the time, Eduard Shevardnadze, who was losing power and popularity, and who was known as an atheist, he was baptized as an Orthodox by the time, and there was a kind of seeking support from the very influential institution, Georgian Orthodox Church. And very soon after that, to get some benefits, the church also received very big recognition, and constitutional agreement between the state and church was signed in 2002. Namely, in 2001, the Constitution of Georgia was amended. A new provision was added to the text, according to which relations between the state and the church, Orthodox Church, is regulated by the constitutional agreement. And in 2002, the Parliament of Georgia approved the constitutional agreement between the state and the church. I would also like to mention what kind of period was this. From 1999 to 2002, rights of religious minorities were violated, and there are very famous ECHR cases, judgments against Jehovah's Witnesses, Jehovah's Witnesses against Georgia. They were persecuted hundreds of times. They were beaten, attacked, and their rights were violated. And also the Baptist Church was also attacked quite many times. And the state did not take any measures to protect religious minorities, but on the contrary, signed a very powerful document with the Georgian Orthodox Church at that time. What is the constitutional agreement? The constitutional agreement in the hierarchy of laws, legislation of Georgia, it stands above other laws and gives the privileges to the Georgian Orthodox Church. I do not find the text of the constitutional agreement discriminatory, because this is an agreement between two subjects, and they are not speaking about taking some privileges from other religious groups. But still, the approach of the state is discriminatory, because the state has not done anything to create similar agreements, to sign similar agreements with other religious groups. And we have the reality that only the dominant church has privileges. And these privileges include exemption from the military service, privileges in the taxation, in education sphere, and so on. There were some discussions by the time that the state would sign with some religious organizations the similar documents, but it never happened. And today the environment in this regard is discriminatory. Now what we have in practice. The Constitution guarantees separation of the state and church, but what kind of approach the state has to the dominant religious church? And I will speak about state's relation towards the dominant church and towards other religious groups to make comparison. Okay. So I will not speak with examples now, and I will just briefly overview. Influence of the Orthodox Church towards the political and legislative life of Georgia. There were some instances, for example, adoption of anti-discrimination legislation, law on local self-government, when the Georgian Orthodox Church expressed its negative attitude and was seeking some amendments in the legislation. And I fully support freedom of expression of the Georgian Orthodox Church or any other religious organization, but what I'm interested in is what kind of approach the state has and how much it falls under the influence of religious organization. And unfortunately, the statements of some politicians proved that they were under influence and they amended the legislation finally. The school case, as the time is not left, Ega discussed the school situation at schools, and that's also a good example of lack of secularism at public schools. Property issues, and this kind of selective approach that the Orthodox Church received its property confiscated during the Soviet times while other religious organizations were not able to gain it, and the funding of religious organizations that gives power to the state to manipulate or to make some kind of influence on religious organizations. And now, briefly, I want to mention how state uses this kind of funding against other religious organizations. And one good example is Muslim organization. As Ega mentioned, that it defines how the Muslim organization has to spend the money, but there are big risks that the state wants to control the Muslim community with this step. And one good example is when the Muslim Sheikh Vagi Pakhperov in 2013, as he declares, he was forced by the Ministry of Interior to write the letter of resignation, and this took place at the ministry's building, and very soon, 2 days later, this letter appeared at the Council of Muslims, and they approved, and Vagi Pakhperov was resigned from his power. And that is another example how state imposes control on other religious organizations and how it benefits and grants benefits to the dominant church. To compare these two models with each other, maybe we will have to expand in more details because as I know the time is not left more to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, for your presentation and for keeping your remarks to 15 minutes. Much appreciated. I was personally very interested to hear about the context and the current arrangements in Georgia for, if you like, regulating state-church relations, the main features of the arrangements and the consequences, implications of those. And no doubt there will be reflections and responses from participants to that, and we'll look forward to those comments and questions in due course. So last but not least, it's a pleasure to welcome Hovhannes Hovhannisyan, who is Associate Professor at the Department of Theology at Yerevan State University, to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my report will be kind of continuation of the theoretical things which Alex mentioned about the desecularization, making the country great again, and of course the counter actions to this, to a new form of secularization. So in the recent decades in Armenia we have witnessed the growing power of church and in public sphere identity maintaining in diaspora as well as historical role of Armenian church. So this was a kind of manifestation of a new kind of nationalism in Armenia which were taking place by emphasizing the religious and ethnic identity. Alongside with the growing power of church in political affairs, very simultaneous secularist processes are taking place in the face of civil society organizations, public activists who don't consider church to be involved in public sphere. So here I will analyze the interaction between state and church in the light of growth of religious nationalism in Armenia. Brubaker, in his article Religion and Nationalism, analyzes various forms of interaction of religion and nationalism, their interconnection, forms of manifestation, etc. He shows that in the early stage of the discussions, the nationalism was conceived mostly as religious, or nationalism itself as a form of religion. His approach on religious nationalism as a different form of nationalism, which sometimes is represented in the form of rhetoric, which means without proper content and understanding. Normative and descriptive approaches to the relations of religion and nationalism may differ from society to society, as each society has its specific forms of manifestation for such relationship. Some other scholars like Keduri try to exclude religion while describing the nationalism, considering it as an outcome of modernism and secular thought. This approach is based on the perception of the traditional nature of religions as well as modern nature of contemporary nation-states. However, many theories don't exclude the religion to explain the many phases of nationalism, one of which may be religious, or religion may play an essential role in forming, developing, and escalating the nationalistic moods, movements, or actions. Friedland even goes farther and conceptualizes religious nationalism as a different and specific form of nationalism, which brings together state, territory, and culture. Identity element is not clearly described here, but the wide context of the term culture enables to explain it as a phenomenon of culture. In this respect, the particular form of religious nationalism should be taken into account to understand if there is a such phenomenon in reality, or religious nationalism is declarative statement of scholars and political or civic actors for fulfillment their specific agenda. In the public discourse in Armenia, the term nationalism and patriotism often are used under the same term azgainakanutun, though there is another word for patriotism as well. And more often, the usage of the term in the sense of nationalism is conceived in more negative sense, while the usage of the same term in the sense of patriotism seems to be more positive. This normative statement may differ among the liberals and conservatives, who try to interpret the term in accordance with their ideological and political agenda. The term nationalism firstly was introduced into the Armenian social life at the end of the 19th century under the direct influence of European Enlightenment, and accordingly had secularist connotation and interpretation. Moreover, this kind of nationalism excluded any kind of religion or religious organizations from the public life. Such kind of approaches refer to religion as a regressive force, which hardens to discuss the interconnection of religion and nationalism in a more constructive way. At the same time, the criticism of secularist theories and the return of religion to the public space show what the interconnection of religion and nationalism is quite a complex phenomenon. The secularists think that nationalism and religion should be separated because as a regressive force that religion shall marginalize the idea of nationalism. Religion should be private matter for each, and religion and state should be separated. According to Jürgen Smeyer, the religious and secular nationalism are in opposition to each other, though he thinks that religion cannot be isolated from political life, and states that in the modern world the religious form of nationalism becomes more popular as it has the capacity to facilitate the synthesis of ultimate meaning and political power. The religion enables people to have social order, while political power enjoys the regulative function of religion. Now I'll come to the on the ground about the Armenia and talk about the Armenian situation. In the modern Armenia, the Republican Party is in power around 20 years, which declared the nationalistic ideology as main line, having in its its basis the ideology developed by an Armenian nationalistic leader of the beginning of 20th century, Gargi Nirde. As a secular organization, the political party, and particularly some of its leaders, are in close relationship with the high officials of the church, which enables the church and its institutions to enjoy more rights and power in different spheres of public life. This tendency turned into a product in the face of constitutional amendments in 2005, when the new article was introduced into the Constitution of Armenia. According to Article 8.1, the state recognizes the special role of the Armenian Apostolic Church as national church in maintaining the cultural heritage of Armenia and identity of Armenians. The article enabled the church to establish its firm positions in different spheres of social life. The Armenian church history subject became a compulsory subject in Armenian schools, and the subject is supervised by Christian Education Center in Echmiadzin, which is the center of Armenian Apostolic Church. The compulsory subject enabled the representative of the church to get involved in one of the basic social institutions. This policy raised various issues and problems in connection not only to the supervision of the subject, but also with the involvement and teaching of students from other religious organizations who don't enjoy the right not to attend those classes, otherwise opt out right. Around this subject, several times happened several scandals. We have a special research done in this field, and sometimes the teachers of the subject were even exaggerating their role in the teaching process, though they are not instructed to do so. But sometimes they think that in their responsibilities includes to fight against sects, which, as they say, which destroyed the unity of Armenian nation and integrity of Armenian nation. One of these kind of scandals was that the previous Minister of Education, when he was talking about the church history teachers, he said that two of them were fired because of belonging of different religious organizations. Later, one of the NGOs, Collaboration for Democracy Center, sued the minister, but the court made a decision in favor of minister, stating that there was nothing discriminatory in his words. Another social institution where the church started to enjoy exclusive rights is the Armenian army, where the religious representatives have special positions and have direct influence in local sections of the army. This enabled the church to represent its ideology under the nationalistic concepts, where the church is maintainer of Armenian nation and Armenian identity, or the church enhances the patriotic moods among the Armenians during the history and during the Nagorno-Karabakh war, etc. However, there was not any religious cases oppressing representatives of religious minority groups, though the several clergy serving in the army expressed publicly their negative attitude towards them, mentioning that they are Armenians and someday they shall understand their mistake. The army in itself is a closed social institution. That's why many problems remain behind the walls of the army, as even the representatives of religious minorities are convinced that talking about the problems shall harm the army and consequently the country as well. This represents an interesting form of nationalism which is not religious himself but affects the religious organizations, as notwithstanding of being minority or majority, they behave the same and unwritten laws. The situation in modern Armenia shows that the secular state and religious actors have not controversies but are in close cooperation with each other. It is believed that religion has a special role to play in public relations because of its close association with communal identities and moral legitimacy, by the words of Hebert. The close relationship of Armenian clergy with the state authorities do not enable them to enforce their function for formation of communal identity. Another case represents a group of nationalist patriots under the name of One Nation, which spreads information on their ideology through gluing posters in all possible places in Armenia and especially in the capital. Their nationalistic approach is based on the so-called moral values, which in their opinion are coming from the ideology of Armenian Apostolic Church. In this respect, we are convinced that any religious ideology other than Armenian Apostolic Church should be expelled from the country and prosecuted. Many of their posters represent this approach, which by many civil activists described as chauvinistic. The mentioned cases and approaches mostly represent the positions and approaches trying to defend the majority religion for the sake of national unity. They think that equal rights for majority and minority religions shall bridge the natural harmony within the society and made it more vulnerable towards the outward challenges. These actors have mostly political agenda, and many of their announcements and actions have normative character. They also make all efforts to make the church-state relations closer and even to allocate various state functions to the church. For this group, the religious nationalism or a nationalistic ideology with religious elements serves as a tool to achieve their goals. There is also a strong section of the society who believe in secular nature of nationalism without any sign of religion. This group mostly represents the civil activists, civil society organizations, and informal groups who act as nationalists in the public space but without identifying themselves as nationalists, as under this term mostly it's conceived the people or groups in close relationship with the authorities. That in the case that civil servants never use this term, but their activities usually have nationalistic character. This secular group is against the involvement of church in public space or giving the church or any religious organization privilege in comparison to others, and all religious organizations are equal in their opinion. Multicultural, multi-religious diversity, as well as tolerance to and equality of various ethnic, religious, or other groups is the basis for the value system and approaches. However, it should be mentioned that this group represents the form of nationalism which can be called religious in its form, but by its content it has nothing to do with any religion or religious idea. This chapter showed that there are different nationalistic groups in Armenia, and some of them use the concept of religious nationalism to fulfill its political agenda. To reinforce their political legitimacy, the political elites in Armenia moved from the secular nationalist towards the religious nationalist and tried to compensate their failure by stressing the threats of national unity and integrity. When the current government of Armenia failed to sign the association agreement with the European Union and signed the integration agreement with the Eurasian Union, the religious nationalists started to attack the secular Europe, or as they call gay Europe, in order to justify their political U-turn and failure. So in this report I tried mostly to stress that there are different groups, different actors, and sometimes in reality their approaches, their position has kind of political agenda, and so we are going to witness more clashes in the sphere of secularization and the secularization in the future, in the future of Armenia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hannes, for that very comprehensive and clear presentation of this phenomenon of religious nationalism, particularly, of course, in the context of Armenia, implications for that, and the degree to which, as you said, the state actors and religious actors are very closely aligned in many respects and in many objectives. Anyway, we've had four very meaningful, substantive presentations. I'm very grateful to the panelists for keeping within time and therefore allowing us, say 15 minutes. If we cut into the coffee break by 15 minutes, I'm sure that'll be fine. And therefore the floor is open. I will take some hands initially, and we can then have some reflections. So the gentleman at the back, the gentleman here, and the lady there. Start with you three, and then we'll see how we go. So please.
Շնորհակալություն։ Սակուն Սարթուր Հելսինկյան քաղաքացիական ասամբլեայի վանաձորի գրասենյակ լիովին համամիտ լինելով այն պատկերին որ
endorse the picture painted by Mr. Hovhannisyan with respect to Armenia's situation with secularization. I would like to fill in with a few important brushstrokes which will complete the picture. On the one hand, the Armenian Apostolic Church has an obvious monopoly in the scene, and on the other, there is obvious prejudice against other religious organizations which erode the fundamentals of secular state. The first comment pertains to economic activity. The Armenian Apostolic Church enjoys a full waiver of any economic liabilities. Land tax, property tax are completely waived. Any economic operation is they have full holidays on VAT or withholding tax. All of these taxes fully apply and are levied on all other religious organizations. The Armenian Apostolic Church's financial flows are absolutely uncontrolled. Nobody ever knows what's their budget. What is the cost assigned to our so-called, quote-unquote, spiritual independence or security? The second premise is enshrined in a strategy document. The Armenian security strategy directly states that the Apostolic Church is a safeguard of Armenia's security. This is the second important premise enshrined by the state. Not the freedom of conscience, not the human rights and freedoms are the safeguard of the concept, but the role of a particular church, an important component. When there was a reference to them having free access to the armed services, for the first time in the newly independent history of the Armenian Republic, the ministers of Armenian Apostolic Church are paid out of the national budget for serving the military. This is a theocracy. This is a direct, an early sign of a theocracy. Alongside this, when all other organizations are deprived of any such possibilities, well, that's nothing but discrimination. We're not claiming that the other religious organizations should have their own chaplains. Well, here's the question. The church as an economic agent, what's the role of it? And how does it belong to the conceptual framework of national security? What do you think? What needs to be done to address this? Although the question contains an answer by implication, but what's the role of these factors in the formation of theocracy in this country? Thank you.
Presentation, so we could have focus questions with a very, very short, no more than 20-second introduction. Otherwise, I'll have to cut you in the interests of universal participation and justice. So the gentleman with the check shirt, please. He's number 5.
Մոգեսալմևիտ մեգախլավարտ Տարիել Նագայձե Քարտվել Մուսլիմ Թակաուշիրիս խնձանելի ասեվե բաթումշի ախալի մեջ կենեվլովիս սայնցիատիվը կուպիս խնձանելի մեմինდა რამდენიმე
like to offer you my position, especially in the capacity of a Muslim and the state agency on religions, and also the prosecutions against different religious groups were mentioned. So my speech, short speech, will be kind of the additional proof of those issues, especially having in mind that in Batumi for several years running, already for 2 years to be exact, to be precise, the the Georgian Muslims residents of Batumi are trying to erect a new mosque, but we do not get any success. We can't get any headway in this. And because of the interference of the state and some other actors, and because of the pressure of the state agency on religious issues, the representatives of the Muslim society signed the agreement to be provided with the right to construct the residence rather than mosque. And as a reaction to this, the initiative group of the Muslims of Georgia started new initiative. We collected 12,000 signatures in order to get going with construction of the mosque again. მაპატიეთ რომ გაწყვეტინებთ, მაგრამ შეკითხვა თუ გაქვთ.
კითხვა. არა, მე მინდა უბრალოდ პატარა შეფასება გავაკეთო კიდევ იმ გამოსვლას და მეტი ეს არ მიგდება.
And I won't have any other chance to do it, unfortunately, it seems to me. Yes, of course, we were provided with a chance to express our opinion during the discussion part, so I do not have the question. I want only 2 minutes of your time to express my position. Also, I would like to reflect on what has been said in general about the attitude. And unfortunately, it has been voiced out in this very room as well, that in Georgia, the religious minorities are not being prosecuted. And cruel approaches and cruel attitudes are not being exhibited against them, but their situation is very grave. For instance, I can give you an example of Mohi village mosque, which was not passed over to the ownership of the Muslims, and they are forced in Mohisi village, they have to pray outside in the street. And also I would like to reflect on those statements that have been voiced out, regardless of my deepest respect towards Patriarchy of Georgia and its representatives in my capacity of a Muslim, but quite often they state that there are 400 mosques, or sometimes they say that there are 300 mosques in Georgia, and we need to balance the situation out by constructing 300 or 400 churches in Azerbaijan or in Turkey, and thus the balance is not perfect. And at the same time, it's a testimony that we are treating our religious minorities better than they do. But it seems to me that benchmarking your situation with situation in some other country is not a proper approach in one of the expressions of prosecution, just it seems to me. This is what I want.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think there was a lady who... Yes, at the back, please. If you could keep it as succinct as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Herine Manasyan, Caucasus Research Resource Centers, Armenia Center. I'll be pretty much continuing the question or address that Mr. Sakuns raised. My question is addressed to two presenters, Alex Agajanian and Hovanesyan. Digitization, I like that very much, and social networking, globalization, etc. So all these lead to power of state and also the church, and monopolization that was hinted from here. So also that brings to religion and the state getting merged, and then there were a lot of corruptive evidences when the power of church was used by public officials, establish businesses, then empower it, not clear the nation or themselves. So I would like you to talk about a little bit about that, because from the state the public demands reporting, accountability and transparency. I am not sure if that's the same in the case of church or religious institutions. So I would bring, I'm expecting a pragmatic answer about morality, immorality, values, and rationalism, etc. Thank you very much.
have time for two more questions. I noted the ambassador and the bishop there, so we'll take them. You didn't want to? Okay. Grace.
Շնորհակալություն։ Ճիշտ ասած ամբողջությամբ ուշադուր հետևում էի, բայց համոզված եմ, որ պարոն
the discourse, but I'm certain that Mrs. Hovhannisyan and Sakund most probably are aiming at receiving more abundant grants hereafter, which is why they made these statements against the Armenian Church. What they presented has absolutely nothing to do with the realities of the Armenian Church. It's just the contrary. The Armenian Church, in the public milieu, has more demand than what it can deliver for. Our newspapers in Armenia keep complaining all the time. Why is it that the Armenian Church is not more active in this or that walk of life? There is no area where we would impede with others. As for working in the army, our clergy, maybe you should lean on the international experience. I've been to Canada and encountered their chief chaplain of the Canadian Army, who is a representative of the Catholic Church. They're fully funded by the state. This is not something specific to Armenia. And secondly, why don't you also say one day that having these chaplains in the army, a lot of hazing and bullying is prevented by their presence. It has been reduced to a minimum by the presence of the chaplains. No person of any religion can ever claim that a chaplain has ever infringed upon or offended anyone of a different confession. As for the school, the operation of the Armenian Church in the schools was an answer to the apparent ostensible demand. The history of Armenian nation is closely intertwined with the Armenian Church. This invokes history, this invokes culture, tradition. Mr. Sakuns may be unaware that outside of Armenia, the only prerequisite of keeping Armenian identity is the presence of the Armenian ministry. It's not, neither Sakuns nor Hovhannisyan can deliver on that role. The Armenian Church has this historical mission, as the Georgian Church has in Georgia. We need to understand that this is a given. This is in response to the demand of the nation. Therefore, criticizing and throwing blame and attacking the Armenian Church for economic activities or whatnot, maybe this is your narrow-mindedness that you try to present as the ultimate truth. That is not the case. The Armenian Church has a great demand, more demand in this society than it can deliver on. Secondly, I've been serving in Georgia for 14 years already. With all due respect for Mr. Nakashidze, I have to say that there is some discrimination in Georgia, but the rights of the Muslim community are very well protected. The churches and property may have not been yet returned to the other Christian denominations, but the government has returned 150 mosques to the Muslim community. There are no less adherents to the Armenian Apostolic Church than there are Muslims in Georgia, but the Muslim community receives triple the financing from the Georgian state. Let's look at the reality as is. Right, let's put right aside, but the truth requires. And then a right is not an imperative. It's not an imposition. The Armenian nation, who deems itself to be adherents of the Armenian Apostolic Church, know very well that it is this church that has preserved the Armenians. Dear European guests, ambassadors, your excellencies, representatives of our friendly Georgian nation, if on these 30,000 square kilometers we still survive, it is the church to be thanked for it. It is the Echmiadzin, where the Armenian Catholicosate was established. It made a call to the nation to stick to this land and keep it, and therefore it's quite natural that this church both has a duty and an obligation as well as rights to this nation. As to which party or leader or whoever we are on friendly terms with, we're indiscriminate here. they are the sons of our church. Which is why I require to please keep in mind when you make statements, put aside your personal aspirations and look at the reality of this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. We only have now time for the, if any comments. I know some panelists were specifically asked to respond to some questions, so I just go from right to my right to left. So Marianne, is there anything you want to share at this point? Alex, anything you would like to share at this stage further to?
Thank you very much. Thank you for all comments, and I think that we need clearly to take seriously those claims and very strong kind of statements from both sides, right? From those who are not satisfied with the level of religious freedom, and those who are trying to promote, as the bishop did, the idea of this urge for national, the historical mission or the historical importance of the church and the dominant churches in both countries. So I think we need to somehow take into account both positions and really go back to reality and to see, to revise, to review the real facts, because I would suppose that both positions would not are not just completely unfounded in a way. So that's what the only thing that I can say.
Ես հայերեն կպատասխանեմ, հարգարժան պարոն
Distinguished Mr. Mirzakhanian, I don't know what do grants have to do here. I failed to penetrate that. But myself, as a researcher, I laid down the palette of whatever exists in the field and what are the issues with secularity. I also emphasized that there is a segment in this society which fully subscribes to what you just said. That is, my presentation did cover your ground as well. I don't know where does your dissatisfaction stem from. This was a purely analytical exercise, fully based on interviews, professional literature sources, and I started with laying down the theory, for starters, using those premises to describe and expose the situation. I don't see a big issue here, maybe even more. The discourse, discussions, exchanges like this increase the level of public awareness. I don't know why you were so agitated. There was no sniping or contesting the role and significance of the church whatsoever, the one that you noticed. No mic, no translation, unfortunately. Well, you know, but there was pronounced position against the church throughout your text, at least whatever I heard. And Mr. Ovanesyan, you are sowing hatred against the Armenian church through your statements, fully from A to Z, all of your Պարոնայք, պիտի խնդրեմ ձեզ ամենայն հարգանքով, խնդրում եմ
as we deal with some very complicated issues. Hovan, it's just one last comment, and then we have to move on to Marianne.
Ատելության խնդիր բացարձակ չկար, կար խնդիր հանդուրժողականության, երկխոսության,
of engaging in a dialogue, and that which you perceived, well, what is completely divergent from what I delivered. Շնորհակալություն, Marion.
I think there was no direct question to to me. But just to summarize, I say that Georgia and Armenia have very many things in common, and the civil society and human rights organizations have one position and the church position differs, but once again I want to thank the organizers for creating this platform, because in Georgia, for example, we do not have chance to sit with the Orthodox Church and with this kind of diversity quite often. And for Armenian reality also, it's very good that the civil society and the church has the platform for dialogue, and I'm grateful for that because it's really necessary.
Yeah, thank you. Let me conclude from my side by emphasizing two things which should be kept separate. So one thing is the contestation of ideas. So as we see, different people in the room have different understandings of what would be the best institutional solution to questions of religion in the state in Armenia. So that's something that happens in the marketplace of idea, to put it in very simplistic terms. The second thing that the bishop called our attention to by referring to the Canadian practice of state funding for chaplaincy in the military is the question of international standards. So the question of whether there is an international standard that can figure as kind of a minimal standard for practices that should or could be shared across nations in different parts of the world. So I think these are two different discussions that people can have, and of course the criticism that can be leveled against different the state or different religious organizations with regard to the privileges they enjoy can of course in a kind of semi-objective or perhaps objective way be measured against the standards that one finds in different parts of the world. So I think these are two different but both useful and interesting debates that should be continued.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to all the four panelists for framing the discussion very neatly and very clearly, to all the contributions from the floor. This has been a very, I would say, a very challenging topic for all the reasons that you are no doubt aware and can recognize. We said at the outset that freedom of religion or belief is a very challenging human right. It opens up lots of assumptions, particularly about religion and religion's role in society, for scrutiny, for critique, in a spirit of collective inquiry, where we should be courageous and bold and robust enough and secure enough to deal with some uncomfortable questions, but also with some questions and reflections that may well enrich our understanding, which is clearly, as human beings, one of our main responsibilities and rights, which is in itself part of the overall right of freedom of thought, conscience, religion or belief. And we mustn't forget the thought and conscience aspect of this wider right. Having heard and reflected on the different contributions this afternoon, one is left thinking a number of questions. One, in seeking to safeguard the rights of all in society, but in particular the vulnerable ones in our midst. And let us not forget, at this time, there are many individuals who are vulnerable for all sorts of reasons, the minorities, so to speak. And not everyone likes to use that term, but let's use that term for at least this thought. What can we say to the majorities? How can we convince them that freedom of religion or belief for all, including for the minorities, is a good thing and a worthy thing? How do we convince them to come on board? Secondly, in hearing reference to religious nationalism, it made me think of Hans Kung, the great Catholic theologian, who wrote and spoke about religionists as the original globalists. what happened to that understanding? So, and the third question, the third point, is about the role of religion itself. I think time and time again we're invited to think more deeply about this category that is called religion, and how we do need to distinguish it from many things that act in its name, but for nefarious ends, for destructive ends, and also for ideologies, political or otherwise, that seek to divert it, distort it, and introduce elements that can sadly lead to more conflict and contention rather than peace, harmony, and justice for all. And therein is the challenge to freedom of religion or belief. If it is to mean anything, it needs to engage with religion as a phenomenon very deeply. Although it doesn't, as a human right, protect religion, but it does protect the individual as the right bearer in the field of religion. So it indirectly links or connects with religion, but necessarily needs to understand it so that it provides adequate scope of protection for the individual or individuals. So rethinking or thinking more deeply about the category of religion and thinking that through so that we can reach a place of common understanding and also common benefit. So thanks again to everyone for this, for your time and your contributions. We now have I would say, a 15-minute coffee break. We'll eat into the next session, but they only have 2 speakers, so in all fairness, they have the luxury of time where we didn't. So thank you very much again. And to the wonderful translators for working a bit overtime. Thank you.
Please, I invite everyone to take your place to start the most important session of the conference. You can take your coffees and we can start soon. Okay, so I'll start and then maybe slowly they will join us. I specifically said it's the most important panel because we will be talking about gender equality and freedom of religion and belief and the involvement of women, because nothing can be successful without the full involvement of women. So it's important to tackle this issue during this conference. So today we will be talking about relationship between the religion, church, women's rights, gender equality. As you all know, these have been long debates and still going on among leadership of many world religions of the role of women inside the church in leadership positions, ordination of women, the roles they do, serving as ministers. Some religions, of course, banned it completely, allowing only service as supporters, auxiliaries, nuns, for the church leadership, involved in fundraising, logistic mostly. If we come more in this region, since we will have a speaker from Georgia, specifically talking about the role of women inside the church. I remember today also about the history that we have in the Armenian church. It's very interesting that not everyone talks about it, but when we look into the history of Armenian church, we go back in the medieval ages, 15th century, and after that, we have evidences from different scholars, researchers, jurists about the role of Armenian women in the church. Some will mention women as scribes, copying sacred texts, teaching the gospel, and other responsibilities they took inside the church, being matrons, patrons of some of the churches. But if you look, for example, at a very interesting book written by Father Abel Orlukian in 1994, where he tells us about the history of the deaconess in the Armenian church, deaconess as Sargavak, which was very much famous in the medieval ages. We've heard about it a little bit around the 15th century, then a little bit more about the 9th century, 11th century, and more recent evidences from the 19th century. And after that, we don't talk about it much. They disappeared. The deaconess tradition disappeared completely today in the Armenian church, except some exceptions. But what was interesting that this debate was going on from very early ages. As you may know, Mkhitar Kosh, who was one of the prominent scholars, jurist, priest himself, he was defending the ordination of the deaconess in the Armenian church. And then he was supported by Sampat Constable in the 13th century, also supported by Stepanos Orbelian, who was a historian and bishop of Syunik in the 14th century. All three of them were very much supportive of the ordination of women as deaconess. And by deaconess meaning having a more leadership position, serving at the altar, doing some religious rituals, baptism, helping with teaching the gospel and other important roles. But today, unfortunately, most of this history is not being told very much. Very few know about this who are interested in this issue, but it's important to raise today the issue why. Why, if we had this tradition of starting the active role of women in the church, where is it leading today? Today, the Armenian church, as the main church in Apostolic Church in Armenia, are coming back more actively, as we said, on social issues. In Armenia, we are seeing more involvement. We are also seeing a lot of worrying trends from this involvement regarding women's rights specifically and gender equality, and also LGBT issues, which is something that we need to discuss. And maybe after the speakers presented, we will have more discussion about how different religions and church can see more of the involvement of women in general. So I will present to you our first speaker. Her name is Rusudan Gotsiridze. She's a bishop of the Evangelical Baptist Church of Georgia, the first woman holding such a position in any church in Georgia, and the leading public voice for religious freedom in the country. As a woman holding a leadership position, she speaks from two minority perspectives: as a woman first in a field dominated by men, and as part of a minority religious group in a country led largely by one faith, which is the Georgian Orthodox Church. She has advocated for gender equality and challenged the perceptions of the role of women in society, responded to gender violence, and with her church was one of the first religious community in Georgia to publicly support the rights of the LGBT community. She created interfaith dialogues to support religious minorities and the protection of their rights, which especially aided the Muslim community in Georgia. In 2014, she was awarded the Woman of Courage Award by the State Department in Washington for her exceptional and courageous work. And in 2016, President of Georgia presented the Medal of Honor for her efforts to promote tolerance, charity work, and enhancing dialogue. So, very honored to hear her today. So, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you for such a presentation. I'm really thrilled. It's a great honor for me to be here among you. As my friends previously mentioned, it's a rare opportunity for Georgia, for Georgian reality, where representatives of various religious communities, together with the majority church, together with the Orthodox Church, where we can sit together and discuss the painful issues. So I think my responsibility to present the gender problems here is, has this double meaning. I am a bishop of the Protestant Church in Georgia. I am a woman from the minority religious community, and I represent also the civil organization which works on women's rights and gender equality issues. So when you come to Georgia, we Georgians love to be very proud of our traditions, our heritage, and sometimes we little bit show off. And so when you come to Georgia, you will be taken to the old city to show the remarkable picture of our culture of tolerance, where the Orthodox Church and the Armenian Church are standing next to the synagogue and the mosque where the Sunni and Shia believers worship together. Also, when you come to Georgia, you will be told that this is the country which became Christian in the beginning of 4th century. And I'm very proud granddaughter of first Christians who we received this faith from the young lady from Cappadocia, Saint Nino. Also, I am a proud Georgian when I am talking about Rustaveli, who early in the 12th century spoke about the gender equality when he said that lions whelp is lion, whether male or female, and we love to recite this part of the poem every time, whether we have a supra and toasting or whatever. On the other hand, I represent a country where in 1980, women were given the right to vote, much earlier than some of the Western countries. So, taking into consideration all this heritage, I could be talking so freely about the freedom and about the equality the women in Georgia enjoy in our country. But unfortunately, this is not the only picture we are having in our country. Unfortunately, the problems women face in Georgia are, there's a huge list of the problems. One of them is, for instance, femicide, which is first of all needs to be recognized, and the femicide which is revealed in selective abortions, because in the patriarchal society, families tend to wish to have more boys than girls. And femicide, which is revealed in even much brutal forms like killing wives, ex-wives, killing women by partners, ex-partners, by sons, brothers, relatives, by the villagians. So these are the problems we are facing in Georgia. Also, there is a problem of discrimination, there is a problem of domestic violence, there is a problem of gender-based violence in various fields, and young marriages, which is more proper to call it the child marriages. So when we speak about these problems, very often majority, whether it's ethnic or religious majority group in the country, tend to point the finger to the minority group, saying that this is a problem which is enclosed and attached to the particular religious group or particular ethnic group in Georgia, as if we as the country of Georgia have nothing to do with the problem. When I mentioned, when I listed this little list of problems, these are mainly the problems which is very much connected to the religion beliefs of Georgian people, Georgian citizens, because when we speak about the gender issue, we can never separate these problems from the religious problems, if we take into consideration that Georgia is a highly, if not heavily, religious country. Whenever I speak about the problems of gender, every time I have this image of one caricature which was online somewhere, where there were two women meeting each other, one dressed very lightly with a short dress, high heels, heavy makeup, and another woman dressed so much that only her eyes were visible, both passing each other and looking at each other and thinking, oh, victim of the patriarchal culture. And I'm sure that both understanding is absolutely right, because very often, even in the experienced and historical democratic countries, people fail to be very sensitive towards these touchy issues when we speak about the gender and the religion. Very recently, probably it was last year, we all saw the video how in one of the beaches in France, a policeman forcibly undressed a Muslim lady who was wearing a special swimming suit suitable to her religion. And this was done in the name of equality, in the name of secularism, which I very much respect and which was talked about just a couple of minutes ago. And very often, even the feminist organization, even the women's rights organizations fail to be sensitive about the issues. We had the similar problem, which also was mentioned in previous presentations in Georgia, in one of the Muslim villages, when the little girl, a school girl, was forbidden to wear her head cover, and the next day, in solidarity to her, the whole class appeared in head cover. But this was quite a vocal issue in the country. And sometimes the women's rights organizations or women's rights activists see in hijab or niqab only the sign of discrimination of women, only the sign of voiceless women, which in many situations is absolutely the right picture. But imagine a little girl in Georgia, where the majority is Christian population, who dares to wear the sign of her religion and dares to speak up publicly about her faith, about her individuality. And I believe that this is all about the women's rights, and I believe this is all about the emancipation of women. So hijab or niqab or whatever we call it can, in one cultural context, a sign of discrimination against women, and in other context, it can be the sign of emancipation of women. So every time I speak about gender issues, and every time I speak about the religious issue, I try to be very sensitive, because there is no universal formula that can suit every culture, every period of time. There is a research which speaks about heavy figures, like every one woman in every 5 women in Georgia has been object of physical violence. 1 woman out of 10 has been subject of different forms of violence, and almost 35% of the population think that very often women deserve to be punished physically. So when we take into consideration these figures, I really lose the appetite to speak about San Nino or Rustaveli or Democratic Republic in 1980s or from 1980 to 1921, because the culture of tolerance is not something carved in stone. It's something in continuum. So it can very easily be changed. It can be changed because of the political situation is changed. It can be changed because of the economical situation is changed. It can be changed because of the war in the neighborhood, or a lot of things can influence this attitude. So I'm very reluctant to speak about how tolerant we Georgians are, or how gender equality is very much rooted in our culture, because the current situation does not speak about good things about women. I was very carefully listening in the previous session when my Armenian colleague, unfortunately he's not now here, spoke about the reality when the majority church has its own demands, because they are in majority, they are more than the other religious groups. So the religious context or texture in Georgia is like that. 83% is Georgian Orthodox. About 10% is Muslim community. About 3% is Armenian Apostolic Church. About more or less 3% is combined all the minority churches, whether Catholic or any other faith communities. In Georgian society, where religion plays a huge role, I think each of us bear the responsibility on the broken lives of the women I was mentioning previously. And of course, according to this percentage, so I don't think that any religious group can escape the responsibility about the situation which is in my country now. Some of the religious communities are contributing into this terrible picture by doing wrong things. Like in 2014, we witnessed terrible picture of femicide where about 40 women representing variety of the social groups in Georgia. Some were from the minority communities, some were from the majority. These women were killed by husbands, ex-husbands, partners, ex-partners, by men of their close circles. And these were the crucial points where everybody were trying to see the way out of the situation. And on that very year, on Christmas Day, unfortunately, the majority church really failed to that regard, because in the greeting speech, the head of the church said nothing about the killing of women, but rather said that women should wash their husbands' feet. And I think sometimes we contribute to this terrible situation by doing wrong things. But I don't think that we are less guilty if we do just nothing. Because if we do nothing, we contribute the same way as the wrongdoers. So I think the responsibility on discrimination which is in Georgia lies upon every single religious group. Because every single religious community is very much reluctant to speak about the gender equality or the violence against women. 2015 was declared the Day of Women's Rights, and it was declared in the framework of the Council of Religion. And one of the initiators of this issue was the Muslim community in Georgia, but unfortunately nothing, literally nothing has been done to to help the situation, neither from the minority communities nor from the majority churches. So to finish up my presentation, I want to say that I understand that every religious community is very much concerned about their teaching, about the theology, about the dogmas, about the scripture. But we all understand that how we speak or how we translate our dogmas and teachings is very much a political will of the religious community. And we cannot just say, I can do nothing because God wants women to be in this position. We can never blame God, whatever God we confess or worship, in our wrongdoings. And I think that the main is we need to choose. Either it's important to us to remain the cultural heritage we have, or the teaching we have, or to take into consideration dignity of our daughters. These are the girls who are brought up in the country, who are taught that you are a girl and don't jump over boys, and be obedient, don't talk too much. This is how we bring up our daughters. And I think if this is to be stopped, this is to be stopped with the help of religious communities. There are two dimensions. One is a secular dimension, and there is some things that state has to do: legislation, education, implementation of the law. But when it comes to the attitudes, when it comes to the mindsets of the people, then the religious communities must do their duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this courageous and honest talk. We will get back to it after the next speaker, and hopefully we will have an interesting discussion around it. Our next speaker is Isabella Sarkisian. She's a program director at Eurasia Partnership Foundation. She's a graduate at YSU Faculty of Theology and holds a master's degree in Sociology and Human Rights from London School of Economics and Political Science. Her spheres of professional interest include issues of religion, ethnicity, identity, culture, and nation states. She is member of Helsinki Citizens Assembly International Network, an Armenia-based gender focal point for global partnership of prevention of armed conflict. And in 2016, she was appointed OSCE, ODIHR member of panel of experts on freedom of religion or belief. Her work experience includes freedom of religion and belief training, provision to government, civil society, and religious groups in Central Asia. So it's your turn.
Շնորհակալություն, ես հայերեն կխոսեմ։
I'll speak in Armenian. Firstly, this topic is personally important to me because it's in a way it's ambitious in the way I want to present, probably somehow stepping above the Armenian or Georgian issues. Firstly, about the terminology, I would like to say that for and women's rights or women's and men's equality, non-gender issues. Well, I will tell you why. Not because our state announced the word of gender as a prohibited or poorly represented word. In the way that gender is a broader concept. If we talk about gender, then we have to speak about gender stereotypes and LGBT people and other gender identity people, which is not fitting our agenda today. That's why I'm going to talk about the women in particular. I want to say that in my opinion in Europe, and not only right now, very important discourse is taking place including in the context of secularity, we've touched upon somehow, but in general, where secularism ends and where the freedom of religion starts, because in different countries, the concepts are different. We touched upon the French example, why women's rights are important and interesting. Because there is some trend saying that, for example, women's rights and freedom of religion are conflicting rights. Meaning that many religions are considered patriarchal, many religions are considered non-friendly to women. That's why women's rights are being valued higher. I want to say and refer to 1993 Vienna Conference, formally saying that human rights are universal. Of course, we can argue about universality, but in case of human rights, it's the accepted formula that they're universal, indigenous, and there is no hierarchy of rights. There is no such concept that women's rights are more important than the freedom of religion of human being. It's very important debate because and this is constant. Freedom of religion becomes secondary, and many states make an attempt to intervene into particular community lives. I don't have any prepared specific prescriptions. I just want to put on the table some discussions which are taking place. We're witnessing. Frequently in Europe, they speak about Muslim communities. Of course, it's mostly about marriages, suspension, and other issues in the context of Islam. But the research done in Armenia witnessed that different communities in Armenia face some discrimination too with respect to women, in particular with respect to girls. For example, the study we've done show that there are religious communities, and not only religious, ethno-religious, including Yazidis, where girls are prohibited to use computers or to have a cell phone or wear some clothes. So there is, in many cases, they become victims of double discrimination, not only in Armenia but also in Georgia. And there was a very good article which was awarded with media prize, which was called Sectarian's Daughter's Story. And the author told that he or she, being from one particular religious group, which is not important, was discriminated in his or her family because he wanted to wear jeans, but she wanted to wear jeans, but she was prohibited. When she was going out of the community, going to shop or school, and she was subject to another discrimination because the people there pointed at her saying that this is sectarian. So this is the reality of our society. So I want to raise voice about this. How to solve it, I don't know. More than that, if possible, please read this article. The former UN reporter on human rights, Belfeld, who participated similar conference in Georgia in 2014, presented a very interesting report to General Assembly of the United Nations, who wanted to look at these particular issues to see whether this conflict in theory or practice on freedom of religion and conscience and women's rights, how to regulate. And he offers to look at this not from legalistic law view, but to have a broader view on that and understand that the religions are and beliefs are quite diverse, and they have the same space as millions of people who have very strong imagination, vision about the life. I can't present it in a couple of words. It's a very complicated topic. I just wanted to you that you share your opinions, how to combine this both opinion. Similar, out of one of the solutions is feministic theology, which evolved in the mid of 20th century. And by the way, not only Christian trend, there is Islamic feministic theology, and there is internal and external ones, and there are people who look at this from inside the religion. They want to look at the theory of religion from women's point of view, including Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. And there are people who look at this from outside. This is information to think about. Unfortunately, Armenian Apostolic Church, I don't know, probably there is, but I never read feministic theology evolving from Armenian Apostolic Church. I'm very happy to see Anahit here, who is one of the lecturers at the seminary. And there's some 50 to 50 lecturers at the seminary. Almost half of the lecturers are women. Probably in the future we're going to have female ministers who will have a different look at the texts and the commentaries which exist. And the last one, as a thought for discussion, I want to make it short to have discussion. I think the weakest point of our conference was that the panelists spoke a lot and there was no possibility to discuss. I think it was Gishan who said that religions are not static, the way societies are not static. And the developments which we have in the theological thought, in the clergy, for example, in some religions, women are part of the clergy. We see the changes in different areas. I think that the religion should be changed too. They're changing and they will be changed, and probably these contradictions will be somehow mediated on the cross points of these dimensions. Once again, what I want to discuss, of course, these are legal conflicts. How do you see women's rights and religion? Probably from point of view of your countries, how do you find the solutions? Because it's a hard issue. The same burqas, hijab, nikah, burqa, all these stories are manifestations of these discussions. How to do for all the religions to have rights from one side and on the other side. Secular visions of the state and separation of state and church should be implemented. Once again, I call for Gishar. I think he has a very interesting formula: freedom of religion or freedom from religion, meaning freedom of religion or freedom from religion. I think this is another extreme which exists, and I think Avetik or my colleagues from civil society won't be offended, but it's another extreme. that there shouldn't be any religion at all, or religion shouldn't enter societal field, it should not have any regulation, which is an opinion. It could be discussed, but this is not realistic, I think, because religions exist. It's part of our culture, of our life, of our identity, and how to consolidate this, how to find the solutions for the entire society to benefit. I want us to discuss under this session and probably during the wrap-up session. I think, I understand these were more questions than answers.
For the speakers, important questions raised here about the role in general of religion, church, regarding gender equality, women, the issue of women's representation inside religion in leadership positions and inside the church. So there are many different aspects. The issue also of double discrimination when you are a woman part of a minority in a given one faith major religion-based state. So we'll start with the questions and then maybe 1-2 questions and then we continue with the response. Yes. But she was first, but that's okay.
კარგი ავიღე უპირატესობა იმam რომ მეორე სესიის მსგავსად ეხლაც სხვა
So I have to respond to the other issue like in the previous session. So, and before we start discussing these issues, I want to express my position with regards to the speech in the second session when the moderator has disconnected my microphone. Actually, I came from Georgia. I have been traveling 7 hours from the buried roads in order to express my position here and to express our opinion about and when Mr. Doctor is disconnecting you and not allowing you to express your opinion, especially when there is a host, I think it's not very good behavior. But I would like to express my small opinion. So if Mr. thought that I with my position I was conflicting somehow with the Orthodox Church, I can tell you that that's not like this. I confirm my very deepest respect towards the Orthodox Church. I am only one Protestant in my family. All the other family members are Orthodox Church and all my relatives, and also I really respect this institution, which is very important for my country, for my culture, and I don't want to be understood if we are discussing something. Of course, this has some limitations, and this should never be offense. There are some limits to this, and so this was only reason for silencing me up. And if he just silenced me up because it was the other sessions, I can tell you that in the first session they didn't allow to speak me at all, and therefore I was trying to express my opinion when I could. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
მე მაქვს მეუფე რუსთანთან შეკითხვა.
Sudan, the Bishop of Sudan, I want to say what I agree with what she said. I agree with almost in the provisions with part of discrimination, of course. And if representatives of any gender in our country, especially women, are, of course, suppressed, this is blame of everybody. I agree with this. All we are responsible for this. Just I want to ask a small question. There was one point with which I cannot agree with Honorable Sudan. That this quotation of this patriarch, of the patriarch of our church, in this context of discrimination. I have follow question to Bishop of Sudan. Miss Bishop, do you think that Christian doctrine in general, Christian doctrine, contains some kind of discrimination, gender discrimination, say? Yes. I want to have this brief questions and answers. I am a representative of the religion that doesn't pray for discrimination. No, I don't mean preaching. I mean the doctrine itself. Does it contain? Okay, then I would like you to explain me in the Gospel of Paul to the Ephesians that the wife should be afraid of husband. So is it discriminatory saying, or it is aggressive, or and if we understand this directly, then it's like this. But if we give it some other meaning, and if we don't say it in the context, then of course this is this words of patriarch on washing feet. That's in this context, exactly in this context, and not in discriminative context.
We cannot hear you well. Anijan, can we check the it's too loud.
So I will try to repeat the question while answering, so that can little bit solve the problem. I'll speak Georgian this time.
But can we just check that it works? Okay. Can we? So you say to speak in Georgian, we see if English is fine.
Ქართულად ვაპირებ ლაპარაკს და ეს თარგმანი თუ მოქმედებ მუშაობს კარგად?
It's fine.
ტექნიკურად?
It's fine now.
It's fine. Okay.
Yes.
კეთილი. მაშინ ქართულად გავაგრძელებ. კითხვა მდგომარეობდა შემდგომ.
So as we agree that Christianity, Christian ideology in itself doesn't contain any discriminational approaches, so how can we explain the words of Apostle Paul when he says that women shall obey, that wives should obey husbands? We can even quote here even worse words by Paul actually. But in the first place, I believe that this is actually more theological question, and I don't think this conference is a very appropriate place to discuss this, because we are speaking here about human rights. But I personally teach in university the feminist theology, and these are the articles which are actually considering daily at our lectures. So what you said in itself, it actually contains the elements of the discrimination. Apostle Paul, not only in these cases but also in some other cases, is actually giving not very good advices to for instance, to Corinthian church. The thing is that I have mentioned the political will in my there's a broader sense, in the political will in the broader sense. So it's our will, how we interpret this or that writings in the Holy Bible, and how do we consider it in what context. Allow me to interpret this washing feet issues, especially in the year when we had very acute problems of the gender, not discrimination, but violence and murders actually. And speaking in this context, in my opinion, was not only unacceptable, but for me, this was actually support to ideas based on which these men who were murdering their wives, who were very proud of this, and they were saying, why did they kill? One was saying that they killed him because so his former wife was dancing, ex-wife was dancing somewhere. Second, murdered because his former ex-wife did not intend to come back to him. And
so I believe that religion, regardless whether it's Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, or whatever else, since we religious people have this, we are not humble enough believing that we have this function of prophecy, this function of voicing out the will of God. And by prophecy, I do not mean, by prophetic power, I do not mean that we can predict the weather of tomorrow, but I mean that we claim that we are speaking in the words of God, but at the same time we state that we all are the children of a non-discriminating and all-loving God. When in society you have such a problem, when you have such a painful issue, you should not bring oil to the fire and pour some additional oil to the fire, but rather try to soothe things out. That's why my personal position was that of despair. When that Christmas night I was facing the reality when the church of the majority, with extensive influence, with extensive power in the society, which has, by one word of bring about miraculous changes in the society, is not using this channel, is not using this means to try and turn around the tide, to solve this issue for the better. So that's why my position on this issue is not in the capacity of a theologian, but in the capacity of a person and a citizen. Yes, thank you very much. But the point is that Patriarch is speaking out in those maxims, in those categories that were left as a heritage by Apostle Paul for 2,000 years. It's your right to assess them, to assess the Patriarch and also the Apostle Paul. But our church is 2,000-year-old church, and the position of one of the fathers of the church is not to be directly translated and interpreted as enslaving of a woman by a man. The position is actually different. So I do understand your position. I do agree with your feelings, but these details that led to misunderstanding back then, it has not been properly understood, because the Patriarch was operating in different categories in the maxims of New Testament. Цადეთ რომ მოკლედ დასვა შეკითხვები იმისთვის რომ სხვებსაც მივცეთ
One word in response to the lady about interrupting. I am certain it was just a time constraint, so I fully acknowledge my fault in drawing up the agenda. I tried to accommodate as much feedback and input as possible, but no time was left for the discussion. Since these keynotes were shorter, I think we can take it all the way to 7 p.m. and accommodate every opinion. So please bear with us. We still have almost an hour to tie up all the loose ends.
A second one here, and then we can give a response.
კიდევ ერთხელ მოგესალმებით. როდესაც ფემინიზმზე
խոսում ենք ֆեմինիզմի մասին.
The main definition of feminism is, so the feminist starts when we people agree that the women are subject to structural oppression, and in order to make the oppression of certain groups of people evident to different religious organizations and dominant churches, it will only happen when they will be bereft of this leverage of power, when they will start looking at the world with the human eyes. And since in our reality the church is essentially connected and even merged with structures of power, because it has high level of capitalization, because of which its sensitivity towards societal issues is very low, the oppression of women and suffering of women is indeed the issue that the church tends to turn the blind eye on.
When they are told based on the gender that they are more privileged and they can exercise their power on those subordinated to them, of course that's And we understand that these religions, which are only power based on the power, they use the patriarch also to impose this power. Although we shall stress one more circumstance that in our reality recently we can see not only social conservatism, which can be conservative to the gender roles, but also we can see anti-gender movements. Which we can see in the post-Soviet space and in Europe, and which by some ultra-conservative political groups are exercising they against women. They are using anti-emancipative rhetorics and also anti-LGBT rhetoric and narratives directed against them. And very often, unfortunately, and the fundamentalist groups existing within the church, and the Orthodox Church does not separate itself from them, and not only not separate from them, but I can say that in the conditions of the very high dynamics of the feminism, we cannot recall any single statement by the patriarchate who would condemn the violence against women, and therefore we are not surprised that some very marginal and fundamentalist people and the rhetorics that the church is creating some positive alternative to this. Therefore, to summarize what I have said, I want to say that until we will have politically and socially the churches that are linked to the power, who do not think about the vulnerable groups, will it be women or ethnic minorities or workers, etc., etc. Still, they will not obtain this social awareness and social sensibility. We cannot speak about the fact that religions can play some positive role in fighting against this discrimination.
And I should say that such a concentration of power within the religious organizations and churches will lead to a crisis. Which will which will push them towards self-criticism, towards reassessment of their position, and then they will turn into Christian organizations striving against oppression, no longer being part of the political elites, merged with political elites, with whom from whom we fail to listen to words of love and peace.
Yeah, I will keep it short. Albeit it's better, I think, to continue in Georgian. Or yeah. Mida gamովეხმაურო
դագանքել եւ մեկնաբանություն
opinion on whatever has been said by the speakers and also the comments by the audience. Rusudan talked about the steps to be taken against oppression of women. One would be the secularity related discourse, and on another hand we have the religious discourse, and since the Orthodox Church does have extensive influence over the society, it's very important as to what is being voiced out from the altar. We, the Institute for Tolerance, and we wanted indeed to carry out the project, to carry out certain we wanted to film certain video clips with participation of clerics, giving them an opportunity to talk about these issues, since that particular year we had very high level of femicide, and we wanted them in the name of the church to talk about the importance of equality between men and women. We managed to record people representing 9 different religious organizations, but we failed to get anyone from the dominant church who has the most of influence and whose word would be pivotal for changing the tide. And when we were discussing today that it would be of crucial importance to voice out this opinion by the church, by the Orthodox Church, and by the efforts that were directed towards this end, we actually were turned down by them.
There was another one here, and then we can ask
მოგესალმებით, მე გახლავართ აგით მირზოევი, ამ შემთხვევაში მე წარმოადგენს
case I represent the spiritual council. I'm the advisor to the spiritual council of Yazidi people in Georgia. Isabella Sarkisyan, who is a long friend of mine, maybe because of technical issue, or did I mishear you? But have you mentioned the Yazidi community when you were mentioning the young girls who do not have access to internet and who are falling victim to some stereotypes related to the appropriate clothing? So what I wanted to say is that in Armenia, this problem probably is not acute and is short of nowadays reality. Because these issues are not of pressing issue in our community nowadays. There are other problems related to violence, related to stereotypes. As recently as 10 years ago, our community was quite closed on itself, living in its own microcosm, and it was very hard for us to communicate with the outside world. But nowadays, today, our community, is one of the most active, including such topics as gender equality and strife against gender-based violence, if we would benchmark us against the organizations of ethnic minorities. And also, just for information's sake, I would like to tell you that those problems related to access to internet or access to education or access to enforced style of clothing, these are outdated, and probably you would be better advised by me to check your information, because it's no longer as it is.
I was speaking about a whole range of different communities. The Yazidi community in Armenia is not monolithic in and of itself. They're rural, they're city dwellers, various constituencies. So the recommendations of international organizations for Armenia, for example, include the following. The ECRI recommendation of the Council of Europe contains several provisions which, for example, refer to affording or increasing education opportunities for girls, or reducing early marriages. So it's not a blanket recommendations. We have focus groups working with children in particular, and this is my field work together with Hovannes that has arrived at this conclusion. Even in my opinion, there is major shift for the better in the Yazidi community in Armenia, whether it's education opportunities for younger girls or even university education. But that's not yet sufficient. The government is not exerting enough efforts, because for Armenia, the Yazidi community is the largest ethno-religious minority. We're talking about 50,000 Yazidis residing in Armenia. If you look at the number of Yazidi women in various sectors of these countries, my opinion is these numbers are too low. So we're talking double jeopardy, double discrimination, both inside their own communities, at least what we've identified through our field studies, as well as in the larger context of the society in general. So unfortunately, these women are subjected to double, sometimes triple, multiple discrimination, particularly when we speak about the Yazidi community. They live in poor road conditions, pulverized villages. In the Tallinn province, where we've done the field study, children there are really discriminated against, whether Armenian or Yazidi. Just the road communication is not enough to give them. They're deprived of cultural, athletic, other opportunities. Being a minority, they're double, and being girls, they're triple discriminated against. So what I want to say is that there's a lot more that the government can do, in particular addressing the girls in the Yazidi communities. This, for me and our organization, is an important subject, and we want to do more along these lines. This is in no way meant to throw the blame on those communities, but I think there is this double intersectoral discrimination against women in particular in a whole range of religious communities. For example, we're not talking about Islam now or other denominations whose representatives are not present here around this table, but This is an incontestable fact nonetheless.
Well, I was not offended or hurt. I just wanted to clarify. All the things that you mentioned might be characteristic of the Yazid community in Armenia, but I wanted to underline that in Georgia this problem is no longer pressing. Just for clarity's sake, not because I was offended or I was trying to offend you. God forbid. It's a 20 years long history.
It's important to look at the recent CEDAW report for both countries, because this year we had the CEDAW report for Armenia, and the Yazidi community representative from the Yazidi community presented some of the aspects, lack of equal access to education and other things. I don't know now what is the CEDAW, in the CEDAW report, what are the situation in Georgia from the Yazidi community. That would be interesting to focus also, because it gives a real picture of what the situation are. Can you?
Miss Isabella, in the last part of her speech, mentioned a very interesting thing, very clear summons for us to look for a solution. But the solution, where there is a will, there is a solution. Because usually fora of this kind, it's usually to and fro and fair when we are pointing fingers and accusing each other and then trying to defend our position. And I've fallen into the same fallacy when I felt hurt and I left the room and did not listen to the person whom I found offending. But such a reaction is counterproductive. Again, we witness it at the same context. That has been quotations from New Testament might be used in different way in order to justify different positions about gender issues. And of course, we would not be able to teach each other how to preach our own religion in our own churches. But since we are talking about more universal values, about social issues, maybe we can find some consensus. Maybe we can arrive at a kind of a idea to establish a forum which will be dedicated solely to talking about solutions, not accusations, not for finger pointing, and not for talking about divisions and what divides us, but to talk about what unites us, about common things. That's my opinion, and that's my appeal. Because where there is a will, there is a way. We simply need to find the will. We only thing that we have to do is we really have to wish to find the solution, and then we will.
Because Bella called my name and as a representative of the civil society, but I'm not wearing my hat of a civil society rep now. I'm speaking as a commoner, Ishkanyan. If we follow simple logic in as much as practically possible, let's look at religion vis-a-vis women's rights. Frankly speaking, I'm not a master of theology. I'll just revert to common sense. Let's take the three major religions: Judeo-Christian religion, from which Islam has emanated. In the Bible, it says that God created man in his likeness. It's his and it's a man. So that sets the cue for the rest. In these religions, the mainstream religions, quite naturally, that's how it is there from. Since disciples of Jesus wrote the testaments years after his death, and they were all men, this was all following their take, which is why they denigrated the role of women, and women were subjected to if we look at the Christian Middle Ages, it was witch hunt. They were burned on the stakes. There was particular treatment. The Protestant movement, to some extent, transformed the situation, and the lay movement somehow alleviated the situation. Unfortunately, the Islam still awaits its Protestant movement, so they still have this onerous attitude towards women and patriarchal attitudes. This is built into those religions per se, so it's not incidental, and it's even baffling for me that especially celibate priests who have no consortium speak up against domestic violence. I do not see how that works out. Maybe that's built into their dogma that the woman is the head of the family, and this inequality is built into their religions. Thank you. Sure.
I'm speaking on behalf of all young women. I think these problems are not new problems, and we have been speaking about these problems for maybe over hundreds of years. And we also implement some solutions, but the problems are accumulating in a higher speed than the solutions that we're implementing. There are solutions where we can tackle gender issues, and how religious institutions especially can be more inclusive. We have been talking about intersectionality a lot in means of double discrimination, where women are not only women as a vulnerable group, but with also disabilities, different race than the majority of the country, or different ethnicity. I think the solution starts with the language. We have to question and challenge our language, and we even struggle to do it here. The representatives of the women representatives here are lower than the men. And how are we thinking to solve something? Even the women representatives are lower, and still the voices of men are heard much more. The second solution is having role models in front of us as women and also men to look to. And thank you a lot for inspiring me. I don't have any religious beliefs, but you inspired me a lot today to question and to really be objective, to look objective, even though you have a strong belief and understanding of a higher institution. So I really believe the solution lies between the language and empowerment of women leaders. So thanks a lot.
For our religious people, clergy is a very interesting topic. It's felt that those who speak have very poor command of gospel, Bible, because the Christ said when you go with the Trinity name, there is no difference between Jews and pagans and men or women. So Christ provided this equality formula, raised the role through marry. From the very instance, the women served the church, and women, even during the most classical times, achieved religious role to be played. If today our Sudan has a class of archbishop of evangelistical church, that's the highest attitude of the church. I was born and raised in a traditional family, and I saw in the way how my grandmother washed my grandfather's feet, and my kinship was raised in that tradition. Our kinship of Mirza Khanians is very big, and there was no divorce in the kinship. We are daughters-in-law and daughters loved and respected, and up until now. Now, when you say, let us empower women, let's look what's happening in the world. I have the Georgian data. In the recent 10 years, there are less marriages in Georgia in the recent decade, and there are 4 times more divorces. This is a severe phenomenon. When we tell the church, you are the master to the bride, and then we say, obey to the groom. Never church diminishes the role of the women. So this is the most important institution. When they washed the feet, they kept the traditions. There were no divorces. There were big families. Today, the more we speak about the rights, the higher is divorce rate. There are more divorces, and there are less, etc. One more thing. Probably our friend Darrell Nax would say, but as far as I studied, there is a very wrong opinion about the role of women in the Muslim society. You won't imagine how crucial is the role of women in the Muslim families. Don't be deceived by the hijab. They have a very important role in the Muslim family and Muslim world. We never talk about the Muslim world. Why? Because in the Jewish world, there are families, like Orthodox Jewish families, where women have problems. But nevertheless, since people obey to their husbands, to their religion, they keep living properly that way. Never church was against the women to limit their rights, but we have to see where the women's right ends and where their responsibilities. Thank you. I think we've opened Pandora's box now. As always, at the end of the conferences, the comments are being more and more sweet. Whatever Abetik said and whatever Bishop said are the same what I said. It's about freedom of religion, belief, and traditions. You cannot say that this should happen in a community because I decided like that. If it doesn't go beyond the limit of law. This is a very complicated. This is anthropological, cultural issue. It's very difficult to regulate at the level of law. I know that this would be halfway, but probably we need another conference on this topic to have a better opportunity to discuss this in a more comprehensive way.
The place that um, His Excellency was again quoted when the Christ says that there are no longer tribal barriers, there are no ethnic barriers, no longer Greeks and Jews. The social barriers, that they are no longer slaves and free men, and the gender barriers, there is no longer men and women. Unfortunately, when quoting Apostle Paul, this particular spot is less quoted, but more often we are talking about Paul restricting women from teaching in the temple. More often we turn our head, our attention to prohibition of asking the questions in the church, when women are prohibited from asking questions and redirected to their husbands to ask these questions at home. So, but at the same time, if we study in a more profound way what has been said, what had been uttered by the Lord Himself, with all due respect, I can't agree with you that the church was never violating the rights of women, that the church was never using or misusing, abusing its position for discriminating women. There are examples, plenty of this from the very first century, and we are still witnessing these examples in all countries, in all Christian traditions, in Orthodox, in Armenian Apostolic, in Catholic, in Protestant, everywhere. Also, you were talking about the problems in Islam, in Judaism, and this is the very thing that I was talking about, that none of the religious communities can evade the responsibility that we witness, at the very least in Georgian context, that the women are experiencing in Georgian context at the very least. You mentioned the marriage and the high percentage of divorce. Yes, there is a trend that everywhere, whenever the women are better emancipated, the share of divorces is on the rise. I, as a cleric, I, as a servant of the Lord, I believe in family. I believe in family ties. I believe that family is an institution blessed by the Lord. I believe that the family should be the source of love. But unfortunately, the family is turned into the most widely used instrument of violence. At the same time, enclosed on itself, where the state cannot penetrate in order to protect women from domestic violence. So, as soon and whenever the woman and women find some space to breathe, as soon as they find themselves a little bit liberated, they try to wiggle their way out of domestic violence. Yes, I do agree with you in figures that whenever the women are more emancipated, the numbers of divorces are also higher. But let us take a different angle. Let us look at it with a different eye. Let us not point fingers at women that these bad women are trying to ruin the families. No, it's not. It's quite to the contrary. They are trying to liberate themselves from oppression. Now, going back to the washing feet, Jesus Christ Himself, our Lord, during the last supper, He taught. He Himself washed the feet of His disciples. So for me, the washing of feet is not something humiliating. It's a sign of love. It's a sign of helping. It's a sign of service, but not servitude. I quite often participated in the liturgy of washing feet in the church, and this is one of the most inspiring things that I ever did within the space of a church. But also the way of feet washing matters. There are different way of feet washing when it's not an expression of love or respect. It's when it's something, when you oppress someone to do the work of a slave for you. So once voluntary, the feet washing is expression of love when it is done with love and not through pressure of cultural and societal heritage and oppression. This is my position. I would like to tell you that thanks to my secular office, that is expressed through carrying out surveys on gender issues and conducting trainings on gender issues, I have manifold opportunities to personally meet with minorities of Georgia, with women from minorities of Georgia. I have direct relations both with Muslim women, with Armenian, ethnically Armenian women, with it women, and with women from majority as well, of course. So I can tell, I can talk to you on behalf of those women with whom I had relations in person. So I can tell you that none of the religions in Georgia can boast of, neither majority nor minority. Let me stress it. And I, as a representative of the Protestant Church, I'm bearing the share of this burden myself as well, because no less no less heated discussions I have to carry in my own, within my own community, within my, among my friends from Protestant Church. And that's what I repeat everywhere, because we all failed to protect those people who were in need of our protection. That's why the Lord Christ, the Lord Jesus Christ, the best role model for me than anybody else, whenever he was seeing somebody in need of protection, in need of defense, he was stepping outside all the frames and all the boxes that were considered the highest level of framework for those times. And once I mentioned it aloud, and I was almost crucified for that. Quite often, the Christ was deliberately insulting religious feelings of Jews in order to illustrate and demonstrate the falsehood of certain provisions of the religion whose within the scope of which he was acting and operating. So it seems to me that the servant of the church, the cleric, should dare and say provocative things, because there are many examples of Christ doing the same. Let us use the text that we are relying upon not to oppress somebody, but in order to give voice to voiceless people, to give space to spaceless people who are in need of our protection nowadays. So I believe that religion still has a chance, at the very least against our context, against our background, to use in a benevolent way the power that it has. მე მგონი თქვენ დაგასტრეს აქეთ რაღაც პერიოდის განმავლობაში ეს ბატონი ან ქალბატონი ელოდებოდა კითხვის დასმის საშუალებას. Once again, let me greet you. The topics that we are discussing is indeed of crucial importance. However, I believe that women's rights, none of the religions can, if it's inspired by the heaven, cannot contain within itself any concept of discrimination, because both men and women are children of God. But there is another important thing: how well do we, the clerics or laymen, the general people, laymen of the church, to understand the truth that is being transferred through holy books in relation to men or women alike. So it seems to me that it's a topic which requires discussion, which justifies discussion, and should be discussed against different backgrounds in order for our countries, and not our country only, and especially I regret that the worst situation is to be witnessed in Islamic countries. Unfortunately, that's why this topic gains even more importance. But words are not enough, of course. Words only are not enough. More action would be required. Both clerics, especially, and act as role models ourselves. showing through our own example as to what can be done in order to solve the issue. I would like to go back to the previous speaker because I'm left with an impression that the minutes of the conference will be published, and I don't want to leave this topic without thorough and profound discussion. Therefore, I would like to echo what His Excellency Vazgen was talking about. I would like to make kind of a clarification on this topic. Maybe Vazgen is acquainted with the topic by Mr. Zazawa Shakhbadze, since Mr. Zazawa Shakhbadze is quite often appealing that Muslim community was given 150 mosques recently, but the reality is not that. The reality is that the Muslims, Muslim residents of Ajara, the Muslims, ethnically Georgian Muslims, they used to possess these mosques already. So it's what's known the case of transferring the ownership. The only case is the mosque in Mokhisi, and quite often Zazawa Shakhbadze, the chairperson of the Council on Religious Issues, he is quite often making statements of the kind that we already passed over 150 mosques. Why would not we be giving over the Mokhisi mosque if it were not related to some issues? So actually, this 150 that he's talking about were already operating 150 mosques. And I know also that other churches in Georgia have similar problems, and I always try to support those churches who are that are being in this regard in Georgia. They are not being looking after, and at the same time they are not being transferred into ownership or use of other religious organizations. That is to be carried out by all means and done by all means.
Literally not possible to understand shorter intervention for both anyone who is present here. Please, very short, and last one here, and then we will wrap up because there's no more time for.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I'm neither theologian nor a cleric, but I enjoy reading the Bible, and I can't well, I don't understand that they are being given how to wash the feet, and then the Lord Himself washed the feet of a human being.
Oh yes, I mean what Christ has done. When Christ, and I really don't understand this context. So what it has to do with what it has to do with gender. And Christ says, if you don't do this, you do not have the right to confession, and if you do not humiliate yourself. And the second sign, which Rusudan has said, that you have to, when Paul is saying that you shall ask this to your husbands at home. Here, this historic context is very important, because architecturally these buildings were very different. Women were just sitting on the balconies, and they were causing some mess there. It was not Christian due to the religion, but because it was just causing a mess there. If they would start shouting from the balcony, and that's now they are interpreting it different ways, and I don't know why. And I believe that I don't see in Christianity and or in Bible so some different accents. Thank you very much. And agree with the pathos of those who were speaking here, because that Georgian churches, Orthodox churches, discriminating women. And I don't know why and on basis of which studies. can see this. They bring these criminal facts which they were described here. I mean, these femicide cases, and I would like to ask you, I personally, as Orthodox priest, I very often visit prisons, both the male prisons and female prisons, and I can see there both so those who murdered their wives, and I can see in the female prisons those who were killing their husbands. So this is just a common crime, and it would be my modest request not to mix up with each other criminal and religion, crime and religion. So let's not try to provocate here somehow, not to be provocative. So we shall not write it upon the denomination. Overall commentary,
That's just the usual crime, and it happens mostly more than 80% women killed by their intimate partners, and so we cannot say that it happens with everyone. It happens with men, but mostly, and it comes basically from gender inequality, which is very much encouraged by patriarchal institutions. Churches are one of them, unfortunately. That is why it is very much important for us, women, and those who are working on human rights, to find a kind of dialogue with churches, different churches, to stop this kind of discrimination, because domestic violence is a form of discrimination as well. And we know in both countries, Georgia and Armenia, we have very evident indicators that there is a problem with women's rights, and very much encouraged by many institutions. Church is just one of them, where every day a young girl from her young age is very much given the message that she is a second-class citizen, she is less preferred than boys, because if it wasn't like that, we wouldn't have in both countries sex-selective abortions. It's very common and it's very known right now, we cannot deny it, that both Armenia, Georgia, as well as Azerbaijan, we have a very high level of sex-selective abortions, and that comes and all institutions that are encouraging this kind of approach. That we didn't have the chance to tackle women's representation in section, because one process elements of discrimination when you have an institution where women are not equally represented in leadership positions, in clerics, in ministries. As I gave in the beginning, unfortunately, Armenian representative was not here. I gave the example of the deaconess in the Armenian church, which has a long history, but it means that at some point it was accepted, and a lot of scholars in history defended the ordination of women in the churches. So it's such a shame that we didn't have anybody talking about why and if and how women could lead more active roles. We have an example here which also brings, because with representation comes also the push for gender equality in society, because we cannot change an institution if half of the population is not present and taking part actively. I will give a last comment for the speakers, and then we can wrap up. And I wish that we can have this kind of discussion, respectful discussions, more often, because I think it's important for human rights, women's rights protection. Thank you.
So why they placed this so low on the agenda, this gender issues. But now I understand that this hottest issue should be left for the end, and that's right. And I want to thank all of you for this wonderful opportunity, and this context has shown us how important it is, how the big is need in conducting interconfessional dialogue on the gender issues. I fully agree with you that representation of women in the religious community will change many things. So we should do it gradually. So I think that we shall not aim towards some very important changes, changes in theology on basis of this dialogue. No, no, we shall just agree upon very common basis, which is not disputed at all, about which we do not have differences in the opinions, different approaches. This is one, that religion, we can say that it does not impose us violence, but we should not be imposing violence on women, and that's our common understanding. And the second is that religion should share for the dignity of the human being. If we agree upon these two things, we can do a lot, and we can do a lot to change the context in our homeland. And I think that our today's example has shown us the ways how we can resolve this problem together, and that it is very necessary to sit together in order to resolve this. And I think this we won't have. I hope that we won't be able to convene like this, not only in once in 4 years, but also to make it more frequently, and to set some ideas which will serve in the nearest future. And we will see how good the results we will be able to achieve by working together. Thank you very much once again.
I would probably, quite briefly, by summing up, move the floor to Ambassador and say that I made this kind of provocative questions deliberately, trying to present this issue in that way, because I think that quite frequently in Armenia, and I think in Georgia too, we are boiled inside our own problems, sometimes forget that this is a global issue. Meaning that whatever is taking place, all of our discussions about gender, women's rights, religion, right versus culture, all these cross sections, these are global issues, and they're discussed at higher levels, both in European courts, if you want, in the legalistic way, based on Norwegian example in Netherlands or elsewhere. Our wish to discuss it in broader context. That's why I apologize for sometimes having more presentations versus discussions. But that was the first problem we had in front of us, to see Armenian and Georgian issues and problems in broader context, whether we succeeded or not, but still we were to integrate the science and civil society voice, the academic opinion. This take place in universities, but civil society and the religious organizations, they are boiled in their water, and we tried to provide these links. I hope it was interesting for you. Before wrapping up, I want to say that I believe indeed in the dialogue, and whatever Reverend Rusudan said, in reality, discussion is the dialogue, and looking at the issues inside the community, between communities, probably through this kind of conferences, probably this and similar conferences, and the meaning is exactly an opportunity to speak up. And by wrapping up, I want to invite everyone to supper to Voskevas restaurant. It's not far from here. We'll walk to there. I'll tell you at the end, and we'll have another opportunity to have informal discussion there as well. And I want to move the floor to Mr. Ambassador for conclusion. Firstly, thank you very much for providing this opportunity for us. It's highly appreciated. I think this should be continued, and I hope this wasn't the last one. Thank you very much.
Well, indeed, Isabella, should be continued, but that is also what Reverend Rusudan said. We should meet each other more often, and it is always nice that we can be an excuse to meet. I think this was a very yes. Sorry, I moved here because we are a bit one-sided physically at this moment. It's a bit strange that most of the people at the table are sitting there and some other people are spread there. But I thank you. Indeed, I look back with satisfaction because I think it was indeed a very inspiring afternoon or day, and I need to quote the young woman as you introduced yourself because it was wonderful what you said. I have no religious belief, but you have inspired me today, and that is something to take home. That it was not a condition that you had a religious belief to join us today. It was simply that we could inspire each other today, and I trust that we have done so. I am very glad with the presence of the clergy, both from Armenia and also, be it at last call, so to speak, this morning from Georgia. I thank you very much for your contributions. Your contributions might have been, as some others were, referring to the status quo or to the tradition, and you might criticize that. Tamta, for instance, you were very critical on let's say, strong positions of some organizations in the country. You're right in criticizing that, but part of the discussion was that we took that as a starting point. When we discuss freedom of religion or belief, you take the situation as a starting point, and it happens that both in Armenia and in Georgia, the traditional church has such an important position. And from that perspective, I think that we should really be grateful for your active participation today, and that you did not only speak out, but also take home and digest what was discussed. For instance, on this femicide issue, shortly after my arriving in Georgia, I became involved in this issue. The embassy is deeply involved and worried about what we have seen. So it is not only, let's say, a one-sided evaluation by a woman, it is evaluated by organizations and also by authorities. The Ombudsman and others are really worried about it. And recently the American embassy has financed another activity on this issue. It is regrettably not finished. I thank all participants for the respectful discussion that we had. Of course, sometimes it became emotional, and I'm really glad with this afternoon's seminars, simply because it boiled. We were all active, and you were touched, and I think that is essential in a discussion like this, because then you take it home, and then you also, I hope and trust, take it forward. We should not forget that part of the introductions today were theoretical. I thank the scientists, the scholars, for bringing in their wisdom, and I think that it is very important also what Dr. Kishan said, that we should learn for ourselves in safeguarding the right of all, the vulnerable, the minorities, and so on. And that, in that he specifically addressed the majorities. That was not mere theory. Dr. Kishan has been authorized. His job is in the OSCE there to study freedom of religion and belief and advise us. So let's take that advice home as well. And let's reflect on the theoretical approach that we got today. And then there were the international rules. That's where we started with this morning. And you can discuss it, you can hate it, but we all, by our authorities, subscribed to those rules. So they are valid in our societies and in our daily lives, and in our organizations. And Isabella will go on with the law on, with the bill, it still is, on anti-discrimination in Armenia. As said today, the law on anti-discrimination in Georgia is 3 years old, but that means it still is a toddler. and it needs to be nourished and educated. We need to be educated. So the job is far from done, both here in Armenia and in Georgia. Regrettably, we could not discuss Azerbaijan. Let's hope that they can join another time. But from the more narrow perspective that we had today, I think it was useful for being here with two countries that are in majority Christian, with in both cases minorities that we should cherish and respect. And Azerbaijan has another majority, and that would, of course, have brought us into different perspectives. So let's be grateful for the perspective that we had today and work on with our agenda. Thank you very much. Enjoy your dinner and have a safe trip home later. Thank you.
Just a very last remark that materials of this conference is going to be published, and we will share it with you by email. All the videos will be available online in English and Armenian, so we will send you the links, and if you don't mind, we will share contacts of you with each other by email. So if you don't mind, if someone doesn't want contacts to be shared, please let Annie know. And please do come to a dinner. I promise you it's going to be a nice dinner. Please do not skip it. And we shall wait for you 7:45 downstairs, my colleagues and I, so we walk all together. Thank you so much for coming. I enjoyed it really, really much.
Thanks to all the organizers, supporting staff and the interpreters.
And the interpreters, yes.